UAV which has been downed. Okay, so basically Soumya is at a location where a Pak UAV has also been down, but apart from that, 2 Pakistani jets have also been down. Search for the location of which is going on. And can we go to Zeenat on that note? Zeenat and Gursimran, can we get them live? Can we get them up? Okay, Gursimran is up. Gursimran, civilian areas targeted. Can you tell us, have there been any casualties, injuries? Are people taken care of? You were talking about ambulances. What's the situation like?
Abhishek, 2 deaths we can confirm. It is in the Rajouri district, including a senior official of the Jammu and Kashmir government. Additional Deputy District Development Commissioner Rajkumar Thapa has been killed in the Pakistani attack. That is a projectile that was launched from the Pakistan that has landed, and he along with another civilian has been hit. We are told that the area has been secured for now, but 2 have been fatal in this unfortunate incident that has unfolded. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir administration has come under the direct hit of the Pakistani projectile that was fired from across the border. Now also the houses have also been hit that we have been showing you a couple of minutes ago, and I hope that in next second I will be in a position to show you that how the temples have been targeted by the Pakistan in this strike, because there has been a Pakistani projectile that has been fired at a temple in Jammu, that is the Shambhu temple, a highly revered temple of the Kashmiri Pandit community and the Hindu community in Jammu, that has also been targeted by the Pakistan. So Pakistan, what actually is doing, they are targeting the locations, they are targeting those locations that are the strategically important locations, they are targeting those locations that they want to hurt the sentiments, or they want to inflict maximum casualties, because the Deputy Commissioner's office in Rajouri has been hit. Even we are told that the Deputy Inspector General's office in the Rajouri, that was too close to be hit, because that was also one of the areas that was on target. Abhishek, I'll be in a position in next 10 seconds to show you the visuals of the hit that came here. This hit is of the Pakistani projectile that was there. I'll request Sir Jivan to keep showing you the visuals that a Pakistani projectile has landed here. Sir Jivan is showing you the visuals. I'll request Sir Jivan to keep showing you the visuals of the Shambhu temple. This is the Shambhu temple where that has been hit, and now this is the place, this is the house that has been hit here. I'll request Sir Jivan to come along with me, and this side you will see the visible impact of this, this is the place, and these are actually the debris of the projectile that was fired from across the border. So these are the debris, these debris that Sir Jivan is showing you of the Pakistani projectile that has been fired. This is outside a civilian house that the Pakistan has targeting, because this is a Shambhu temple where the Pakistan has targeted, and these are the debris of this projectile that has now been destroyed, but after hitting this very area. I will try to speak to the locals what they have to say. Sir, क्या हुआ था?
सर सुबह हम 6 बजे का टाइम था, तो बहुत ज़ोरदार धमाके हुए, तो हम बाहर निकले, हम छत पे गया, मैं छत पे चढ़ा, तो छत पे चढ़ के मैंने देखा कि मतलब कि एक बहुत बड़ा धुआं निकल रहा था। धुआं निकलते ही जैसे हम बाहर आए तो मेरे को फ़ोन आना शुरू हो गया कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे रूपनगर में अटैक हुआ है। मैंने कहा हाँ हुआ, अटैक हुआ है, पर मैंने अभी छत पे देखा है, पर ये मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा है कि ये कहाँ पे हुआ है, कौन से सेक्टर।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट था, ये इसी के इम्पैक्ट से चीज़ें टूटी हैं?
हाँ, ये इसी के इम्पैक्ट से टूटी है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ये पुराना मकान था, ये मकान बंद पड़ा हुआ था, ये तो इसी के छत के ऊपर जो पड़ा है, ये आप खुद देख सकते हैं, ये सारा पेड़ गिर गया है सारा, ऊपर से इसकी बाउंड्री वॉल जो है जो सारी डैमेज हो गई है, नीचे आप ये देख सकते हैं सारे इसके ये शर्रे पड़े हुए हैं, ये सारी डैमेज इसी मिसाइल की वजह, और ये बहुत ज़बरदस्त अटैक था।
सर, लगातार सिविलियन एरियाज को टारगेट किया जा रहा है।
We request Modi ji कि he should take revenge, full revenge. We should not be, we should be aggressive now. Aggressive. India should be aggressive.
India should be aggressive, that is what they are saying, but the extent of the damage can only be seen that these trees, they also have been damaged. The house has been damaged to a large extent. Though this house was closed, there was no one living here, but the impact of the damage can be accessed by that the doors, the front door that has completely been shattered, the entrance door, that is the wall barricading, that is the wall boundary that is on the first floor, that has completely been destroyed, and the debris of this projectile that was fired, a missile that was fired from across the border. This also shows that this was a missile that is not somewhere 3 to 5 foot small, because I will not be touching this one, but this also shows that this was of the heavy metal. This was some heavy projectile having explosive within it, and that's why this has caused this extent of damage, that everything has been completely shattered. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals of the damage that has been done on the walls of this, because these walls of this house, these are the walls that have been impacted. The front panel has been impacted, but now the civilian areas have been hit by the Pakistan side. The Pakistan is hitting the civilian areas. They are trying to ensure that the civilian lives are taken, because 2 lives have been lost in the Rajouri district, where a civilian and the senior official of the J&K Rajouri administration has been killed in the Pakistani Pakistani strikes that have taken place. And now as we speak, the area is being cordoned in, and now the locals have been asked to refrain from visiting this area. These visuals that you see, now the SDRF teams have also been brought in so that area can be secured. But the way these areas are being targeted, because see, this is the outside the Shambhu temple. The Shambhu temple is somewhere 300 to 400 meters from this very place. So they are targeting the areas close to the religious places, and now the teams of the SDRF, they have arrived here so that the locals can also be kept out, and if needed, the relief can be provided, an immediate relief that can be given to the area, because this is the impact of this projectile.
Okay.
And now what it's
Okay,
seen primarily, that the Jammu city is under attack. Yes.
There is a lot of action. Your city, Gursimran, is under attack. Gursimran, that's your city. And the manner in which cowardly Pakistan is targeting religious places and those sacred to Kashmiri Pandit community, and the manner in which it is targeting civilian areas. And you reported 2 civilian casualties, also including 1 senior official of the government. It's absolutely condemnable, and it's absolutely cowardly for Pakistan to be doing that. In none of the strikes, India has ever targeted any civilian area yet. And of course, Pakistan is almost inviting it upon itself now. And that's why we are saying we are just going to mirror what Pakistan is doing. This is combat which is absolutely mirroring what Pakistan is asking for. And let's go back to Srinagar, because that has also seen a lot of action. Over to you, Soumya, from where you're reporting. Please show us those pictures and tell us what's happening around you. Even as we are told, the search parties are looking for those 2 pilots who have been downed, who were downed after the jets were brought down by Indian Air Force, our air defenses. Soumya, over to you.
Yeah. Yes, as we speak, the search operations are on to look for those pilots who have ejected, the Pakistani pilots. However, at the moment, we are reporting from the Lasjin area here in Srinagar, where Pakistan UAV, when it was shot down by our forces, it hit here in a civilian's house here in Lasjin. Now, an important point to note here is that just half an hour back, the police came here and collected the wreckage of that UAV. However, I can show you the visuals. We will not try to touch the remaining parts, but you can see here, this was the location of this particular house that got severely affected after the UAV got shot down and came here down inside this house. This is one such part of that UAV. There are several other parts. However, rest of the wreckage has been collected and taken by the Jammu and Kashmir local police. But these are the parts that we found here. You can see the destruction, how forcefully it came down once it was shot down by our forces. How severely it has affected the walls. You can see all around in this vicinity, the floor, the damages here on the wall, how severely it got affected because how forcefully it was shot down. As per the civilians and the owners of the house, it was around at 5:40 a.m. earlier today when they heard this explosion, and how forcefully it came down when they came out and saw this happening here. Back to you.
Okay, we are trying to get Zinat up also live with us, and in a while we should be able to do that. We are told that some debris have been located on the outskirts of Srinagar. This dogfight in which 2 Pakistani jets have been downed happened between Budgam and Batmalu, and on the outskirts of Srinagar, and that 2 of those Pakistani jets have been downed. And in fact, in one case, even the debris have been located, even as the local administration is carrying out a search for the two Pakistani pilots who would have ejected. And if not ejected, search for their bodies. Let me go to Shawan on that note. Shawan, what more are you hearing from your sources about the possibility of these Pakistani pilots having ejected and their recovery hence from wherever their jets have been downed?
Well, I'm not sure whether the pronunciation is correct of this location. The Yusmarg happens to be one place where the searches are being carried out, and the other is at Pantha Chowk. In fact, the Pantha Chowk information is coming from our reporter, Soumya, where she's saying that the searches are basically underway. What I'm given to understand from our sources in Srinagar right now, there are two locations where the fighter jet was brought down, and we do have a confirmation right now coming in of the pilots basically ejecting. Since this is right at the heart of Srinagar, there is a high possibility that the two fighter pilots may be on the go right now, and that is the reason why they are saying that search operations are underway. We did ask this question to the defense, our sources within the Defense Ministry, to give us whether at all they have been taken into custody or not. As of now, we can confirm that they aren't in custody of our authorities right now. So that is the reason why these searches are being carried out. The other important aspect to highlight is that while these two fighter jets have violated our airspace, there are dogfights that have been reported from other parts. This is surrounding Srinagar, where dogfights have also been reported, so which essentially means that the cap formation of the Pakistani fighter jets basically moving into the Indian airspace. So there is a clear air escalation right now, and that is the reason why a short while back our sources confirmed that Srinagar is under air raid right now.
Okay, Shawan, in fact, we are getting pictures which suggest that the debris of the two, or at least one of the two Pakistani jets have been located. And once the administration is there, we would know which jets were they. Were they J-17? Were they JF-17s? Were they J-10s? All Chinese aircraft that Pakistan uses. And in what condition the pilots could be, we would know once administration zeroes down on those debris which have been located on the outskirts of Srinagar, the area that you were talking about. We also have a post coming in from Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in which he has said that there is devastating news from Rajouri, and that we have lost a dedicated officer of the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Services. And this is about the Deputy District Development Commissioner Rajkumar Thapa, about whose death in a Pakistani shelling the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister has announced. This is not in any air strike by Pakistan. This is a case of shelling which is happening along the line of control from the Pakistani side, and of course India responding. This is information coming in from Omar Abdullah. But more staying with our story, which is two Pakistani jets down by Indian Air Force and its air defense system, possibly by Akash missile system, while they were trying to approach the Srinagar Air Base and its runway. A copybook Pakistan following from 1971. The generals have really not evolved. They have not learned anything in the last 40 years, and repeating something that they did with absolute failure in 1971 war, also targeting Srinagar airfield, also targeting Udhampur, and failing yet again. But two of their Pakistani jets having been downed is what is being reported. These are pictures of debris. I'm not sure whether these are pictures of aircrafts or of some other UAV or any other projectile that has come from Pakistani side. But confirmation of two Pakistani jets having been drowned coming in from Zenith. Can we? All right. Can we? All right, we have these pictures and Pakistani posts and terrorist launch pads from where, okay, Pakistan has launched some drones from the launch pads from where the Pakistanis launched those drones. They have been destroyed by the Indian Army near Jammu. This is coming in from defense sources. And these pictures are of on the outskirts of Srinagar. These are pictures from Jammu. The earlier ones were from Srinagar. And fast-paced developments happening. We are in a state of war. Pakistan has launched a war on India, and Pakistan effectively in facing in the grip of a death wish. The generals there inflicting upon their nation a war in which there would be costs, and India, of course, is going to make sure that Pakistan pays the price this time. 2 Pakistani jets downed. These are pictures from both Jammu and Srinagar, alternating, flipping between those 2 pictures. These are pictures of Jammu from a distance, and these are pictures of another possibility of a Pakistani projectile, missile, or an aircraft having been downed. Remember, we are in a state of dogfight. The Yusumarg is the area where the Pakistani fighter jet has been downed. That's in Pantha Chowk area. And dogfight is taking place between the Pakistani Air Force and the Indian Air Force. It seems that Pakistan breached India's airspace and made way towards Srinagar. And that's when their aircrafts were downed, is the information that we have. Tremendous amount of news flow we'll keep getting. Can we get Zeenat live? Because she's the one who confirmed that 2 of Pakistan's Pakistan Air Force jets have been downed. And can we give a recap of what has happened overnight from the time that Pakistan launched a drone swarm attack between 8 and 9 p.m., which went on for about 3 hours. In between, Pakistan escalated Shawan with 6 missile launches targeting Indian cities. That's when India, of course, responded in kind, targeting 3 of their military bases, Air Force bases, and inflicted extensive damage. And now Pakistan launching some kind of operation, picking up again from their religious scriptures and carrying out these attacks, targeting civilian areas, targeting religious places, and in the process, getting their 2 aircraft shot down. Shawan.
As far as the launch pads are concerned, now this has been happening over the last few days, and as we've been saying that there are precision strikes that have taken place, particularly yesterday we were told that the air defense systems were targeted by India as part of the retaliation. Now, these terror launch pads that are operating in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Late last night in Neelam Valley in Muzaffarabad is where these terror launch pads were targeted, is what we are given to understand. Apart from that, remember, several of these terror launch pads which have been reactivated is what we are being told. Reactivated and now being used by the Pakistani army themselves. They have essentially been using this to target the Indian posts, but it turns out that their posts have been decimated over the last 24 to 48 hours. Now, some of these thermal imaging that you're essentially witnessing right now will also tell you how vulnerable they are at this point in time. And these are the same very routes which are largely used for the infiltration bids that have been made, because in the last 48 hours, at least 3 such attempts have been made of infiltration. In fact, 1 has already been foiled, 7 have already been neutralized yesterday. Now, the latest coming in of the Pakistani posts that have been decimated. This is coming in from the Jammu region, just opposite the Jammu region, where the terror launch pads have been decimated by the Indian forces. Now, this comes at a time where there's been heavy artillery firing that's doing the rounds. Intermittent firing has been reported from Srinagar, from, I beg your pardon, this is from the LC, where there has been intermittent firing that has actually taken place, Abhishek. And the fact that you are looking at the international border and LC hotting up right now, primarily because the Pakistanis at multiple levels are carrying out what they believe is their operation and part of their retaliation to Operation Sindoor.
Well, absolutely, and we would want to hear more about this search on for the debris of the 2 downed Pakistani Air Force jets, as also their pilots, in case they have ejected. If they have not ejected, then the possibilities of finding their bodies, given the fact that they have taken a hit with our air defense system, clearly getting them down. And these are pictures, 2 different set of pictures, one from Jammu side, the other from Srinagar. The one to the right of your screen is the Jammu region from where these pictures are about some Pakistani posts having been eliminated. And on the Srinagar side, these are pictures from the outskirts, Pantha Chowk, as Shawan said. And these pictures are possibly of the spot from where the Pakistani jets have been down, and very soon we would hear whether those debris have been recovered, and more importantly, whether the pilots have been found and taken into custody in case they ejected or the bodies found. This is a big one. Things escalating really fast, Shawan, and we are getting to hear that those two Pakistani jets were downed along the Badgam-Baramulla axis. Well, that's on the outskirts of Srinagar, Shawan, and search parties are out there, including of our Army, of Jammu and Kashmir Police, and very soon we should be able to find and locate where those jets fell.
Well, there's a bit of a confusion on the ground right now, because the report that I got a short while back indicated that there were two places. One is Pantha Chowk and the other happens to be YouTube Mark. But it turns out that our reporters on the ground are essentially indicating that the debris hasn't been found as yet at Pantha Chowk, and perhaps the area is different. Having said that, that's not very important right now, which location where the debris has been found or not. But the reality is this: the bigger information that we need to stay with is the fact that two of the Pakistani fighter jets have violated our airspace, which clearly is an indication that Pakistan wants to engage in a war right now, because they've clearly violated the airspace with the intention that they wanted to create havoc in Srinagar in particular, because you've had the airstrip being that one target, and the fact that the cantonments being the other target of the Pakistanis right now. So this is a clear messaging that the Pakistanis are doing. For them, this is calling for war right now.
Yeah.
Whether at all we are going to declare that or not, we'll get a clarity sometime later. One more information coming in right now, Abhishek, is the fact that the joint briefing that was scheduled for this morning has once again been deferred. That means that something is actually going on. Last I was told that there is an ongoing operation, so we do not know as we speak what's really happening, because ongoing operation is only with regards to repelling the attacks, or we are also carrying out some sort of an attack inside Pakistan.
Okay, let's look at those ground reports that came in from Jammu, where cowardly Pakistan has targeted a very important temple, the Shambhu temple, highly sacred to the Kashmiri Pandit community, and of course, in doing so, attacking civilian areas, something which has not...
This is the Shambhu temple where that has been hit, and now this is the place, this is the house that has been hit here. I'll request Sarjivan to come along with me, and this side you will see the visible impact of this, this is the place, and these are actually the debris of the projectile that was fired from across the border. So these are the debris, these debris that Sarjivan is showing you of the Pakistani projectile that has been fired. This is outside a civilian house that the Pakistan has targeting, because this is a Shambhu temple where the Pakistan has targeted, and these are the debris of this projectile that has now been destroyed, but after hitting this very area. I will try to speak to the locals what they have to say. Sir, क्या हुआ था?
सर सुबह हम 6 बजे का टाइम था, तो बहुत ज़ोरदार धमाके हुए, तो हम बाहर निकले, हम छत पे गया, मैं छत पे चढ़ा, तो छत पे चढ़ के मैंने देखा कि मतलब कि एक बहुत बड़ा धुआं निकल रहा था। धुआं निकलते ही जैसे हम बाहर आए तो मेरे को फ़ोन आना शुरू हो गया कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे रूपनगर में अटैक हुआ है। मैंने कहा हाँ हुआ, अटैक हुआ है, पर मैंने अभी छत पे देखा है, पर ये मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा है कि ये कहाँ पे हुआ है, कौन से सेक्टर।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट था, ये इसी के इम्पैक्ट से चीज़ें टूटी हैं?
हाँ, ये इसी के इम्पैक्ट से टूटी है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ये पुराना मकान था, ये मकान बंद पड़ा हुआ था, ये तो इसी के छत के ऊपर जो पड़ा है, ये आप खुद देख सकते हैं, ये सारा पेड़ गिर गया है सारा, ऊपर से इसकी बाउंड्री वॉल जो है जो सारी डैमेज हो गई है, नीचे आप ये देख सकते हैं सारे इसके ये शर्रे पड़े हुए हैं, ये सारी डैमेज इसी मिसाइल की वजह, और ये बहुत ज़बरदस्त अटैक था।
सर, लगातार सिविलियन एरियाज़ को टारगेट किया जा रहा है।
We request Modi ji कि he should take revenge, full revenge. We should not be, we should be aggressive now. Aggressive. India should be aggressive.
India should be aggressive, that is what they are saying, but the extent of the damage can only be seen that these trees, they also have been damaged. The house has been damaged to a large extent. Though this house was closed, there was no one living here, but the impact of the damage can be accessed by that the doors, the front door that has completely been shattered, the entrance door, that is the wall barricading, that is the wall boundary that is on the first floor, that has completely been destroyed, and the debris of this projectile that was fired, a missile that was fired from across the border. This also shows that this was a missile that is not somewhere 3 to 5 foot small, because I will not be touching this one, but this also shows that this was of the heavy metal. This was some heavy projectile having explosive within it, and that's why this has caused this extent of damage, that everything has been completely shattered. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals of the damage that has been done on the walls of this, because these walls of this house, these are the walls that have been impacted. The front panel has been impacted, but now the civilian areas have been hit by the Pakistan side. The Pakistan is hitting the civilian areas. They are trying to ensure that the civilian lives are taken, because 2 lives have been lost in the Rajouri district, where a civilian and the senior official of the J&K Rajouri administration has been killed in the Pakistani Pakistani strikes that have taken place. And now as we speak, the area is being cordoned in, and now the locals have been asked to refrain from visiting this area. These visuals that you see, now the SDRF teams have also been brought in so that area can be secured. But the way these areas are being targeted, because see, this is the outside the Shambhu temple. The Shambhu temple is somewhere 300 to 400 meters from this very place. So they are targeting the areas close to the religious places, and now the teams of the SDRF, they have arrived here so that the locals can also be kept out, and if needed, the relief can be provided, an immediate relief that can be given to the area, because this is the impact of this projectile. And now what it seems primarily that the Jammu city is under attack. Yes.
What is happening is that the Indian Army has carried out a massive strike on the launch pads. Now, these are not terror launch pads, actually terror launch pads, but launch pads that were being used to throw up those drones as the drone swarm attack was carried out by Pakistan. Now, Indian Army has taken down those launch pads and effectively sending across a message that we are watching everything. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has convened a National Command Authority meeting. Now, that's a big one, because I believe in Pakistan, National Command Authority is the body that's charged with taking care of its nuclear arsenal. Is Pakistan going nuclear? Let's just break this information that Pakistan's Prime Minister has called. Okay, more pictures coming in of a drone being shot down. We are staying with those pictures. But National Command Authority of Pakistan is the highest authority responsible for making decisions and exercise control over Pakistan's strategic nuclear forces and Pakistan's. Okay, this is Pakistani drone intercepted in Kutch.
Yeah. Udah drone ke ba? Udah bete. Udah drone ki. Honte भी नहीं तू radar दे. कनक पड़ता है नहीं तू. लाइन. इधर से. अदर बोल रहा है. टेप पुलिस तो खाली करो. आज वो स्कूटर के. आई मिसाइल नहीं दिने. ड्रोन के मारे ला. हाँ नहीं ये वाला. ओ भैया. उड़ा ड्रोन के बा. उड़ाए बते. उड़ाए ड्रोन की. होते भी नहीं तू radar दे. कनक पड़ता है नहीं तू. line.
Okay, these are pictures from Kutch border of Gujarat, along Gujarat's Kutch border with Pakistan, and there it seems India's air defenses brought down one drone coming in from the Pakistani side, and those locals have shot this on their phone, and that's the interception, that's the impact. Look at this. These are pictures clearly showing the scale of Pakistan's escalation. And these are civilian areas. Kutch is so spread, it's almost like one quarter of Gujarat's territorial space. And for Pakistan to be targeting civilian areas in Kutch speaks of the absolute loss of thinking. Good for India, but Pakistan there showing absolute lack of military strategy. Good for India again, but Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, that's the information. Can we break that information? Because it is significant. It is connected with the developments about which could gain more salience as the day progresses. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now that's a body in Pakistan which is responsible for making decisions and exercising control over Pakistan's nuclear forces and related program. Is Pakistan going nuclear? Because India has escalated and made sure that Pakistan pays for every escalation that it is carrying out, and India has responded in kind, mirroring Pakistan's escalation. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister calling for a meeting of the National Command Authority. That's a significant escalation again. Let's look at more details coming in. Can we go to Srinagar again? Can we go to Jammu again? That's where the action is. And can we take an update on what's happening in Delhi? If we have a reporter somewhere. Okay, we have Gursimran, and that's, I believe, there are reports of Pakistani Air Force losing some jets on their side of the border also, apart from 2 that have been downed, possibly on our side with the jets falling our side. Gursimran is again live with us. And Gursimran, you are reporting from your city. Jammu is your city. It is under target. Okay, fine. Before I go to Gursimran, this is an important development. This is a major escalation. If we can get some defense experts, at least on phone. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called a meeting of the National Command Authority. Now, this is a body which deals with Pakistan's nuclear bombs and nuclear assets. Is Pakistan thinking that in its madness it can go nuclear? Is it Pakistan nuclear saber rattling? Can we put this line out? Pakistan nuclear saber rattling with nuclear weapons. Okay, Pakistan Prime Minister lines up the meet with NCA, which deals with its nuclear assets, nuclear bombs, and that's a serious escalation. This should be noted as we carry out our press conference in a while from now. It's 7:30 a.m. 10 o'clock is when the press conference is to happen. Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, your city, Jammu, is under attack. What all areas have been attacked by Pakistan? And are these missile attacks? Has this happened because of shelling? Please tell us what's happening, the latest.
See, projectiles have been fired in the civilian areas by the Pakistan. That is what the confirmation we are getting from the ground zero, that the civilians have been hit, the civilian houses have been direct target of the Pakistani projectiles, temples have been hit in the Jammu, the residential areas have been hit, and these are the direct impacts. These are not the splinter impacts. They have been targeted intentionally by the Pakistan. The 4 of the casualties have been, 4 is the number of casualties so far. 3 people have been killed when the residence of the additional Deputy Development Commissioner in Rajouri was hit in the Rajouri district, and 1 lady in the forward area of Mendhar, Fatima B, she has been killed in the Pakistani targeted strike that Pakistan has taken so that they can kill the civilians here. In Jammu, there have been at least half a dozen locations that have been hit, but also the situation on the international border continues to be fragile. We are traveling to the international border. There, the heavy exchange of fire is being reported between the Indian side and the Pakistani side. What Pakistan is doing, that they are trying to carry out the targeted attacks in the border areas as well by increasing the range of their artillery. They are now targeting the civilian setups that are close to the international border, and now we are told that the BSF is giving them a befitting reply, but the overall situation that we see here is Abhishek, concerning, because the civilian areas are being hit. Pakistan knows that they cannot match the might of the Indian armed forces, and that's why it is the civilians that they have chosen to target. But the civilian says that they have their spirit high. They want the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to teach Prime Minister to teach Pakistan a befitting lesson that it learns for the lifetime, and this comes to an end. But there are air raid sirens that are being activated every single minute, Abhishek, because you know that in Jammu there have been a number of military installations that are very vital, not only for India, but Pakistan also wants to tend them, and that's why they are taking an aim at these locations. Even today morning, a major attack to target the Jammu airport was foiled by the India's air defense system. Abhishek.
All right, let's go to Srinagar now. Thank you so much, Gursimran. And Zeenath is reporting live from Srinagar now. And Zeenath, over to you. How close are we to finding those debris of the Pakistani Air Force fighter jets that have been downed by our systems, our air defense systems?
Some part of the debris has been found in the Lasjan area. This is the outskirts of Srinagar, where the police and the other people have also reached, and they will be confiscating the material that has been lying on the ground. They will be confiscating it. Meanwhile, the search operations are taking place, and because the pilots that have ejected from these two Pakistani jets are still at large. The police is trying to hunt them. As far as the situation in the Kashmir Valley is concerned, the situation remains tense because we have seen in Rajouri that the ADC lost his life because of the shell that hit his home. Meanwhile, 2 more injuries are being reported from Rajouri. He was the one who was assisting yesterday, Deputy CM yesterday during his visit to Jammu regions. He attended the CM's conference through videos. And then as far as Rajouri is concerned, we are seeing that escalation is going on in entire Jammu. Temples have been hit. In Kashmir Valley, as far as the Kashmir scenario is concerned, where yesterday also we heard people, the loudspeakers were used, asking people to put off the lights, stay indoors. Even when today in Srinagar, when the 2 jets were shot down. So that has created a fear among the population. With the result yesterday, even the 5 to 10% population that was on road, they are all staying indoors. Nobody is moving out. We are seeing more the deployment of the forces. And yes, some attraction has been in the Lasjan area where this jet has been shot down, and some part of the debris has also been found. If you remember that recently in South Kashmir, there was another material that was found of the Pakistan. There was one more jet that was shot down, though there was no claims from the India or the Pakistan to whom that jet belongs to. But that also caught an attention of the people. Now that it is more an open war that we see, where the sirens are blaring during this dogfight, the Pakistani jets were shot down. Srinagar International Airport has been put on alert. Yesterday also the action was thwarted. So Pakistan is trying this. This drone incursion was found almost in 26 locations in Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday also in the morning, the blast sounds were heard that has kept residents on toes after seeing this kind of situation, because despite the Kashmir has a history of conflict of more than 3 decades now, but this kind of situation has never been seen by the population around. So even the kids who had seen the peace being established, the kids between the age of now 8 to 10 years, they have never seen this kind of shutdown or this kind of fearful atmosphere. So everybody is on the toes that what will happen next, because this is an open war between India and Pakistan, where we see that the Pakistan violating the airspace, they are into the dogfight dogfight of India and Pakistan is going on, where the 2 Pakistani jets have been shot down. This also tells you that the alertness on the ground and also the preparation that was done by the joint forces or the AF to deal with the upcoming challenges. With the result, the 2 Pakistani jets have been shot down. The alertness we see in Uri, the people are being asked to stay indoors, remain alert, don't move out, because this is a time when you have more injuries and casualty, because your enemy is with the intention only to inflict more and more casualty or injury. Now needs to be seen how we can thwart all those actions. The action that the Pakistan has engaged with the India for the last 3 weeks now, seeing coming up from the Pahalgam attack and then from the ceasefire violation, the agreement that was violated by the Pakistan after this agreement was signed. You remember in 2021 in February when both the countries decided to let's not violate further and let's have some peace on the borders. With the result, the border belts of Kashmir and Jammu were thriving with so many activities. But now things have definitely worsened on the ground. It's not only about the Indo-Pakistan war. See, point is that even when there will be a de-escalation, what will happen now? As we are seeing, Kashmir is going to be another conflict zone because now there's a ceasefire violation. The ceasefire agreement has gone. Pakistan in coming time, once this situation de-escalates, we will be seeing more infiltration attempts. We will be seeing more ceasefire violations. The border belts will again be caught in that fire. So there will be more anti-terror operation. And in case the J&K police, who takes care of the law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, the frontline force, if they are not able to control the situation in future, then we will be again seeing the law and order erupting in the Kashmir, which has taken a backseat in the last 5 years rather, after the abrogation of Article 370. We don't have to see only that there is an escalation between India and Pakistan. We have to see what will happen once there is a de-escalation, once the things turn better. What next for the Kashmir, for which the government of India tried very hard to establish peace, to get the development, to get infrastructural boost to Kashmiri people and to win the confidence. Will Pakistan allow that peace again? Because at present, we are seeing that the things will be bad for Kashmir in coming time, even after the de-escalation takes place. What will happen? How the security grid will be upgraded further? What kind of machinery will be brought in? Because now this is like an open wound now. Because if you are not able to give some stitches or to put a proper ointment, definitely you will have to keep this wound will remain open, because it is not only about the de-escalation between the two countries. It will be more about how the Pakistan will and its terror machinery will react to Kashmir now after this de-escalation process will take, because we have been seeing, the Jaish-e-Mohammed family, the Azhar Mohammed's family has been hit. They have also confirmed that 14 of its people with the aid have lost their life. Will terror machinery come back in the same form, or this is the lesson that the Pakistan...
All right, Zeenat, all right.
All
right, Zeenat. Effectively dealing with a terrorist state, and all these pictures clearly show the kind of havoc a terrorist state can cause. But of course, it's being retaliated to, it's being responded to. And in just about a couple of hours, we would know from our Army and Ministry of External Affairs officially what scale of damage we have inflicted on Pakistan. And while we discuss that and we get those ground reports, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called a meeting of the National Command Authority, which is the body which oversees Pakistan's nuclear bombs, nuclear assets. So is Pakistan nuclear saber rattling? To understand that, we are being joined in by strategic affairs expert Saurabh Shukla. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Saurabh, your sense, is Pakistan clearly nuclear saber rattling?
This is something which the Pakistanis are also trying to do, to tell the world that they can go to any extremes, because they realize that they've got India's onslaught in response to their drone attacks against Indian civilian and military installations. India has gone on the offensive and taken on Pakistan really strongly, and now they're trying to saber rattle. If you know, in the past as well, whenever there has been a conflict of sorts, they have tried to do that, hoping that the Western community, international community, will come to their rescue. But they have to realize that the world has seen through Pakistan's duplicity, and hopefully not only will they come strongly, but they will restrain Pakistan from taking any foolhardy decision, because as they say, they are irrational players. Yeah, Abhishek, yeah.
No, I mean, this is serious, and the world community should take note of it, Saurabh. It just can't be left to the Pakistanis. You are right, they are absolutely mad, irrational people. And if the world community just watches, we are looking at serious escalation.
Absolutely, you're right. This is something, they have been crossing red lines. Since India's attack on what was terrorist infrastructure, Pakistan has been repeatedly crossing the red line by attacking India's civilian infrastructure and, military installations now. Clearly, Pakistan is the one which has been crossing red line, and it's time that international community should get to these Pakistani generals and tell them and read the Riot Act. clearly because this is true. Although I must tell you here, and also our viewers, Abhishek, they try to do this kind of announcement, also try to spread it to, spread some misinformation and disinformation. So while you and me are talking, we also have to caution our viewers here that we will be verifying this completely as well. Yeah, Abhishek.
I think it's gone way beyond, misinformation or disinformation. Saurav, effectively, we are in a state of war. Pakistan has carried out missile strikes on Indian targets, not just military targets, but even civilian areas. There have been some casualties reported, and obviously India had to hit back. And when India has hit back, Pakistan comes out with nuclear saber rattling. Obviously, it also shows, by the way, the kind of lack of depth that Pakistani war machine has, that immediately they are escalating in terms of a nuclear option, with the Prime Minister of Pakistan calling meeting of the National Command Authority. We'll continue with these, we'll continue with this conversation. So, okay, you make quick comment, then I go to ground reports. Quick comment.
Yeah, the quick comment is this, that, I'll tell you, Abhishek, the challenge is this, that for the Pakistani, as we mentioned, they don't have a complete civilian control. This is the Pakistani army and ISI which effectively controls these assets, even though by charade they have the Prime Minister who controls it. So that's the reason why these irrational madmen that they control Pakistan's strategic assets, they need to be dealt with very sternly. And I think we should be proactively engaging with this. And I'm sure as you and me are talking, an operational should be underway, which we should not be talking about now at this stage, to neutralize that threat as well. Abhishek.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Jammu and let's go to Srinagar again and see what's happening, because that's where the theatre of war seems to be. Erawat is joining us live from Uri. Erawat, is the shelling continuing? We have seen some casualties being reported from the Jammu area because of the cowardly targeting of civilians by Pakistani forces. What's happening in Uri?
Abhishek, we have seen that there are the reports from the Uri sector that the property have been damaged at the various locations here in the Uri sector. As we have seen that the continuous heavy artillery fire is on from the both sides in the Uri sector. We have seen that there was some lull period for the 30 minutes, but we have seen just a few minutes back we have heard that the loud bangs here in the Uri sector also, and also we have heard that the Jammu and Kashmir police is also requesting the locals here in the don't go outside your homes, and also requesting if anyone has found any suspicious object in the premises, and he should also to inform the police at the earliest. But overall the situation is in very panic here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the continuous shelling is going on as of now. That we have just heard that the more rounds are being fired from my backside, from this very side, that the area it's in the Uri sector, Abhishek. We have heard that the loud bangs are here in the Uri sector. Also, the Jammu and Kashmir police and the administration is here on the toes here in the Uri sector. But we have also seen that the Indian army is giving the Pakistani troopers a befitting reply from the various locations, not only from the single side, but from the various sides that the
from Jammu,
yes.
we can go to Gursimran. Okay, there are some more pictures coming in of the kind of attack that has happened, and the strikes that we have carried out to avenge that attack. And let's look at those pictures even as I go to Gursimran. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, you are reporting from which part of Jammu? And please tell us, you are traveling, are you moving in which direction? Gursimran, are you moving to an area which has been affected by Pakistani airstrikes? Please tell us.
Abhishek, I'm moving to the international border because things are scaling up at the Indo-Pakistan international border. That is what I'm being told by the officials of the Indian Border Security Force. They are saying that the Pakistan is now scaling up and targeting the civilian areas. They are targeting the areas that have never been touched in the past. BSF says that the Pakistan has breached the red line that always remains there, that the civilians will not be touched no matter what kind of escalation is there on the borders. But this time Pakistan has increased the range of of their artillery. They are targeting the areas deep inside, and that's why they have been warned, and a befitting reply is being given. There have been a continuous exchange of fire that is taking place between India and Pakistan on the international border. One more thing, Pakistan has targeted the civilian areas. Civilian areas have been targeted here at the Indo-Pakistan international border, and there have been n number of calls, n number of attempts from across the border that have been foiled by the security forces and the air defense system. The air defense system.
Also, please tell us which other military installations have been targeted. Remember, we have Udhampur close to Jammu, we have Nagrota close to Jammu, we have Pathankot close to Jammu. Please tell us what's the update from there.
We are picking up that the bases are secure. All the bases, be it Udhampur, where a major attempt was foiled by the air defense system. Another attempt was made. It was a multiple attempts were made on the Pathankot air base. Pathankot air base is secure. That is, we are getting to know is secure and even running, is operational as of now. Apart from this, the third thing that has come forth, that the Jammu airport is also secure. Though Jammu airport has survived in last 3 days more than 100 attempts of the drones to target its runway, so that it cannot be operational for the usage of the Indian Defence Forces. But all the threats have been foiled, and now what we are looking that there has been an escalation from the Pakistani side.
All right, Gursimran, in fact, I'm getting breaking news development. Can we go BBG with that, which is that Pakistan has suffered major losses in its dogfight with three of its aircraft coming down. In fact, there was earlier confirmation of two. Shawan, what more can you tell us? I am hearing there is another third Pakistani Air Force jet which has been down. Possibly on their side it has fallen, but then 3 kills now with IAF insofar as their dogfight with the Pakistani Air Force is concerned. Shawan.
Intensified air battle that is basically underway right now. We are not disclosing the location of the air battle that is underway. What we can confirm is that at least 2 of the Pakistani Air Force jets have been brought down. And Abhishek, you're getting us the latest information about the third Pakistani Air Force fighter jet being brought down. I do not personally have that information right now. But having said that, all that I was told right now from my sources is that it has basically intensified, and the line that was basically added that Pakistan is staring at major losses as this air battle intensifies. This has been going on for the last few hours. There have been cap formation on the Pakistani side, and the very fact that our airspace was actually breached. So we are looking at this morning around 8 o'clock, we are looking at an air battle that is intensifying after the missile launches came in from the Pakistani side, and thereafter the retaliation from the Indian side of at least 3 of the Air Force bases inside Pakistan being completely decimated is what we are being told. In fact, ballistic missiles that were being launched towards Indian cities have been intercepted. Indian cities have now been once again protected by the armed forces. But as far as the condition in Pakistan is concerned, there's absolute chaos, because right now you have the Pakistani government basically calling in for a special assembly, and the fact that you have the Pakistani army essentially looking at major losses at various fronts. However, they've said officially they've started the operation. It's part of their retaliation. One thing is very clear, that the drone attacks that have taken place in the last 24 to 48 hours was primarily a kind of a reconnaissance that was carried out by the Pakistanis to make an assessment of our air defense system, and whether at all there is any sort of a loophole, and whether at all they can take advantage of the loopholes that exist. But interestingly, India was aware of this kind of tactic that was being employed by the Pakistanis, and that is the reason why some of our major air defense systems like the S-400 was not only used. Now, what you're seeing on your screens, this is one of the airbase that has been completely destroyed. I was this morning told about 3 such locations. Now, this information perhaps would be a little dated right now, because this information that we had received was around 5 o'clock this morning, and in around 5 o'clock this morning we had a confirmation with regards to at least 3 locations where last night there was a massive retaliation that actually took place. Now, in Pakistan itself, remember this was only after the ballistic missiles that were being launched, and thereafter the response actually came in. The three air bases, that's the Noor Khan air base, which is in Rawalpindi. As far as Chakwal is concerned, there too you have the Pakistan Air Force base named as Murid, and Rafiki happens to be was destroyed. Well, let's also take you through more details now coming in. As far as Pakistan's airspace is concerned, a NOTAM has already been issued. Pakistan has cleared their airspace till about this afternoon. They're essentially worried about a retribution coming in from the Indian side. As of now, there's an ongoing operation. As we understand, that could also be because of the dogfight that is underway right now. At least two of the Pakistani Air Force jets have been brought down. There's another information coming in for the third. This is the third such Pakistan Air Force base that has been brought down. Now, just to take you through these images that have come in, most of it has now been shot by the Pakistanis, because this also happens to be in the air. This is a military base of the Pakistanis. Now, as far as Rawalpindi Air Force Base of the Pakistanis are concerned, now there are multiple squadrons of the Air Force which has now been targeted. We are being told that the air defense system was already brought down by India. That was yesterday, and now you have Pakistani Air Force squadrons completely left vulnerable after the air defense system was broken down. In fact, Abhishek, if you really look at the strategy that has been employed by us, one, you have the air defense system being completely decimated, which leaves these military air bases extremely vulnerable. And now you have details emerging that the air bases were struck later, earlier today. In fact, India essentially saying that these are counter-match retaliation. This is because of the ballistic missiles that were being launched by the Pakistanis.
Well, yes, Shawan, you're making a very important point. That these are pictures from the Noor Khan Air Base on the outskirts of Rawalpindi. Remember, this is the Pakistani military headquarters. It's just about 10-15 kilometers from where the Pakistani army chief sits. And India has taken down the Noor Khan Air Base, a substantial part of it. And that really shows the ineffectiveness of their air defense system, their radars. What were they doing? They were sleeping like they were sleeping when Americans came to pick up Osama bin Laden, whom they were hiding right under their nose. And Saurabh, this is a major strike by India, and this is also a measure of India's prowess vis-a-vis Pakistan, India's conventional superiority vis-a-vis Pakistan. Saurabh, are you there? Saurabh, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. This India has responded to Pakistan's, I would say, escalatory tactics in trying to spread this whole drone fear and now trying to attack Indian locations. All we have done is now we obviously have decided to respond with our full might, and also making sure that after destroying Pakistan's air defense, we are also now hitting at their strategic targets. And as you mentioned, this air base is very, very critical for them, and obviously in some way nerve center. Pakistani Army's headquarters is there, and obviously this will be a big setback once we completely verified also yet again that how much of a damage has happened. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And, these pictures really speak for themselves. We have, in fact, more pictures. We'll put them across. The manner in which Rahim Air Khan Air Base has been hit, effectively made useless so far as Pakistani operations go. We are seeing a dogfight happening over the Srinagar airspace, as also, of course, the Punjab airspace with our combat air patrols countering the Pakistanis, in which the Pakistanis have suffered some losses. Two of their jets downed while they were trying to make a bid on the Srinagar airport, and then another taken down, but we are told that the debris of that third Pakistani jet have fallen on their side, unlike in the case of the first two, which have been down well within Indian airspace and Indian territory. And so we are looking at the possibility of those debris being found. Rawat continues to be with us from Uri, but there is not much action in Uri. Maybe I'll go to Gursimran if he's there. and Zeenat and Soumya and Rakshita, because that's where the action is. Gursimran is ready with us live. Coming back to you, Gursimran, keep it short. We'll go to other reporters also. I believe you're traveling towards the international border. Please tell us what's happening as you travel along.
See, Abhishek, we are learning heavy firing is going on. Loud bangs can also be heard at the locations, because what is happening that the Pakistan is now targeting the civilian areas. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the civilian areas are bearing a deserted look, because most of the civilians, they have either left, or the female members and the children, they have left the houses. Only the male members are at the house. Reason being that Pakistan is now targeting these civilian areas.
Okay, there is a breaking news development. Hold on to your thoughts, Shawan. Breaking news development coming. I'm going to Shawan for that. Shawan, what's the update? Please tell us.
Well, it's the Fatah-1 missile that has now been intercepted in Haryana. That's the latest coming in. So you're looking at, as we have been saying, that the operation is ongoing. One more example of this, where the missiles which are still being fired, have now been intercepted. We are being told that the situation is under control as far as Pathankot is concerned. Udhampur and Srinagar is still going on. As far as Srinagar is concerned, Srinagar, the operations are still underway.
Absolutely. Shawan, is that another second missile that has been intercepted over Haryana airspace? Because remember, the first one was the Fatah-1 missile, which was intercepted above Sirsa. And are you suggesting that this is the second one, which means Pakistani escalation continues and we have to, of course, inflict costs?
Well, the Pakistani escalation still continues, and this we are witnessing in multiple forms. One, there is an airstrike that is going on. Second, there is heavy artillery firing that is still going on along the LC as well as the international border. Third, as far as drone strikes are concerned, there's no new report coming in. Till about 7 o'clock this morning, there are drone attacks. That have taken place. So a consolidated report at this hour with regards to the missile interception. Yes, in Haryana, there has been another. Then you have, as far as the situation over Srinagar is concerned, there the air raid is still going on and the operation is still underway. In fact, I'm given to understand the air battle has only intensified, and that is the reason why perhaps, Abhishek, the information that you've got is with regards to a third Pakistani Air Force fighter jet that has been brought down. I was told that Pakistan has suffered major losses, so that could be indicative of the same. Third is with regards to the drone attacks that have been taking place. Drone attacks continued till about early this morning, till about 7 o'clock, and that was perhaps dispersed in a dispersed manner that we were looking at these drone attacks. Starting from Punjab to Haryana, as well as up north, where these drone attacks have actually taken place, but that seems to have been taken control of. And finally, with regards to the civilian areas that have been targeted, that it has been restricted to Jammu area.
Well, absolutely. In fact, let's, for the benefit of viewers who are joining the broadcast now, it's 8:06 a.m. We started this, we started rolling live at around 4:30 a.m. And since then, what has happened is at around between 8 and 9 p.m. last evening, Pakistan started second round of its drone swarm attacks. It followed it up with the surface-to-air, surface-to-surface missiles. 6 of those missiles were launched, targeted at Indian cities from Udhampur to Pathankot to Amritsar, among others. And that's when India retaliated, targeting 3 of Pakistan's big air bases, including the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. And that's where the Pakistan Army headquarters are. Following which, of course, now we are seeing Pakistan absolutely going mad and hitting here and there, including targeting Srinagar, targeting Jammu, and failing to hit any of those military installations in absolute frustration, hitting at civilians, including targeting religious temples, structures, and that really shows the deranged nature of the Pakistani military machine, that it's going to target essentially a jihadi machine, targeting religious structures. The most sacred of temples in Jammu, the Shambhu temple, has been targeted. Of course, the Pakistani missile missed hitting that temple.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Saurabh, please go ahead.
Yeah, you know, this Fateh, my source is telling me this Fateh missile that Pakistan is firing, that we have intercepted, is they are very, very keen to try and hit the national capital region. Our air defenses are robust, and that's the reason why we've been able to, twice now, I've been told, informed by sources, have been able to stop this missile. So that's their whole game plan, because obviously, they have really escalated this, because now what they're trying to do is they're expanding their theater of attack. That's a very, very significant thing, which is a major escalationary step taken by Pakistan. So this is something which we want to tell our viewers now, that this is an escalation to the other extreme that the Pakistan is trying to do, because this is trying to take the theater of attack to our national capital region. So this is something where our air defense is robust and strong to deter it. But Pakistan, again, and I'm speaking out so that all our viewers and people who are watching us across the globe should know that Pakistan, as an aggressor, is now trying to expand this whole theater of attack.
Well, absolutely. And I wonder, Saurabh, whether it really helps Pakistan to spread itself thin. It hardly has ammunition for a week or 7 days, 10 days. And for Pakistan to be thinking that they can broaden this war into other areas. We have heard some reports of some projectiles coming in along Rajasthan border. And also remember, this is even before Indian Navy is pressed into service. And we had reports last evening, even from international platforms, that India has mobilized its naval forces massively. And that's really perhaps just sending jitters. And the nervous generals have really lost their mind in broadening the conflict. Let's get more information and more breakings. Some helplines have been set up by local administration. And this seems like Indian civil defense really getting in top gear and making sure that there is no panic and situation is in control, Saurabh. But your word, Pakistan does not benefit in any manner by broadening this conflict at all.
It does not, but if you see, Abhishek, think of this as their devious strategy. On one hand, they're trying to strike a high-value target, and that's the reason in desperation they're trying to fire these missiles on a high-value target. On the other hand, I'm also told, and I'm sure your newsroom would have got, that they are trying to create a disinformation campaign. For instance, the Pakistani news channels were reporting, which was a complete fake news, that Delhi has been surrounded by drones, that they've targeted India's power, in grid. All that was fake news. We verified it. So one hand, they're trying to be desperate by trying these, through this missile attack. On the other hand, a lot of fake stuff is being spread. So people have to be aware of that. Go only and follow verified sources. This is what I want to tell all our viewers, because Pakistan is trying through every means possible to spread out disinformation, also misinformation, to put the morale down of our forces and also our people, but we are resilient and strong. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, and we are resilient and strong, and we are making sure that Pakistan pays through its nose for any military misadventure like it has happened last night. We are building up. It's 8:11 a.m. now, and the press conference by India is expected at around 10 a.m. Pakistani missiles intercepted all across from Srinagar to Jammu, from Udhampur to Pathankot, and from Amritsar to Sirsa. These are fresh pictures of, I believe these are pictures of a Pakistani jet having been down. Oh, this is missiles. Okay, this seems like a reasonably good size surface to surface missile. And we will help viewers identify this in a bit. We'll get some experts joining us live in a bit to help us understand which missiles are these. This is one of the many, in fact, that have been downed, including, of course, 3 Pakistani jets. And we are told of which 2 have fallen on Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. Shawan, what are these pictures? Which missile is this? Is this where the Sirsa interception took place, or is it from Punjab?
Well, there are two interceptions that has taken place of the missiles. If I'm not wrong, Niranjan could just help us understand. I believe this would be the Haryana interception that took place. These are the surface-to-air missiles that are used. In fact, this is the Fatah 1 missile, which, in fact, the Pakistanis themselves have actually admitted of the missiles that have been fired from their side. So there is a admission from the Pakistani side. So as I've been pointing out, if you look at what has essentially happened is that they've basically activated their bases in Sindh. They've activated their bases in Punjab as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, because all the launches that you have essentially seen are from these very areas, and these areas there has been a counter match to it. And this is not only about what happened late last night. If you remember, Abhishek, what we broke yesterday afternoon was with regards to the precision strikes that actually took place from the Indian side. That was to do about 4 air bases. That was a confirmation that was given by our forces during the joint briefing. I was given to understand that part of it, this was basically just opposite to each of the sectors where we have largely seen the infiltration and the drone launches as well as the missile launches that have actually taken place. So that's the process that has largely been followed by our armed forces, targeting those very places from where, or the origin of the very places from where the attacks have actually taken place. So these are what they're calling a counter match. Perhaps some clarity is expected later today when the briefing is going to take place. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning, and now we're being told that it has once again, it's been rescheduled sometime later as the operation is still underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we build up to that press conference, Saurabh, you know, the fact of the matter is that Indian response has been very, very effective, and the Pakistani defenses absolutely godforsaken, absolutely Chinese in terms of their quality, and hence easily breached. Look at these pictures that we have of all the Pakistani war machine targeted, their air bases hit, their runways pummeled, and you get a picture of complete conventional superiority of Indian war machine. Even as we bring down their missiles, we shot down their aircrafts, and of course we hit their air bases.
Thing I want to add.
Okay,
that,
Saurabh, quickly, Saurabh,
yeah.
The conventional superiority is there, and that's why perhaps Pakistan nuclear saber rattling.
Absolutely, they're trying to, they're getting desperate, but I still feel that this is more of saber rattling than any real stuff. They know that even their conventional missiles, which they intended to reach high value targets in our national capital region and other places, have not, been able to breach our secure defense and our air defense. So obviously they're frustrated, but I want to say that we are already on the guard. We were expecting this. That's the reason why we have taken preemptive measures, and you will see.
Saurabh, we have so many pictures and videos of these debris that are falling after India, successfully retaliates and repels these air attacks that have been coming from Pakistan. Remember, let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, it's not Amritsar. It is Shri Amritsar Sahib, and Pakistan has the temerity to attack Shri Amritsar Sahib with 50 plus drones last night. And this is the same Pakistan which talks about Kartarpur corridor. Gursimran, what is your sense? What is the scale of attack Amritsar has seen?
Has been placed under the red alert. Now what we are picking up that immediately the red alert has been placed. Now what we are picking up that this is for an air raid siren that has been placed. The officials have sent an alert, and this alert reads that there is an immediate high alert, a red alert being placed across the Amritsar. Before Amritsar it was in the Bathinda, because Bathinda there was multiple explosions near the Air Force station in the Bathinda, and after the Bathinda's threat was elevated, eliminated by the air defense system and the local authorities. Now an alert has been sounded at the Amritsar. So very likely that the Pakistan is now trying to target the bases of the Indian Army, the important bases of the Indian Defence Forces that can be detrimental to the security, that can be detrimental to the Pakistan. लगातार तस्वीरें जो हैं वो भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लेकिन इस बीच अमृतसर को जो है वो हाई अलर्ट पर, रेड अलर्ट पर रख दिया गया है। सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है कि अमृतसर में एक महत्वपूर्ण सैन्य प्रतिष्ठान वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। कुछ दिन पहले की अगर बात करें तो वहाँ से जो है उन सैन्य प्रतिष्ठानों की तस्वीरें जो हैं वो पाकिस्तानी ISI मंगवाना चाहता था। 2 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी भी हुई थी। वहाँ से पाकिस्तान को ये लगता है कि उसके लिए बड़ा खतरा है, क्योंकि सरहद के पार से जब बिल्कुल सरहद से सटे इलाके से सुरक्षा बल ऑपरेट करते हैं तो पाकिस्तान की चुनौतियाँ बेहद ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं। इससे पहले हमने देखा कि जम्मू एयरपोर्ट जो कि बिल्कुल सरहद के पास है, उसे आज सुबह तड़के 5 बजे जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई। जब वो विफल रहा, उसके बाद बठिंडा में जो भारतीय एयरफोर्स का बड़ा स्टेशन है, जो कि भारतीय आर्मी का भी एक बड़ा कंटोनमेंट है बठिंडा में, एशिया का सबसे बड़ा कंटोनमेंट, उसे निशाना बनाया गया। वहाँ पर पाकिस्तान विफल हुआ है। उसके बाद अब कोशिश जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से अमृतसर पर की जा रही है, लेकिन स्थानीय प्रशासन और सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने जो है अब इस पूरे इलाके की अगर बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर जो है अलर्ट घोषित कर दिया है। अलर्ट का मतलब बिल्कुल साफ है कि अब हर आने जाने वाले जो एरियल ऑब्जेक्ट है, चाहे वो कोई ड्रोन हो या फिर किसी भी तरह का प्रोजेक्टाइल, तत्काल प्रभाव से उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया जाएगा, वो चाहे किसी का भी हो। अब एक अलर्ट के दौरान जो है किसी को भी अंदर या बाहर जाने की इजाज़त नहीं है। इसके साथ साथ अब जो है आप देखिए कि जिसे कहा जाता है शूट एंड किल, तो ड्रोन या फिर किसी भी फ्लाइंग ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए शूट एंड किल के आदेश जो हैं वो अब अमृतसर में दे दिए गए हैं। तो आप मान के चलिए कि लगातार जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में बड़े बेसिस को टारगेट किया जाए, अब वही जो है वो पाकिस्तान पंजाब में भी कर रहा है। पंजाब में बड़े बेसिस को टारगेट करने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है।
All right, Gursimran, thank you so much. I believe you are with Republic Bharat broadcast. We'll keep dipping in and keep getting you live, but we have more information coming in, which is that Pakistan is staring at major losses. 3 of its jets down, 1 on their own side and 2 on Indian side. Saurabh Shukla continues to be with us, and in fact, it seems that BSF has become active in the Firozpur sector and killed 1 Pakistani intruder, and the intrusion bid has been foiled. Remember, this is the second such intrusion bid that has been foiled by BSF Jawans over the last 4 days. Things really hotting up along the India-Pakistan front and on the western front for us and along the international border, both along the international border and the line of control. Saurabh continues to be with us. We are keeping it fast-paced, and Saurabh, too many pictures to prove the complete failure of Pakistani war machine. The manner in which their drones and their aircrafts and their missiles are falling like 9 pins. It's really proof that even those firing those projectiles have really lost their nerves. They are shaken and they are shaky.
And you know, the other thing I wanted to just brief our viewers and tell you as well that they're now trying to unleash their propaganda machine through some of these Chinese platforms, which are trying to obviously portray that their missiles are having an impact on Indian targets. So again, on one hand, they're trying their level best. They're being desperate to try and strike at any high-value Indian target, which is their desperation showing. On the other hand, they're trying to unleash their propaganda war also to basically confuse people and try to create panic. So my request to all who are watching us today would be that don't panic. We are in control, and government is taking all the measures to make sure that this Pakistani aggression is completely repelled in the strongest way possible. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And can we go to some sound bites that really give an idea of the kind of stupidity the Pakistanis have been indulging, targeting civilian areas, even as we keep going to reporters? Gopi is live. Only Gursimran is live. I want Soumya, I want Rakshita. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in, which is that the briefing, official briefing, is to take place at 10:30 a.m. The joint MEA-MOD briefing, like it has been happening over the last 3 days, happens on the 4th day also, fronted by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and of course the military side being presented by, from the Indian Army, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and from the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They're going to be there at 10:30 a.m. giving us a lowdown on India's operations, India's retaliatory strikes and the manner in which India has responded to Pakistani escalation by a measured counter response. And that's what we are looking up to. 8:22 a.m. now, 10:30 a.m. the briefing time, exactly 2 hours and 8 minutes from now. The briefing takes place. Operation Sindoor getting into more active phases as India decides to make sure that this time Pakistan pays dearly for the Pahalgam terror attack, for being the terror factory, having eliminated the terror infrastructure with those first strikes at 9 places, the terror sanctuaries, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen and other launch pads. And now Pakistan inviting India to tackle the deep state also. And that's why Indian strikes taking down their air bases, their air defense systems, and if need be, this would be taken further. There is no looking back. There is no pulling back. That seems to be the message. Gursimran almost reaching the international border where the Pakistanis are escalating further, expending their ammunition, and perhaps in 4 days they would have nothing to shoot. And that's a good picture we are looking forward to. Gursimran, over to you. Please tell us and give us a picture of the broader area that you cover. So what has happened in Udhampur since morning? What has happened in Pathankot since morning? What has happened in Amritsar since morning? And the area you are reporting from?
See, Abhishek, if we speak of the areas, that is the worst hit area is Rajouri Poonch. That is the 4 casualties have been reported, the civilian casualties that have been reported here in the Rajouri Poonch, where a senior functionary official of the Jammu and Kashmir government along with 3 others have been killed in the Pakistan's direct targeting of the area. Second incident that has been reported, it is of the Udhampur. We are told that the Udhampur, another attempt has been foiled just now. It is either a projectile or a drone that has been brought down in the Udhampur. The second earlier, the Northern Command base of the Indian Army that was targeted by the security forces. This target was aimed at the carrying out the maximum targeting of the civilian areas and also to disrupt the movement of the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces from the Udhampur base of the Indian Army. But that attempt was also foiled. That attempt was targeted at the airstrip of the Northern Army's headquarters, but that was foiled. Apart from this, if we speak of the situation that is in Jammu, there are several hits that the local residents have received, though there have been 3 to 4 injuries that are being reported, but there have been large-scale damage to the structures that have been reported in Jammu. We saw what has happened in the Rihadi area where a house was hit. We have been there, and then we saw what happened in the Shambhu temple, which is a highly revered temple of the locals in Jammu, the old temple that is there, and the people throng there in the large numbers on every single day. That has also been hit. That entrance point has been hit by the Pakistani projectile that was fired from across the border. Third thing that we are getting to know that in Amritsar, a red alert has been issued. Red alert means that there is a possible air threat that is looming over the area.
Okay, Gursimran. Okay, hold on to your thoughts. Travel well and reach the border area there from where you are going to report for us. And I'm told Zenith is now live with us. Zenith is the one who confirmed first that Indian Air Force and India have successfully downed 2 of Pakistani Air Force fighter jets. Zenith is live now, also on the move, like all reporters of Republic Network, on the move always. Zenith, please tell us, how close are we to finding the debris? How close are we to locating those fighter pilots who might have ejected from the Pakistani fighter jets? Okay, Zenith, you need to switch on your mic and you speak. Before that, can I go to quickly Saurabh? Saurabh, fast-paced developments. What are you expecting from the press conference? Are you going to get a complete lowdown on what has been India's achievement in terms of making sure Pakistan pays the price for escalation?
Absolutely. You know, one of the things is that India is going to detail what Pakistan has been trying to, that the Pakistanis have now expanded the whole theater of conflict, so to say, because as I was saying earlier, what they're trying to do, trying to hit out at high value Indian targets is clearly a very bellicose response. And this is what is the message as you and me are talking. I know that we are also talking to some diplomatic interlocutors through our ambassadors in different parts of the globe to tell them that what is Pakistan trying to do. And we are being very clear that we will give a swift response, but we are exposing the Pakistani duplicity of them.
Saurabh, stay with us. Saurabh, I'm not letting you go. Give me 10 more minutes. Stay with us.
Yes.
I'm told. I know it's a little late in Washington, D.C. It's early morning here. But, I want to understand from you this nuclear saber rattling thing. But before that, I want to go to Zeenat again. We are also going to have Harsha join us live from Punch. But before that, Zeenat is on the move. Zeenat, if you have fixed your mic, please tell us what's the latest in terms of India's search for that those Pakistani fighter jet debris and the pilots who might have ejected.
The hunt for the pilot is still on. It is continuing. The combing operations are taking place to find those the pilots who were on board of these fighter jets that have been shot down.
With these fighter jets that have been shot down by in Srinagar itself, we are picking that one of the debris has been found in Lasjan area of outskirts of Srinagar. The second debris has not yet been found. Meanwhile, the combing operations are taking place between the Srinagar, Baramulla and Budgam Ridge, because this was the drones that were intercepted by the air defense system and later it was shot down. The loud bangs were heard in Srinagar itself. We are seeing the air sirens were there. This was a dogfight between the countries, and in which the two fighter jets belonging to the Pakistan have been shot down in the Kashmir Valley. The debris has been found in the Lasjan area of, this is the outskirts of Srinagar. Meanwhile, the military installations, the red alert is there. People are mostly taking the precautions, most of them not venturing out. We are seeing the escalations between India and Pakistan when it comes to the borders, line of control, IB sector. We are seeing in Rajouri, the 3 people have died in the mortar shelling. This mortar landed at the residence of ADC Rajouri, one of the important officers of the civil administration of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the first casualty where the civil administration officer has been hit. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, we are seeing the deployment in the huge number. If my Vijay Mubashir will show you the visuals from the Srinagar airport, you see most part of the road is desertly, hardly 2 or 3 vehicles that can be seen plying on the road. This is a deserted look of the Srinagar airport, because quite close to Srinagar International Airport is this road where you see that there is no movement at the moment, at a particular, very few people are out, because this has created a fearful situation in the Srinagar, because earlier it was more about the border belts where the civilian infrastructure, civilians were being targeted. But now we are seeing that Pakistan is trying to hit the summer capital of Jammu and Kashmir. The summer capital has been hit. We are seeing the action in Srinagar, in Avantipora, which is an Air Force base. You have the military installations there. One of the important junctures as far as dealing with the South Kashmir is concerned. South has remained hot in all these years due to the terror activities in South. We have seen in 2019 when this CRPF convoy was targeted. Then you have the Badami Bagh, which is one of the important installations that they have as far as the Badami Bagh cantonment area is concerned. Everything in the Srinagar city, in the adjoining districts has been up. We are seeing the deployment in the huge number, and it is definitely that we are seeing that India is giving a befitting reply, although there has not been any damage to the military installation in all these attacks that were carried by the Pakistan in Indian airspace.
Right, Zeenat, absolutely. You have said it well that a battle of Srinagar happened and Pakistan had to make a hasty retreat, and in doing so it lost 3 of its fighter jets. 2 have fallen on the Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. The search for debris is going on. In fact, as Zeenat suggested, at least 1 fighter jet debris has been located. The search was going on for another, as also, of course, the pilots. Zeenat also said that life is normal insofar as Srinagar is concerned, that the Pakistani attack on Srinagar has been repelled. Remember, this Pakistan, which always sings Kashmir, Kashmir, is attacking Kashmir at all levels, from air, targeting Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, and of course in Uri, with shelling. Those Kashmiri citizens are being targeted and being shelled, some of them injured also. I believe I can see Harsha in a bulletproof jacket and helmet reporting again from the frontier, from the border areas, from very close to the line of control. And Harsha, over to you. You were reporting those pictures of overnight shelling and firing that was going on late into the night. We were live at around 1 a.m. Now, what's the status in terms of Pakistan's shelling along the line of control?
So Abhishek, right now the place I am, it's not very far from the LOC. I can clearly say it's only 50 meters from the LOC, and if we talk about the aerial, it's only 5 to 10 meters from the Pakistan side. The visuals I'm showing you, because continuously the smokes could be seen, and how since morning 5 a.m. the last we spoke was at 1 o'clock, and from morning 5 a.m. there has been a heavy artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan, continuous artillery shelling, and the target are these villages. The villages right now on our frame, the target are these villages and the civilians of the Poonch city. There has been not a single second when we have not heard the shelling and the artillery, and in response from Mender and from different sides, wherever our posts are deployed, from everywhere, the retaliation response heavily is being given. Several places there has been the situation where continuously we have seen several visuals have come out of the houses burnt, vehicles burnt, the vehicles wherever they were parked at KG Top, at Serali and Sagara and different region, the vehicles and the houses have been burnt. But till now, the confirmation only of one casualty in the Poonch area has been reported so far. But this terrain where I'm reporting right now, it's also very close to the LC, and therefore we are wearing this bulletproof jacket and a helmet, because continuously in the morning time there was back-to-back LMG and the artillery shelling, and this only, and right at the top of the mountain where I'm standing, just below this mountain, there is a house which is completely burnt, and also there is a road, Aurangzeb Road, which is now completely that road is completely collapsed. So that's the intensity of the shelling which is happening from the side of the Pakistan. So right now the situation seems to be escalating. Yesterday night also, Abhishek, when we were speaking, we were speaking about the escalation and the intensity. Now the response will be coming from the side of Pakistan.
You mentioned that Aurangzeb Road has collapsed. This is not time just to collapse the Aurangzeb Road, but the Aurangzeb mentality, of which Pakistan Army is a very representative sample. Harsha, take care of yourself. We'll keep coming back to you even as Gursimran reaches another part of the international border and reports from there, even as Zenith closes in on the debris of the Pakistani Air Force jets. We are joined in by Saurabh continues to be with us. And before I go to our guests, just to get a recap of what has happened over the last 60 minutes. It was confirmed that in a dogfight over the Srinagar airspace, Pakistan lost 2 of its fighter jets and they have fallen on Indian side. Pakistan lost 3 fighter jets, of which 2 fell on Indian side, 1 on the Pakistani side. And also, we saw parallelly Pakistan continuing to launch some projectiles, including missiles, into Indian airspace, which have been successfully downed and tackled by very active air defense systems of India and the IAF. Of course, there are dogfights going on as we speak over the North Indian skies. Indian combat air patrols tackling the Pakistani Air Force. There is a clear case of escalation. Pakistan has targeted our military installations, not just military installations in Udhampur, Pathankot and areas like Srinagar, but also civilian population in Jammu, trying to target a temple also, Temple Aap Shambhu, which is a very famous and sacred temple for the Kashmiri Pandit community in Jammu. Before we go to Gursimran, quick comments because we are building up to our press conference at 10:30 a.m. and before that, parallelly, there would be a National Command Authority meeting of Pakistan which deals with nuclear weapons. So is Pakistan nuclear saber rattling. Guest with us, Brigadier retired Rajan Jamwal, and Saurabh continues to be with us. In a bit, we are going to be joined in by Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Can I take with your permission, Saurabh, take a dip with Gursimran? He's live from a different location. He has, I believe, completed his travel. Gursimran, over to you. Please tell us what's the latest.
Abhishek, right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Araspura sector. Here the firing is going on. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the firing is going on between the border security force and the Pakistani Rangers. The Pakistani Rangers have started targeting the locations of the civilians, and that's why this area close to the international border has been closed. We have taken a shelter at a place, and in the backgrounds I assume that you will be in a position to hear the loud bangs because Pakistan is targeting the civilian areas. All the civilian civilian areas are now under threat. All the houses that you see, they are under the range of the Pakistani shelling that is taking place. So this is what I am getting to know, that in the Araspura, in the Oktrai area, in the Arnia sector, everywhere there is a heavy shelling that is going on. That means Pakistan is now targeting these areas. They want to inflict maximum damage to the civilian population, and that's why they have escalated this situation on the international border. BSF has also come out with a statement. They have said that the Pakistan unprovokedly resorted to the heavy firing on the international border late last night around 9 p.m. Late last night, I beg your pardon, and then there has been a heavy retaliation. There have been losses to the Pakistani posts that are there. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that is the Oktrai post that where we used to travel without any kind of a restriction. But now what has happened, that this entire area that you see close to me, this has come under fire. Pakistan is now firing the 120 mm mortar shells, 151 mm mortar shells into these areas so that they can cause many damage to this civilian population. Abhishek.
Right, Gursimran, these are pictures of active engagement happening between the two sides. Gursimran reporting from a safe distance. Gursimran, keep safe, take care of yourself, because as we said in the morning, this is going to be the long haul. Harsha, in the meanwhile, has reached a different location. Harsha, how far have you traveled from your earlier location, and is there an update? Is there something different happening? We can see some smoke billowing behind you. What's happening?
So yes, Abhishek, I traveled almost 20 kilometers at night last when we spoke. I was 20 kilometers away from the place I'm standing right now, because to get a proper visual from all the sides wherever Pakistan has guided the artillery shelling, and right now at different vantage point the smokes could be seen. From wherever the shells have been dropped from the side of Pakistan. Also, you could clearly hear also from the Digwar and from the Mendar side as well, from Sagara region as well, how the shells there's a continuous sound of the shells in the air, and that's what we have been witnessing since morning 5 o'clock. There was a high intensity for almost 1 hour. We have given those visuals also continuously for 1 hour. There was no stopping from any side, from all these sides, all the sides of the Pakistan. There was the artillery shelling. They started it, and then in response India responded heavily. And there was also three drones 5:30 a.m. in the morning, which were intercepted right here at this part only. The drones were intercepted, so the sounds are clearly continuously, the shelling sounds we keep on hearing. And also there are several houses at the top of the mountain where I'm standing. Just 20 meters below me there are almost 5 to 6 houses completely burnt. There are 4 vehicles that are completely turned into ashes. Also, 1 casualty has been reported from Punch. Because of the security measures, the advisory has been issued to all the border villages which are near to the LC that no one should step outside. Everyone should stay intact inside and in the bunkers. So clearly we understand that this is going to heat up tonight as well. Back to you.
It's going to heat up, and before that the briefings and the meetings are going to heat up things. They're already hot. The India-Pakistan frontier is hot. India and Pakistan are in a state of war, and this war is of Pakistan's choosing. Pakistan has chosen to start it. India will choose to end it at its own terms. On that note, can I go to guests quickly for a quick comment? Okay, Hatf missiles used. Components of the missile found on the ground are of Hatf make of Pakistan. Pakistan's Hatf missile has been found, and that's a missile that Pakistan has. It is land-based tactical and battlefield range ballistic missile, and this is not exactly the most powerful missile of Pakistan, but it has a range of about 70 kilometers, and that's why perhaps used in Srinagar, Battle of Srinagar in the morning. 70-kilometer range, 500 kg warhead. Shawan, more information on this. What's the latest on this? Shawan. Okay, some mic issue there. We're sorting it out. Pakistan intended to target the Srinagar airport with Hatf-1 missile. It has a range of 70 kilometers and can carry a payload of 500 kilograms, a warhead of 500 kgs. The Hatf-1 missile is probably was deployed and has been has taken a hit because the Pakistani jets carrying it were downed. No, Harth is actually a land-based missile, so it was a separate missile attack targeting Srinagar, is what is our understanding. Is my understanding right, Shawan? What can you tell us about this Harth missile debris found from outside Srinagar?
Well, this morning there were some reports suggesting that this perhaps was the Fatah-1 missile, but it turns out that Fatah-1 does not even have that kind of a range. Now, there is a possibility it could be Fatah-2 because Fatah-2 has a longer range. But having said that, let me first take our viewers through the breaking news now coming in. We've been able to get specific details as to what was on the target. We're being told that Jammu Airport, Srinagar Airport and Pathankot Airport, they were basically the target. This was as a retaliation from the attack that was carried out by us. In fact, you've had 3 of the Pakistani Air Force bases completely decimated, and that is the reason why immediately thereafter this morning is when they tried to carry out an attack at least at 3 of these air bases, and the airstrip was also on the target. As far as the Pakistani air formation is concerned, the Pakistani air formation was essentially headed towards Srinagar. Remember, the distance is not much. It is roughly about a little over 50 kilometers. So the distance is not much for them to basically cross over, and that was the target. The dogfight that we are being reporting about, I'm given to understand that where Pakistan has faced some major losses. You are reporting, Abhishek, it's 3. As far as 2 of them, the pilots have already ejected. As we speak, the search operation is being still carried out because they're trying to find the location of these pilots that have ejected. There is also one more detail that I've been able to pick up is with regards to the other target, that is the Northern Command headquarters in Udhampur, where right now the situation has been brought under control, but no movement order has essentially been issued because right now most of these military installations are the biggest targets.
Okay, more pictures, more breakings. Indian Army has shared details of Pak escalation, and this is even before that briefing. Alisha sharing those pictures. These are pictures of the debris of the Pakistani missile that was launched and neutralized by us, and the ADGPI as part of Operation Sindoor sharing these details. Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today, ADGPI, which is in the Indian Army's publicity wing, informs that today at approximately 5 a.m., multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa cantonment, Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. Indian Army will thwart enemy design. These pictures are shared by Indian Army itself. These are pictures of the drone being neutralized. This is the Pakistani drone, and so look at the hit it takes and then the debris. Let's listen to those net sounds.
This on your screen right now, this is the interception, the moment the interception has taken over place at Amritsar. Now, important to highlight here, it is an armed Pakistani drone. The first set of drones, the first set of swarm of drones that came in from the Pakistani side, they were unarmed. This, we are being told, are completely armed and targeting the civilian areas and also certain religious institutions is what we are being told right now. In fact, it's important to once again highlight the fact that the Army has now confirmed that these are armed drones. This morning, according to the statement that has now been issued by the Indian Army, they've said that Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strike, other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today at approximately 5 o'clock this morning, multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. On your screens right now, this is about the drones that have been used. Now, let me also tell you these armed drones that have been used, which have been used by Pakistan to attack yesterday. This is the Assist Guard Songar drones, which have been developed in Turkey. They are basically they are the armed UAV that is designed for tactical military and security operations. In fact, what we are being told is that this has a higher accuracy, and that is one of the reasons why. First, what Pakistan has essentially done, the first set of drones were the cheap Chinese ones. Thereafter, Turkish drones have also been used, and remember this has been support. It receives support from simultaneously from multiple platforms, and that basically is something that you've seen in various cities. These armed drones have actually been used. 26 last night. This morning again drone attacks have taken place in multiple cities. Some of it being targeting the military installations, and the others happen to be civilian areas where these drone strikes have taken place. Important to once again highlight that in terms of the damages, we're being told that all our military installations and Air Force base are absolutely intact. We haven't suffered any loss. Unfortunately, there are civilian deaths that have been reported, but that's mostly coming in from the LC area. That's because of the indiscriminate firing that we are looking at coming in from the other side. That's the reason why we've had civilian deaths. But as far as these drone strikes are concerned, it was only in Firozpur last evening when reports actually came in of a person being injured. Now, on your screens right now, these are the remains of the Pakistani drone. Now, we've just got a little bit of more information about these drones. What are these drones and their operational capabilities? In fact, I'm given to understand that it is completely built by a Turkish company and was given to the Pakistanis back in 2020. It was basically brought in along with the Turkish armed forces in early 2020. And this drone also has an automatic gun stabilizer, a recoil dampening, and tightable barrel to maintain firing accuracy during the fight. Now, essentially, these were largely remote control drones that have been used so that they have a specific target. And the fact that this has been over the Khasi Cant in Amritsar, once again an indication that a military installation was being targeted, Abhishek.
Yes, there is a statement, I believe, from the BSF also, apart from the Indian Army, which has shown debris of the drones and some missile components. And also remember that Pakistan has been indulging in misinformation. They said that one of their missiles has targeted a BrahMos storage venue, a place where India stores its BrahMos missiles in Bias. Obviously, that's not the case. Then we had Pakistan claiming that one of India's S-400 systems has been destroyed based out of Adampur. Again, not the right information. I'm told Lalit Sharma now joins us live. He's reporting from Punjab border. And Lalit, from where you are reporting, can you quickly tell us what's happening around you? He's reporting from Pathankot. Lalit, over to you. Pathankot, what's happening?
Abhishek ji, right now where we are standing, it's in the Majra village, and first of all, let me show you the intensity of the drone which was being intercepted. So this is the impact of that drone, that around 2 feet deep hole has been witnessed here in the field. Luckily, no one has been hurt as it was hit in the open area. It's in the field. Right now, we are here approximately in the outskirts of the Pathankot, and just a few kilometers away starts the Himachal boundary. But from the past, if we talk about early morning after 4, there has been a number of drone attacks from the Pakistan side. which has been successfully intercepted by the Indian Air Defense. Luckily, no one has been hurt here in the Pathankot area, but yes, the sounds of the explosions were being heard from the Pathankot area since early morning. Apart from that, if you talk about the LOC area of Amritsar also, particularly the Khasa region, there also early in the morning, the swarm of drones were being intercepted successfully by the Indian Air Defense. So no one has been hurt except in Firozpur, where yesterday 3 has been injured, but all across the Punjab border, whether it's Amritsar, Firozpur, Pathankot or Gurdaspur, there has been number of these such attacks which has been successfully intercepted by the Indian Air Defense. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Another success story, the Battle of Amritsar, the Battle of Pathankot, and Indian Air Defense is making sure that all the Pakistani projectiles, the hostile enemy projectiles are neutralized, be it the missiles, the aircrafts, and of course the drones. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of achievement that we have already made, even as the war with Pakistan gets to next level. And can we get more... All right, we have Shawan continues to be with us, Saurabh Shikla continues to be with us, and we have Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us live. Ambassador Vora, since we dispersed last evening and now things have completely changed and completely escalated. We are in a state of war with Pakistan. How is it? How does it look like going from here?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, Ambassador. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for waking me up, and thank those idiots across the border. Because we dispersed late last night, and I can see that you're looking as fresh as a cucumber early in the morning, but that's what India is all about. Always ready, always willing to take on the enemy. What I see is that the escalation ladder has been climbed. We don't go around declaring formally war anymore. This used to happen earlier, but not since the United Nations was formed. We just go and do what we have to. So the escalation ladder has been climbed. We are probably one step away from the top. And wars always acquire a momentum of their own. Human beings started, but then we don't know what will happen subsequently, and we can see that happening. It has now gone out of the control of those jokers. I don't think there's anybody in charge over there, sir. Three things. As far as we are concerned, we know who's taking the decisions.
You have said it.
One.
There is nobody in charge, or if the generals are in charge, they are absolutely frustrated, Ambassador Vora. They have absolutely lost it. The manner in which they are broadening the conflict, it does not help Pakistanis. It does not help Pakistan in any manner.
The final thing is that this is now a conflict which is not going to be limited to one or the other of the wings of the armed forces. Now it's, as we say, tous azimuth, it's in all directions. And I think this is the time, sir, that we should now be climbing the ladder as fast as we can, engaging them and telling them what the consequences are of taking on a country like India.
Oh, absolutely. Saurabh, one more word with you. And, look at this picture. We have gone inside, we have targeted their air bases. Before that, we have eliminated the terror infrastructure. Before that, we have sent in drones, and the Pakistanis got so scared that these would reveal their location of their weapon systems that they did not target the drones, and they reached Rawalpindi. It's complete. And when they come this side, we down their airplanes, we down their missiles successfully. It's a complete definition. It's a complete decimation of Pakistani war machine. I mean, the Pakistani generals would have got psyched out, and the Pakistani masses would be dejected today.
Absolutely, Abhishek. That's the reason what we were speaking. They're trying to do this nucleus saber rattling. But I think what we need to do is, I completely agree with Ambassador Vora that the Pakistanis have now escalated to a level where obviously we have to respond in a fitting manner. We may have to now use our naval assets as well and make sure that we give them a fitting reply where it hurts. Because at the end of the day, what really, really requires us that we had enormous amount of stamina. We really put, I would say, a lot of patience, a lot of restraint. But now that they're trying to attack not only our civilian targets but high value assets. So whether it's Srinagar, whether trying to hit the national capital region, all this is provoking us, and we should not shy away now from getting into the next stage and using our strategic assets at our disposal in the conventional way.
Absolutely, absolutely. The conventional superiority has been proven in 3 hours, Saurabh, and it's for the rest of the world to see. And on that note, if I can go to Brigadier Rajan Jamwal, also very good evening, good morning, sir. Sorry to have made you wait, but you have seen over the last 4 hours how things have escalated, but more importantly, how India has conducted itself militarily. As a defense expert, how do you see India's war panning out from here on?
As rightly brought out, the Pakistan has put us on the accelerator, in fact, on the escalatory ladder. We are now stepped on the accelerator. And I'm sure this is going to now fan out. This is going to fan out. All the 3 services are going to get engaged. They are having their own, nuclear command. That's all a hoax. Having a meeting of the Nuclear Command Authority, basically to try to tell us, okay, we can do this, we can do that. The fact is, the Navy is de facto blocking the Karachi. We may not have struck Karachi as of now, but we are come within the range, and we can pulverize Karachi at a time of our choice. I don't know whether it's going to happen today, tomorrow, but that would be part of that. This is what Pakistan would be most scared of, because it will effectively isolate them. Couple with them, initially only some improvement of defensive postures. There are places on the line of control, rather erstwhile line of control, where we are a little on the downside. They are dominating us, especially the Punch Bulge is one major example. Of course, it was abolished in 1965. We went right up to, we de facto linked Punch and Uri through capture of Hajipur Pass, but anyway, that is history. We returned all that. So today the fact is they are dominating us, and we have been reduced to sitting in a bowl in Punch, and that is what they are taking use of. Now all these are the places where we can begin with at least starting out the line of control, and thereafter, since instead of the ladder, now they have put on a escalator. So we will see. Where does it go? How deep into POK and probably deep into the Pakistan Punjab. How deep it goes, thereafter, it is anybody's guess. But what I think is both sides were till now trying to, gauge each other, what you call in military terms, preparation of battlefield or battlefield isolation. Now we are trying to gauge the gaps in each other's defenses. That's why the Pakis also send, this dummy kind of drones, and
I wonder what kind of intelligence they gathered. Despite the dummy kind of drones that they sent, they were really dumb drones, perhaps, because Brigadier Jamwal, we still could strike their air bases. We could still neutralize those runways and effectively, compromise their air defenses. So obviously, the Pakistanis did not gather anything.
Because we were very focused. What we did was, on the first 2 nights only, we created a gap between Khanur and Fazilka. That is almost their complete Pakistan Punjab this thing, where their all air defense assets were neutralized. That includes the control headquarters in Lahore and some other places. So de facto we have a free run now between Khanur and Fazilka on our side. There is a virtual free run from us.
Yeah. You're talking about the Shakargarh Bulge.
Absolutely, the Shakargarh Bulge is totally free for all. It is, we can hit targets at will. There is virtually no air defense now left with that.
Okay, sorry to be interjecting, Brigadier Jamwal. Sorry to be interjecting, but there is a breaking news development coming in. A very crucial meeting taking place at the South Block. All 3 service chiefs at the Defence Ministry. They're going to meet the Defence Minister in the presence of the Chief of Defence Staff. Can I go to Shawan on that? Shawan, over to you. More details, please.
Well, ahead of the briefing, we are being told that the 3 service chiefs are currently meeting Raksha Mantri along with the Chief of Defence Staff. There's a possibility that thereafter Raksha Mantri could actually also brief the Prime Minister, given the fact that these are all options that are now being weighed. We haven't got any information with regards to whether at all. They have also discussed what's exactly on the agenda right now, because what they have been able to do so far is a recap of what's happened in Srinagar, because remember that was the ongoing situation, but that too now we are given to understand has been brought under control, and the Raksha Mantri has already been informed about the fact that the matter has been brought under control in Srinagar. But having said that, remember we're talking about a major escalation on the part of the Pakistanis. First, it's a clear airspace violation. The very fact that you have Pakistani Air Force jets right inside Srinagar.
I'm losing the audio there. Can we fix the audio? Shawan is in the newsroom. Crucial meeting underway at the Defense Ministry. In fact, the meeting is already underway. All the three service chiefs together. Remember those pictures yesterday? Twice we saw the chiefs having an interaction. First with the Defense Minister and then with the Prime Minister. And this continues. The string of meetings continue to take place at the South Block. And I'm getting breaking news development coming in. It's a day of fast-paced developments. More information coming in. Adipur, Kutch. Total 6 drones shot by IAF, 4 by the Nalia IAF base and 2 by the Bhuj IAF base, which means Bhuj and Nalia both were targeted by the Pakistani drones. These have been taken down, and okay, we in fact have a video of how we struck Rawalpindi, the Rahim Yar Khan base or the Noor Khan base. Let's go to it. I'll come to you, Saurabh. Just hold on to you. Okay, let's listen to the nats. In the meantime, I'll get the videos running from Kutch also. Okay. These are pictures from Rawalpindi. Can we listen to the audio, please?
डाटा शाटा बंद करी छोड़ो, सब कुछ बंद करो.
I'm not getting the audio.
उना क्या खो तला रोला ना बाण इथु जाना है इथु ही माड़े ने मेले बना उथे ही कठा है भी उथे ही बेस ही सटिया ने खान बेस ही मारने पे नहीं रहा है और मेरा मोबाइल खोल है ना हाँ बनाना पे एक ही भाई जी कम पूरा ले लेंगे ना और चुप हो डाटा शाटा बंद करी छोड़ो, सब कुछ बंद करो. उना क्या खो तला रोला ना बाण इथु ही जाना है इथु ही माड़े ने मेले बना उथे ही कठा है भी उथे ही बेस ही सटिया ने
Sounds. The fury of Indian missiles targeting Pakistani airbase. This is right in Rawalpindi. This is next to the Pakistani army headquarters. This is 10 kilometers from Apara. We have more pictures. And you can hear those Pakistanis say, oh, the air base has been hit. The base has been hit. That's what they are saying. How long? Okay, we are breaking another, there is another breaking news development. We're keeping it fast-paced. There has been a conversation between Secretary Marco Rubio and Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir. Finally, the Americans realizing whom to talk to in Pakistan. Rubio was earlier talking to Shehbaz Sharif, and after two conversations realized it's not helping. He has finally spoken to Asim Munir and urged him to de-escalate and offered US assistance in starting constructive talks in order to avoid future conflicts. That's something which does not help. You cannot equate the victim and the perpetrator. You cannot ask them to sit together and talk. It's about inflicting costs. That's what the Americans do. Americans did not sit and talk with Osama bin Laden. Americans did not sit and talk with Taliban. Americans did not sit and talk with, they could have, but they did not, with Saddam Hussein. Saurabh, Marco Rubio talking to Pakistan Army Chief. Finally, he's realizing who called the shots in Islamabad, but it's too late, too little, too late.
You know, I'll tell you what, Abhishek, there is something else to this as well. My source is telling me that Asim Munir had also been warned about this nuclear saber rattling that we were talking about, that there will be consequences if they do not de-escalate. Obviously, the public statement has come in a manner that gives Pakistanis some face saver, but they are also putting a lot of pressure and telling them very clearly that step back, don't do this nuclear saber rattling, otherwise there will be consequences. This is what my sources are telling me, because it's very clear. India has, as I was telling you earlier in the broadcast, India has already reached out to diplomatic interlocutors, giving out Pakistan's game plan in expanding this whole theater of what we call a war now, because they have tried to hit the national capital region, strategic Indian bases, and also civilian targets. So clearly our messages, and now they're trying to use this whole nuclear blackmail, and that's the reason why this has been made, to give them a stern warning. This is what my sources are telling me, Abhishek.
Absolutely. There are some baseless news reports being planted by Pakistan for the consumption of their own population, that they have inflicted some damage on India's military infrastructure, including the S-400 missile system in Adampur. It does not exist in Adampur. We don't know where it exists, but it is not in Adampur because the Pakistanis have not found it there. And now another breaking news development: defense officials busting Pak propaganda that they have in any manner damaged any of India's S-400 systems. Of course, S-400 is at the vanguard of India's air defense. S-400 is India's missile defense shield, and it's working so effectively that 100% of the Pakistani missiles that have been fired at us since last night have been neutralized. Of course, S-400 might not have even been used, because apart from S-400, we have many other options available for India's air defense, and maybe they were triggered, not S-400. I'm joined in by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, and our broadcast rolling coverage continues of India's tough response and resolve to make sure that Pakistan pays for its misadventure.
Yeah, we are seeing obviously deliberate escalation here from the Pakistani side, Abhishek. And as you are looking at all these news reports right now, what is very clear to me is that our air defenses have worked extremely well. Yeah. And I think Samar is also with us this morning. Samar, what is also clear to me is that we are going again after specific targets. We are not, whatever you're hearing here about early morning explosions in Peshawar and things like that, the fact of the matter is we are going after their basic and fundamental critical air assets. Yes. And we are very clear that this is part of a process of debilitation. You are targeting us with your air assets, we are hitting back at your air assets. And therefore, what is important is that we are not randomly attacking any airports. We are targeting any airports. It is with a clear intent to destroy a specific asset. Now, did they try to put the Fatah 2 missile? And what was the intent of their Fatah 2 missile, which has been intercepted? We are told it's been intercepted over Haryana airspace.
Over Sirsa.
Over Sirsa.
Yes.
So now tell me what the use of the Fatah 2 indicates to you this morning. Stay with the breaking news supers, guys. We'll keep that breaking news stickers on the ground. Thank you. Yes, please. Also, my reporters, 1 minute. I'm just telling my desk. I would like to have all of my following reporters who are in those particular locations to be live. Some are a quick analysis from you, then I'll go across to Zeenat.
I just want to tell the audience that Pakistan has announced its military operation codenamed Bunyan un Marus, which means that, it means concrete structure. So probably this is one of the main, objective is, the city areas.
Okay.
So this missile that you're saying that it has been intercepted over Haryana.
Yeah.
So probably
and in fact, what you're seeing there is of the missile. You're seeing this visual there.
Yeah,
this is of the missile. Can I take it full frame for a bit? That's fantastic. Now, there's an audio over it also. Let's play the ambience. Is a Pakistani Fatah 2 missile, the debris which has been caught over Haryana and which is being taken away. And can you tell us more about this particular visual that we are seeing about this missile which has been caught, the intent, and what is the kind of target that they were looking at?
Basically, Arnab, this is Fatah 2 missile. Its range is 400 kilometers.
Yes.
And I think it's sheer logic that for which city this missile was supposed to be going to.
Yeah.
So the trajectory logically said it was meant for Delhi.
Yeah.
Because Fatah 2 has a range of 400 kilometers. Fateh 1 has a range of approximately 150 to 200 kilometers. So this was definitely meant for Delhi, which has been intercepted. So I think
they were obviously there as of now. They are doing random hitting. They are doing random hitting. So they are looking for quick escalation from their side. Are you saying that we are still? I mean, let me just pause a minute there. Let me go across to Zeenat, please. Zeenat, are you there with us? Can you tell us your location? Good morning, Zeenat. Zeenat.
Good morning, Arnab.
Can I get your early morning reports from the
Srinagar
Kashmir Valley,
airport,
please?
which is on the red.
Yeah.
Arnab, we're reporting from outside the Srinagar International Airport, and this place has been kept entirely on the red zone. We're just outside the Srinagar Airport, and you see the mobile bunkers that have been stationed here, plus the makeshift bunker is there, which is guarded by the BSF and CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir police. The movement on the Srinagar International Airport is minimal. Hardly you see the residents of this locality are allowed to move out. Rest, nobody is allowed to go to near to all these installation, because apart from the Srinagar International Airport, this locality has IF. You have the Border Security Force headquarters and some more important installations in the area. As we have been seeing in the Lasjan area, as I have been pointing out since morning, that this is the Lasjan area where the missile component, the Haft missile, which is Iranian missile, the component has been found, and the explosive was heard. Since morning, the drones were hovering in the sky. The panic button has been pressed because Pakistan is trying to escalate the situation on ground. You see yesterday in MEA press conference and compare it with the day before yesterday. Day before, there was a clear leak coming from the government of India. If Pakistan wants to stop here, they can. But yesterday, there was no option given by the foreign secretary in the press conference. No option was given by the Indian government that Pakistan should stop. See, this is a war that is escalating every day. We've been seeing the Pakistan targeting the installations.
Zeenat, I'll have to go across to Pathankot for a while, because Lalit is now at the place. Zinat, where the debris fell. Lalit, आप मेरे साथ हैं इस वक्त, आपकी लोकेशन बताइए इस वक्त, और आप जहां पे हैं वहां पे हिट हुई है, मुझे कहा गया है।
बिल्कुल अर्नब, फिलहाल इस वक्त अगर मैं तस्वीरें बताऊं तो इस वक्त मैं पठानकोट के माजरा गांव में मौजूद हूं, और जिस तरह से जानकारी मिली है कि सुबह के समय लगभग 4:30 बजे जो ड्रोन है उनको यहाँ पर जो है वो भेजा गया था, और फिलहाल जो इंडियन डिफेंस सिस्टम है उन्होंने तमाम तरह से उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया था, उनको नष्ट कर दिया था। फिलहाल जो ये इम्पैक्ट आप देख रहे हैं माजरा गांव में, जहां पर करीबन 2 फीट का जो गड्ढा है वो हो गया है, और सबसे जो रहमत की बात रही है कि ये कोई रिहायशी जो जगह है वहां पर नहीं गिरा है, क्योंकि ये जो ओपन फील्ड है वहां पर ये गिरा है, जिससे किसी तरह का कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें, चाहे अमृतसर की बात करें, अमृतसर में भी सुबह खासा जो एरिया है वहां पर जो ड्रोन है उनको वहां पर देखा गया था, और खास तौर पर उनको भी लगातार उनको वहां पर न्यूट्रलाइज।
एक मिनट ललित, मैं तुरंत आपके पास वापस आ रहा हूं। मैं बस आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम एयर मार्शल संजीव कपूर। गुड मॉर्निंग Air Marshal. We just have a statement here from the defense sources. First of all, they have denied any impact on the S-400 system, but they have also said that Pakistani armed drones have been neutralized over Amritsar. And the latest statement of the Ministry of Defense says that this is major escalation. They've said that this continued escalation across the Western Front through drone incursions and munitions is a matter of grave concern. And there were multiple armed drones which were detected over the Khasa Cant, Amritsar. Our air defense units responded swiftly, intercepting and neutralizing all hostile UAVs. This blatant attempt to violate sovereignty of India and endanger civilian lives is unacceptable. Now, if I can ask you, sir, how are you reading the present moves? We were told earlier that they were using. And by the way, this is visuals coming in from Jalandhar. This is Jalandhar of a projectile impact. So, we're projectiles, drones. How are you viewing this nature of escalation? And it seems quite random, because if you are seeing the locations here, Air Marshal, they're over open fields. They're not hitting any specific areas. Many of them, of course, have been neutralized, so the debris is falling on the ground. How are you viewing this? Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, which direction is this taking, sir?
Good morning, Arnab, and
morning,
good morning to the fellow panelists.
Yes, sir.
See, if you have observed last 3 nights, there has been a pattern. The major conflict begins at night. And in flying also, the most critical thing is night ops.
Yes, sir.
So when we train people, because the difficulty level goes up many folds by night. For a pilot, for a radar, for tracking, for other things, targeting, everything is difficult by night. So usually the pattern is to up the ante by night ops. Now, yesterday was a defining change in the activities which have been happening in last 2 to 3 days. We have struck because relentless Turkish drones have been, being sent into Indian side, 300 of them, 400 of them, and our air defense systems have been working round the clock to make sure that none of them enter. And right from Leh till Creek, the extent has been touched, and it's basically irritating the air defense system. Now, the turning point in my appreciation came is when we have struck their air bases, and most important is the Noor Khan Air Base. Now, what is the relevance? In my appreciation, this is the heart of GHQ Pakistan. This airfield was called Chaklala Airfield, and both in 1965 and 71 war, this airfield played a very important role. There is Pakistani Military Academy, and just a short distance from here is GHQ headquarters. So a few years ago, it was renamed as Noor Khan Air Base. But the GHQ headquarter proximity being hit by us last night has actually rattled them. And these missiles which are fired, maybe towards Delhi, because Rawalpindi is just adjacent to Islamabad, so they would have felt that we are reaching the capital, so they would have fired. Now, this missile, which has been intercepted last night, maybe by, I have no news and knowledge, I'm just guessing by our S-400s, is basically originally a Chinese and a North Korean made WS-W2 missiles, which they have renamed as per their nomenclature as Fateh 1 and 2. The characteristics and this thing is all same. And they must have targeted something over our NCR region, in my appreciation. And that has been successfully intercepted and taken down close to Sirsa. That's what the news channel is indicating. And other projectiles, that this thing is run of the mill. But to take battle to Sakar is in the Sindh area, in south of Punjab area of Pakistan, to have struck their airbase there. India is, I think, so exploring options to engage direct military targets, because in any conflict, in any war, the first target are the airfields. Because once you take the airfields out of action, the enemy aircrafts cannot get airborne and inflict damage. So the beginning of any campaign is with suppressing of air defense elements, which we have seen in last 2 to 3 days. The next step is to take out the airfields, which has just commenced today. I don't know how long will it continue. Would they retaliate? Would we do another preemptive or proactive attack today? I'm not sure. But this is the natural thing unfolding. And what has rattled, I think so, our leadership and think tanks is that India had been canvassing for last many days through our help and other Western allies to make sure that Pakistan does not get this IMF tranche of $1.4 billion, which got approved yesterday. So this somehow gives me a feeling that the real friends in shape of not so good, well-meaning colleagues is more threat than a direct enemy. So there has been on social media and on media's absolute silence from key functionaries. There is, I'm sure, clandestine help must be coming through other means to support their arms. And this money, of course, they have said we will use for humanitarian needs and our agriculture and other needs. But I'm sure it will find its way to procure arms, ammunition and weapons. So somewhere, I don't know, I have a feeling that some bodies outside our ecosystem want this to continue for long, this conflict. This is my appreciation.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, when we are seeing, I mean, the only question in my mind is we are seeing these projectiles back to back. Now, I want you to stay with us for a while. I'm going to a reporter, but don't go away. I was told you have to go away somewhere. Just stay for a while here, because I want to just go across once. We have Gursimran right now. In Gursimran, what's your present location, please? Gursimran, you went to the Shambhu temple, which was attacked, I'm told.
Yes. Yes, Arnab, I have been to Shambhu temple that was targeted by the Pakistani projectile. But right now, I'm at the Aranya Indo-Pakistan international border, and this is the area that is now being pounded. The shells from the Pakistanis. Pakistan is using the heavy mortar shells to target this area. This area on the other side has been cleared by the forces, that though no civilians are being allowed to venture on that side, because see, our entire population that lives there, 10 to 15,000 is the number of population that resides here. All the population have been asked to vacate the area. Reason being that Pakistan is now resorting to the such law that they are targeting the civilian areas using the heavy artillery. This has never been the track that Pakistan follows, because they have this time breached the red light. There have been projectiles that are being fired from across the border, and also the targeting of the civilians. I want to go back to Sanjeev Kapoor, because this present projectile of Fateh 2 neutralized near Sirsa, how far would that be from Delhi?
Sirsa would be, you could say, approximately 150 kilometers more.
150 kilometers
we were in
from
range. Delhi was
right?
in range.
So Fateh 2 has been fired in this direction.
400 kilometers range.
I know 400 kilometers range out here. So they're trying to take this battle to another level. If I were to ask here, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, what quick option do we have? Because now it has become a question of intent. It has become a question of clarity. This night war, this at some point, obviously international efforts are continuing for de-escalation, but they have to apply on Pakistan, and they are not applying. And they're obviously not working on Pakistan. You know, they do not want to de-escalate. The choice is very much theirs because they're under some kind of a political pressure. They need to show some success, and with each failure, they will become more and more desperate. That is my question to you. In this situation, what would a desperate Pakistan do?
See, I remember when I was with you in the studios and we did discuss that why India is taking so long in the preparatory phase. Sometimes delayed action in a war or war-like situation that is now is by design. We could have upped the ante on the first day itself. We could have struck so many targets. Why are we slowly building up the pressure? There must be some reason for it. And in war or in any conflict, you have to, and we have, these 14 days or 15 days which we have taken to build up to reach this level. I'm sure we would have worked till the 20th step on the ladder. And what is needed to reach the step, and of course the last option is the nuclear option, which the enemy has been propagating through their ministers. None of the Pakistani military person ever has gone on media or on any rostrum to say that we will use nuclear weapons. It is invariably their political masters who they have kept, at the face, generally give, and most of their tactics is for their internal consumption. Because if whatever inputs are coming from across, their narrative is that they are creating extensive damage over India. They have shot down large number of our aeroplanes, large number of our air bases are out of action, and we are in a huddle, and the Indians don't know where it has hit them. Some videos they are posting wherein they are saying people are stocking up petrol, food grains and this thing in places in North India. So this is the normal tactics. And I've been telling on your forum also, I came the other day and said, that is a wonderful country where the army uniformed people are paying, giving last rites to a terrorist. And that terrorist on whom the US has put bounty. The same terrorist, the uniformed people, a wreath has been laid by the chief of army staff.
But I think we are continuing. I think the visuals from the Noor Khan airbase are sensational out here. Marshal, I want to play it full frame once again. You have the nat sound also. This is what you need to see, viewers. So what you are seeing is, please compare empty projectiles and drone debris falling in India as opposed to this kind of attack at the Noor Khan airbase in Rawalpindi. Let's play this. Audio up. How much damage would a hit like that cause?
लाटा शाटा बंद करो, सब कुछ बंद करो.
There's complete fear in the heart of Rawalpindi. You see these pictures. I've always been contrasting them since yesterday, Marshal. That on the one side you're seeing drone debris, you're seeing empty debris, you're seeing debris of a Fatah 2 interception. On the other side, you're seeing some real solid hits. How much would that airbase be hit? How much damage would we have caused, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, through that hit?
See, the flames which I'm seeing, which are being put behind where you're seated on the screen, indicates that the damage is quite substantial. And if it has hit their fuel storage or a weapon storage area, the damage would be much more. But the real thing which these strikes target is to make the runway dysfunctional. Once the runway is dysfunctional, the huge craters are created so that no aircraft can get airborne or land at these runways. And it takes time for these air bases to be patched and repaired and brought back. But mind you, Arnab, my issue which I flagged earlier also is tokenism is more important at this stage. Now, why it is important? Why they could have come and attacked anything in India? Why did they come, the terrorists, and attack Indian Parliament? They attacked Indian Parliament because that is the hub center of our democratic setup. So sometimes it is, for optics that certain things are carried out. India could have struck this anyway. But why did we pick up Noor Khan, that is the Chaklala Air Base of Rawalpindi? Because for the optics, the narrative which they would have been building up to their own people, that they are unsurmountable, that they are the only saviors this country has ever produced, that nothing in this country without their support and help would be coming, to a large extent of this social media era would be, bared now. Because Chaklala, it is next to the Pakistani military college. It is very next to the GHQ headquarters. So the message which I said on your channel the other day also, that if you can take out with precision weapons the targets which are just close. Now Mudair is just about 20 kilometers from Lahore, and we took out the air defense system of Lahore 2 nights ago, and we have struck the Chaklala Air Base last night. So these are messages to them at every stage, so as to call rap on the knuckles to say that you wake up, that you wake up, that you wake up. And this message is probably to the military and the general masses that we can strike any time at any place. That's my take. I have no other knowledge and information or to the real extent of damage.
It's not working.
This.
Yeah, I understand that. I'd like to go across. Right now to Soumya. I think Soumya has an update on the search operation which is on for the Pakistani pilot in the Srinagar area. There are 2 Pakistani pilots who are there in the Srinagar area. Can you update us, Soumya? Over to you, Soumya. Location and what's happening around you. Soumya.
Yes, well, right now we are here in Yusmarg area of Kashmir, and now, as per the defense forces, sources within the defense forces, one of the Pakistani fighter jets was brought down here in the Yusmarg area. Now, I'll pan my camera here so that I can give you a sense of the kind of location it is. So it is a proper dense forest. As we go into the interiors of Yusmarg, it is a proper dense forest, and as we speak, this area has been completely taken over by security forces, because it is being said that right after the jet was brought down, the pilot had ejected from the jet and is somewhere here in this forest.
Okay, we are getting information of a blast in Lahore. We are getting information of a blast in Lahore. A huge blast in Lahore is what I've heard. Apparently there's been a huge explosion, ladies and gentlemen, in Lahore as we're hearing this tonight. Massive blast in Pakistan's Lahore. More details still coming in. Viewers, if you're watching this broadcast, please be clear, we're hitting back. Shawan, we're hitting back hard. Huge blast in Lahore is what we're hearing. Shawan.
Noor Khan, যেটা হলো রাউলপিন্ডি, কিন্তু এটা জিএইচকিউ থেকে খুব একটা দূর নয়।
Okay, no,
দ্বিতীয় হলো মুরিদ, এটা হলো চাকওয়াল, আর তৃতীয় হলো রাফিকি।
Put the audio down in that case. Thank you so much. Now the question is, there has been a huge blast in Lahore, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we are hearing. The moment I am able to establish more details and I can get someone live on it, but obviously the response time is pretty quick right now. If this escalation is to happen, it cannot happen by night. I don't know who's live with us. I have a live frame of GD Bakshi's frame, which is coming up on the left. But I need to see the reporters on this window, which is on my right. On my right, Gursimran is with us. Gursimran. Gursimran. You know, this latest news, Samar, which has just come in that we're hitting Lahore, obviously, you know, we will be choosing our targets. This cannot be a battle by night. This cannot be a battle by night.
This cannot be a battle at night, number one. Number two, the amount of military accumulation in and around Lahore.
Yeah.
And Lahore being the only, well-built up city which can actually take in the attrition, because you see the whole area.
I need reports, I need reporters, I need my people light, I need Shawan, I need Aishwarya, I need my live reporters up, and I need it now. For God's sake, please. Thank you. Please, Shawan. Yeah.
So the whole stretch along the IB, the Pakistanis have very small pockets of villages.
Yeah.
So you see,
BBGs.
as per logic, Lahore is the main city, which is 40 kilometers from Amritsar.
Yeah.
So Lahore is going to be the definite one of the major targets of the Indian forces.
Okay, Harsha is live from the LOC and Gursimran is live from the LOC. I'll go to both of them. First, Harsha, establish your location. Gursimran, establish your location, please, and give me a situational report. Harsha.
So, Arnab, right now I'm in the Poonch. I'm in the same area where from morning 5 a.m. there was a high-intensity mortar shelling from the side of the Pakistan. There also was the ballistic missile which was guided towards the entire Jammu Kashmir, and we saw it moving towards the Poonch as well. Also, right now the place where I'm standing, it's almost 50 meters from the LC, and also there are several houses which has been destroyed and collapsed in the Poonch district. Right now, we have got to know that there's one casualty which has been reported in the Poonch district. Also, since 5 a.m. there has been continuous artillery retaliation from our sides as well. Also, we saw that there were almost 10 drones which were intercepted in the same place where I'm standing right now. Also, from the Mender, from the Surankot, from the Sagara, and from the Digwar, from every place there was a heavy artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan. And below and where I'm standing, and below me, the village which is the LC village, that was majorly targeted by the Pakistan, and also civilians. Right now, the major casualty of civilians is not reported, only one is reported, but yes, there are several houses and vehicles which were parked, they are burnt into ashes, and also the civilians' houses completely collapsed and destroyed. There's the latest report from the Poonch, and also there has been advisory which has been issued that no one should come out of the house. There's no electricity, there's no electricity, there's no movement in the entire Poonch district. Also, there's 100% evacuation, 100% evacuation in the Poonch district. Only in the village area we see we see the people in the village right now, but in the city it is completely evacuated.
Okay, now I'm going to give an update, and we have the legendary GD Bakshi right now with us. He's going to be joining us live. Good morning, General Bakshi. Good morning. And before I ask you for your analysis today, look at this man, General Bakshi, wakes up in the morning, and what is there behind him? What is there behind him, you know, is the GOC Romeo force that he keeps proudly behind him. That's the insignia of his leadership. General Bakshi, we love you. We're so proud of what you're doing. And I know that's a Romeo force insignia right there behind you. Okay, General Bakshi, and to all our viewers, let me tell you the update. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also with us, another great air warrior. What a fantastic man. He has headed the Air Force Academy. He's headed the Air Force Academy, headed the best possible positions out there, been at the highest levels of leadership of the Indian Air Force. And I want to update both of you for a military and army perspective. That's what we'll do right now. For the air perspective, ground perspective. What has happened today, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has been a major missile interception. We believe it is a Fatah 2 ballistic missile, and this interception has happened in Sirsa, Haryana, not very far from Delhi. The interception has been confirmed. Top government sources have confirmed the interception. We have the visuals of that as well. Now the tensions have escalated, of course. The Pakistanis have called this military operation Operation Bunyanun Marsus. I don't know what that means. And we have carried out retaliatory strikes on 3 air bases, we can confirm. Noor Khan Air Base, which Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor said has great symbolic relevance. Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot, and Murid Air Base in Chakwal. I repeat, Noor Khan in... Keep changing the visuals on the right-hand side of the screen. Take your breaking news, supers. Thank you. Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, Rafiki in Sharkot, Murid in Chakwal. Now, we are active over several Pakistani cities in terms of drones. We are active over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. There have been blackouts in Aknoor and Jalandhar after spotting the drones. All the action happened overnight. We are only getting a summary now. Pakistani drones have been spotted at 26 locations across India from Baramulla to Bhuj. There was a drone attack, a cowardly drone attack, injuring a local family in Firozpur, Punjab, border city of Punjab. And ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is all the ISPR claims in Pakistan that their assets are safe have been busted by the visuals like this. See the visuals, Jalal Bakshi. Run the raw footage. I'm leading on to it. Run the raw footage, PCR. And they're claiming after this that their air bases are safe. This is how safe the Pakistanis are. This is how safe you are, Pakistanis. This is how safe your air force is. Watch this and realize your government is lying to you. We have destroyed your air bases. Your army is inefficient. पूरे पाकिस्तान में खौफ है. आप सुन लीजिए उस तरह किस तरह का खौफ है. घर में घुसकर मारा है. We've really hit them very, very hard right now. और आपके जितने चाइनीज मिसाइल से फतेह 1, फतेह 2 सब हमने गिरा दिए. और वो भी विजुअल्स है. General Bakshi, now tell me how are things placed as far as you're concerned? How do you see things, sir?
I hardly, because after we finish from the TV, I get on to the YouTube to glean more information. But I am a more satisfied man than last night. Because we have been able to hit back. These aren't just drone strikes.
I want to show you one more visual, Jalal Bakshi. I want to show you one more visual. One more visual has come. ये visual लाहौर का है. I want to show. Take the visual on it.
ये अभी धमाका हुआ. हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी.
Huge visuals.
अरे किथे आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है? अब परा होया ना. भाई ने रात में डेढ़ बजे तबाह कर दी इंडिया की.
The left. Okay, one minute. Have a look at this.
ये भाई धमाका होया हिंद सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we hear on the background there appears to be a blast somewhere in Lahore. There's an explosion in Lahore. Okay, Jalal Bakshi, back to you. Thank you very much, sir. Jalal Bakshi. Back to you, sir.
I think we've had a vigorous response last night. To Pakistan drone pinpricks. The first night drones swarms, it is understood, were Turkish drones mostly, which were trying to probe our defenses. The next day he came out with loitering munitions. But both these days, including yesterday, where again he tried about 26 drone strikes, not one drone has penetrated the Indian Iron Dome, made of the S-400s, the Akashes, the medium range SAMs and the long range SAMs. Between them, this layered defense, this layered package, it has been lethal. Not one Pakistani drone really has emerged, except one in, I think, Firozpur.
Show the other one.
Which also did not do very much damage. So we have retaliated with our air force, our fighter jets, most probably our Rafales, our Su-30s, have gone and hit the Pakistani air bases with their Scalp and Hammer missiles, as also the BrahMos missiles, because these explosions that you are showing on your screen are huge, Arnab.
Yeah. Yes, sir, I'm with you. I'm just told, I am just told right now, I've just been informed that the Pakistani air marshals are going on Pakistani and TV and saying, हम तो बहुत rattled हो गए हैं. They are saying, इससे तो इसका कोई जवाब नहीं हमारे पास. One particular soundbite has come. I don't carry Pakistani media, let me clarify. मैं पाकिस्तानी मीडिया कैरी नहीं करता, मगर मैं ये ऑडियो कैरी करूंगा ताकि पाकिस्तान के लोग खुद सुने कि किस तरह से हिल गया पाकिस्तान. इस ऑडियो को जरा प्ले किया जाए. प्लीज लिसन. वॉल्यूम.
आज जो हुआ है, this should rattle all of us.
ये बड़ा मुश्किल वक्त आ गया है जी। इसका हमारे पास एज ऑफ नाउ कोई जवाब नहीं है और मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है बिकॉज डी एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा। और याद रखिए 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है। नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस।
बढ़िया बात है।
और डिप्लोमेसी जो अरब कर रहे हैं और ईरान कर रहे हैं, इंडिया उसको मान नहीं रहा। अगर अमेरिका अपना प्रेशर नहीं डालता, फिलिस्तीन प्रेशर नहीं डालता, चाइना प्रेशर नहीं डालता, तो आई एम टेलिंग यू कि ये बड़े हालात मुश्किल से मुश्किल तर होते जाएंगे।
ये देखिए
लेकिन तो हमें सोचना चाहिए कि क्या करना है। खुदा लीडरशिप जॉब इज टू लुक इनटू द फ्यूचर जी। आज जो हुआ है this should rattle all of us.
Okay, you see that, Sanjeev Kumar, Sanjeev Kapoor ji, did you hear this?
As of now कोई जवाब
नहीं है। मैं बताता हूँ, इनका इंट्रोडक्शन आपको देता हूँ। इनका नाम है, by the way, we can go back to the visuals of Rawalpindi. इनका नाम है एयर मार्शल मसूद अख्तर। ये बहुत सीनियर एयर मार्शल है पाकिस्तान के, रिटायर्ड है रिसेंटली। वेरी सीनियर, वन ऑफ द टॉप मोस्ट एयर मार्शल्स, मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टेड एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर्स। इन्होंने कहा हमारा आर कंडीशन इज वेरी बैड। पाकिस्तान, इंडिया हैज अ फोर्स विच इज 3 times बिगर देन अस। हम उनको मैच नहीं कर पाएंगे। वी कैनॉट फाइट लॉन्ग अगेंस्ट इंडिया। दिस विजुअल, ये जो ऑडियो है, दिस शुड बी प्लेड। वी शुड मेक स्पेशल ग्राफिक्स ऑफ इट एंड देन प्ले इट। मेक स्पेशल ग्राफिक्स ऑफ इट। दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एडमिशन। इट्स एन एडमिशन ऑफ डिफीट by the Pakistan Air Force. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, did you hear that, General Bakshi? इन्होंने कह दिया हम खत्म हो गए, रैटल हो गए अभी, बिकॉज कुछ ना कुछ तो हुआ है। दिस नूर खान एयरबेस अटैक जो हमने किया है, इसका इंपैक्ट हुआ है उनके साइकोलॉजी पर।
Arnab, this is exactly what I told you a little while ago, that the most defining activity which has happened ever since this conflict has begun on 7th is Noor Khan. Now, why Noor Khan is important, I told you in the morning, it is next to GHQ. It was a Chaklala Air Base. Noor Khan was the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistani Air Force. And one thing which your viewers and the audience may not be aware, it is very, very close to Kahuta nuclear reactor. The Kahuta nuclear reactor is just a little distance from Noor Khan Air Base, which was called Chaklala. And it is very close to their academy and the GHQ. So India has exhibited with the strike that, see, we have these weapons and precision targeting. If you wish to not escalate, we are warning you that we can take out any target if we so wish. And this is a message gone down, and that's why the Air Marshal is rattled, because the narrative that has been built over the years to the public for last 50 to 60 years, that these places are so well guarded that एक परिंदा भी यहाँ पर नहीं मार सकता. In all their forums, in all their briefings, they say it is so well defended and so well guarded कि यहाँ पे एक परिंदा भी पक्षी भी आके पर नहीं फड़फड़ा सकता.
Yeah.
But last night's attack and this blast which is being shown in the videos here indicates that we have struck something close.
No.
And it is very close to Islamabad. It is very close to their academy. It is very close to the GHQ. It is very close to the Kahuta nuclear reactor. So I'm sure this is what the air marshal.
Abhi latest visuals. Latest visuals. These are latest visuals just coming in, ladies and gentlemen. ये कहाँ के visuals हैं? News desk. This is Sialkot. Terror launch pads in Sialkot being destroyed. Terror launch pads in Sialkot, Punjab have been destroyed. Fantastic. Well done. Bharat Mata ki jai. Jai Hind. Samar. We are really taking the upper hand now. And Pakistani air marshals are coming on their television, especially after this attack which has happened in various areas. And I told you some time back that we are active in Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. हम active हैं. We are active. यानी कि हमने उनको पकड़ लिया है. We have surrounded them. Our drones are active. Up pinpoint karke, we are hammering wherever we want to.
These are the air bases which give Pakistan a deep strike capability.
And we are destroying it.
And we are destroying
What
them.
are we destroying it with, sir? This is BSF has done a great job. Border Security Force has done this. How do you think this is
They've been doing it with mortars.
Yeah.
They've been doing it with 81mm mortars.
Beautiful,
most
beautiful,
probably.
beautiful. Now, how is this moving? General Bakshi, can I get to you, sir? General Bakshi, you heard the updates there. You've seen the morale now. Ab kya karna chahiye, sir? What is happening next?
Keep putting up the pressure.
Keep putting up the pressure, Sir General Bakshi.
He's realized that nobody is coming to stop this conflict. Nobody is stepping in to stop this conflict. Neither the United States, nor China, nor anyone. The mediation by Iran is not working. There is a sense of hopelessness in Pakistan. We should press it home till he asks for a ceasefire. Till he begs for a bloody ceasefire.
Well, we keep hammering them. That's what he's saying.
And we should up
keep
the escalation
General
ladder
Bakshi
as
says,
much as he wants.
General Bakshi says, chodo mat, keep hitting them, hit them hard. We've got the upper hand. We got a BSF release. Deepak Vora, we got a BSF release. BSF is saying, we have destroyed the launch pad of the terrorists in Luni district, Sialkot, Pakistan, destroyed. And it has said that on 9th May 2025, about 2100 hours, Pakistan initiated unprovoked firing on BSF posts. We responded in commensurate manner, causing widespread damage to the posts and assets of Pakistan Rangers across the international boundary. And the terrorist launch pad, and this is the visual. Just look at that. आप दूर रेंज से, this is a great zoom in shot, so आप clearly नहीं देख रहे. But I want to tell you, if at a distance of 70 to 80 kilometers you're getting this visual, complete destruction. Luni, Sialkot hit. Border Security Force of Bharat has hit Sialkot and completely destroyed that surrounding area, which is the terror launch pads. Good. So what has happened is, yesterday they were doing these pinpricks. Deepak Vora, today morning, mood alag hai. We have hit them really hard. We have hit them strong. We have hit them solid. We've hit them in different locations. We are hitting them in various locations. And the most important thing is, we've hit their morale. The Pakistani air marshals, the Pakistani generals, the Pakistani senior defense personnel, wo television mein ja rahe hain. Look at that visual. You can see the destruction there, sir. Huge. This is the Diwali morning as we hit the Pakistanis hard. Deepak Vora, General Bakshi says, abhi chodo mat, go for the kill. What do you think, sir? We are totally destroying key Pakistani posts, and we are tired of these drone attacks. Are we tired of these drone attacks on a daily basis? We need to hit them when it hurts. Deepak Vora, sir. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Thank you very much. Since early morning, like the rest of the world, I've been following you and your amazing channel. So about the BSF, let me...
Louder.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can, sir, but the audio in the studio needs to be a wee bit louder, Aditi. Come on.
Okay, I'll speak as loudly as I can. Let me just say that I've been involved with the BSF very closely. They are not in the business of telling lies, sir, or making false claims. If they have hit, they have said so that they have hit. One other thing from a Foreign Service perspective, I'd like to point out that the American Secretary of State has not spoken to his counterpart in Pakistan or any of the political leaders. He has spoken to the army chief. This confirms that the politicians in Pakistan are what I would call collateral clowns. There's no point in talking to any of these fellows. The Pakistani air marshal who came on to say, stop, hum mein taakat nahi hai Bharat se panga lene ki. Hats off to you, sir. Sir, we are 2 steps away from the top of the escalatory ladder. The first step was when we hit the terrorist bases of Pakistan's sons-in-law. Then it came when they hit the next step was when they hit our military and civilian installations and we retaliated. And then, sir, we're at level 3, which is we are hitting them back where it hurts, like you rightly said. The next step will be all-out war. And, well, closest to the top, I don't even want to talk about it. Those buffoons, the political buffoons in Pakistan have been talking, ye kar denge, wo kar denge. Let me just put it to you today, General Bakshi and all the others, sir. Like any Indian, let me assure you, sir, on behalf of the diplomatic community, on behalf of all Indians, sir, we stand solidly behind you, sir. The whole nation, 140 crore. Sir, ताकत देखो 140 करोड़ लोगों की. आज हम आपको बता देंगे कितनी ताकत है हम लोगों में. Come on, guys, if you throw your best at us, we'll show you that even our worst can take care of your best, sir. This is a message, please, sir. Republic TV, sir, please send this. Mr. Goswami, you are an army kid, sir. You understand, your heart understands what I'm saying, sir. So let us give it to them without climbing the nuclear ladder. Let's do it, sir.
What I'm saying, sir, I believe in the truth. I believe in the facts. And I know the truth is one, that जब पाकिस्तान के चकलाला एयरबेस पे अटैक होती है, तब उनकी पूरी जो सिचुएशन है, they've been hit. उनका कोई भी Chinese air defense system has not worked today. All of Pakistan is in a state of shock कि how did India enter the चकलाला airbase? हमने पाकिस्तान के सारे एयर डिफेंस यूनिट्स चकलाला एयरबेस पे बिल्कुल खत्म कर दिया. रविंद्र सचदेव साहब, गुड मॉर्निंग साहब, बहुत अच्छी मॉर्निंग है. वे हिटिंग देम हार्ड. चकलाला एयरबेस के हिट के बाद पाकिस्तानी एयर मार्शल्स उनके टीवी चैनल्स पे जाके बोल रहे हैं, देखिए सिचुएशन बहुत खराब है. मैं आपको एक ऑडियो सुनाता हूं. वो ऑडियो है हमारे पास. वो पाकिस्तानी एयर मार्शल बोल रहा है कि हम समझ नहीं पा रहे, किसी तरह से इसको रोक दीजिए, क्योंकि हमारे पास वी डू नॉट हैव एनी ऑल्टरनेटिव राइट नाउ, वो कह रहे हैं. और वो बहुत सीनियर एयर मार्शल है. इसको सुनिए प्लीज, लिसन टू दिस सर.
चुप हो
ये रावलपिंडी
डाटा शाटा बंद करो, सब कुछ बंद करो, सब कुछ बंद करो.
Adjoining areas around Rawalpindi have been totally cleared there. पूरी वहां पे media is not being allowed. There have been calls made to several people. और उनके जियो न्यूज के एक एंकर है हामिद मीर, ये अभी प्रोपेगेंडा फैला रहे हैं कि हमको ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं हुआ है. But it's been a huge damage. It's been a terrible damage. Chaklala destroyed. Rawalpindi airbase, sir. Good morning to you, sir. Rawalpindi airbase completely destroyed. Noor Khan, Rawalpindi destroyed. Rafiqi Shurkat destroyed. Murid Chakwal, Chaklala destroyed. And therefore, after these hits today, the situation in Pakistan has become very serious. वो कह रहे हैं we can't sustain this. What do you think, sir?
Absolutely amazing, Arnab. And as you're pointing out, all three air bases have different extreme importance.
Yes.
The one is for the VIP flights, transport, etc. for the President, Prime Minister, or General in Pakistan Army, etc. Right? That has been taken out. The other one has a missile storage also. In addition to being an air base, that means there are missiles which could be loaded, and maybe the nuclear tipped ones are also there. So that's that strategic one. And the third one which has been struck has their fighter aircrafts, which in case of a conflict with India will take off. That's their front line. So you see the strategic importance of each of these three targets. It's like you're chopping off the head of the command and control of Pakistan.
Sir, the visual I'm showing there is of Rahim Khan Air Base there. How we have struck their airbase so their jets can't take off right now after this. ये damage का impact है sir. इसको closely देखा जाए. मैं Air Marshal संजीव कपूर से कहूँगा, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, you are looking at the visuals, full frame, please. Please establish the visuals. Rahim Khan Air Base, sir. This Rahim Khan Air Base, very important air base. Can you tell us the importance of this particular location? और damage आप देख रहे हैं, there is a huge crater on the runway. मतलब ये inoperational हो जाएगा अभी.
It is already, see, it's in operation already.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, sir, are you seeing the visuals, sir?
Seeing the visuals, I'm not sure whether this is on the runway or on the side of the runway, but needless to say, this airfield is of extreme importance to their Air Force and their services, because all the important assets are based here and all their strike missions are launched from here. It is very close to their nuclear fissile material labs and other things, and it is in slightly in depth. So the Chaklala is very close to Kahauta nuclear reactor, and Rahim Yar Khan is a place from where all the strategic missions are planned to be launched. So, like the ambassador was just mentioning, that without saying anything, for each of these activities, India is sending a message. And if the leadership, the world leadership, the local leadership there is not understanding what we are saying, and it's all rap on the knuckles to say, wake up, wake up, wake up at each stage. Now it is for them to understand that we have.
No, they are making, sir, their air marshals and generals are going on television. Their air marshals and generals are going on television कि कुछ कर दो, हमारे पास फौज नहीं है. They have not expected. General Bakshi, इन्होंने expect नहीं किया था हम इस तरह से attack करेंगे. They did not expect a massive attack. They thought this game will continue. The drone video game they were playing, they thought it will continue, but obviously it's not. By the way, Ajit Doval, along with all the 3 service chiefs, has just gone to South Block. There's a big meeting there. Next strategy being planned by Ajit Doval, 3 service chiefs, Prime Minister to be told after that. Prime Minister is fully in control of the situation right now there, and Pakistan is the Pakistani military, air marshals all pleading to their leadership to somehow stop this, pleading to their leadership, get China and America involved, get them to help us de-escalate, otherwise we are leading to disaster. Aishwarya bhi hai hamare paas live. Aishwarya, good morning. Aishwarya, what is your latest information?
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, we have been clearly told that ever since last 2.5 hours, all the three chiefs have been in South Block. We have visuals of that, and right now, just few minutes prior, NSA Ajit Doval and few other senior officials of the Ministry of Defence and the intelligence system network have arrived in the control room in South Block. The meeting is on. The 3 chiefs have been there for last more than 2 hours now. We have those visuals with us as well. And now, just minutes prior, NSA and few other senior officials have arrived at the South Block. They are in the control room. That is what we are being told by our people, and they are right there as we speak, as India has hit 4 air bases and 3 jets of Pakistan. 4 air bases completely decimated, 3 jets, whether they are F-16s or the F-17, that confirmation needs to come. But 3 jets are down. They were all in Indian airspace, and 4 Pakistani air bases have been completely decimated in the last 6 hours.
Now you know this, Aishwarya, that after we have hit these 3 locations in Noor Khan, Rawalpindi and Shafiqi Shorkat, Murkat, Chaklala air base, वहाँ पे बहुत panic है. So they are saying that people are pleading that somehow India should slow down. But does it appear to you that the government of India is in a mood to slow down after what they have done yesterday?
Not at all, not now. And it's not only about the Pakistani citizens. You have the Pakistani former air chiefs, Pakistani former air marshals coming out and pleading in their national media that please request, haath jod rahe ho. And they are requesting the Pakistani Air Force and the Pakistani Army to not to do this, because they are the ones who created Pakistani Air Force, and they are coming out in Pakistani people, in Pakistani media's front, and they are asking, requesting their own army not to do this. But India is not going to take a step back, especially what after Pakistan has done in the last 12 hours. We have intercepted 2 missiles over the Haryana airspace, both in Sirsa.
So there is more confidence basically now, Aishwarya, there is more confidence now, there is more confidence about our own air defense capability, कि जो करना है कर लो, हम तो बहुत solid है, we've got our air defense capability, and with all this counter propaganda information, all this is not going to work. Now it's straight out war that is going on right now. ये anti-national websites like that Karan Thapar का जो website है, The Wire, ये सब बंद हो चुके हैं. Karan Thapar cannot do Pakistani interviews anymore. जितने पाकिस्तानी sympathizers हैं इनको चुप करा दिया गया है. Now we'll go for the kill, we'll do what we have to.
That's it. Thapar Papar can't go on. Thapar Papar can't go on, and the reality is this.
So Karan Thapar can't help anyone right now. He can't help the Pakistanis by doing interviews with Najam Sethi, and he can't do that now. Okay, so now the real battle begins.
Can go grab a bite. Their defense system, and India has 4 levels of defense system. Let there be no doubt about it. Okay. And we've made it very clear. And the meeting which is on in the South Block, what we are being told that a very, very strong offensive is going to be activated, because what they've tried to do, they've tried to hit, though they failed, but our civilian locations, and this is something which India
but they tried
will not
to hit our
under
civilian
any
locations. Aishwarya, the fact is they tried to hit our civilian locations. They tried to hit our ordinary people. They tried to hit women and children, and they failed. And they failed. Out of all their 26 drone strikes yesterday, only in Firozpur, 1 person got injured. That's all that happened. And that was a defenseless,
because they are not fighting the real war. They are fighting the fake news war, Arnab. Arnab, they are fighting the social media war. If you minutely analyze, they are not fighting the real war.
They can't fight the real war.
They said that absolutely.
They can't fight the real war now because we are hitting where it hurts. And where are we hitting? देखिए ये जो चकलाला एयरबेस है, मैं 2 मिनट इसके बारे में बताना चाहता हूं. ये चकलाला एयरबेस is one of the most important airbases. पाकिस्तान का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एयरबेस है फ्रॉम अ मिलिट्री पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. यहां पे इनके जितने वीआईपी ट्रांसपोर्ट प्लेन्स है, यानी कि अगर कल ये आसिफ मुनीर को कोई प्लेन में बैठ के उनको भाग जाना पड़े पाकिस्तान से, तो ये चकलाला एयरबेस में जाएंगे. अभी बुरी हालत इनकी ये है कि कल अगर आसिफ मुनीर हैज टू फ्लाई आउट टू गो आउट टू सम गल्फ कंट्री, वो नहीं जा पाएंगे. वहां पे पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स कॉलेज है चकलाला, जैसे हमारी इंडियन एयरफोर्स एकेडमी है, जिसके डायरेक्टर हमारे संजीव कपूर जी रह चुके हैं, एयर मार्शल संजीव कपूर. पीएफ कॉलेज इज इन चकलाला. मल्टीपल एयर स्क्वाड्रंस वहां में चकलाला में है. वहां पे इट इज वेरी क्लोज टू द GHQ. एंड बाय टारगेटिंग दिस वी हैव शोन कि जो सबसे सीनियर मोस्ट बिगेस्ट एयर कंपाउंड है, जिसके ऊपर पूरा हमें कहा जाता है, we are told that there should be complete multiple rings of security. We have gone inside and destroyed it. So confidence in India is very high right now. Very high right now. Aishwarya kuch keh rahe. Can I have Aishwarya on air if he's saying something? Thank you. Don't direct me, please. Aishwarya and Shawan right now with me. Aishwarya and Shawan. I cannot hear him. Aishwarya, आपका mic बंद हो गया. For God's sake, production team, get your act together. And I'll go back to him. Jail Bakshi. Jail Bakshi.
You know, Arnab, what we are witnessing.
You need to show the visuals of the attacks last night.
A revolution in military affairs.
Yeah, go on, sir. Go on. Go on, sir. Ignore my instructions.
What we are witnessing is a revolution in military affairs in South Asia.
Yes, sir.
Our air defenses have proved rock solid. I mean, it is a quantum jump. What we are displaying is a strong technological edge. You see, we have an overmatching capability of air power which has been displayed not once but twice and now thrice. These explosions are testimony to the power of the Indian Air Force. Nabha, Sparsha, Deeptam, touch the sky with glory. Air warriors, go right ahead and bash them. All I can say today, Arnab, is I will quote Captain Vikram Batra, Paramveer Chakra, as he said, "Ye dil mange more."
ये दिल मांगे मोर. Absolutely, absolutely. मुरीद एयरबेस के बाद ये दिल मांगे मोर. रफीकुल एयरबेस के बाद ये दिल मांगे मोर. चकलाला एयरबेस के बाद ये दिल मांगे मोर. भारत माता की जय. जय हिंद. This is a beautiful situation that we are in, ladies and gentlemen. पूरी air superiority हमने दिखा दी है. We have shown complete and total air superiority, and the most amazing thing is, Deepak Vora ji, हमने अभी तक कुछ यूज ही नहीं किया है. Where Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor sits here on my programs totally confident. If you see his attitude, he's relaxed. He's relaxed. He's saying, "Abhi theek hai." You know, the Air Force people are incredible people. Incredible people, the Air Force people. You know, I'm so proud of the Air Force people. My sister is in the Air Force. I feel so proud of the Air Force. We relaxed log hai. Inme koi tension nahi hai. But when they hit very hard. And at some level, there's a coordination with the army. Army appears very aggressive, Air Force appears very cool, but together they are joined at the hip. And General Bakshi ko pata hai ki now the Air Force is hitting where it hurts. Today General Bakshi is happy. He wants to see these Chaklala, Rawalpindi places destroyed. He wants it, and you're getting it, General Bakshi. I think people are very happy. Deepak Vora ji, how are you seeing the overall situation? And also, I'm liking the attitude of our government. I'm liking the way Ajit Doval is talking to the 3 service chiefs, and then they go and meet Rajnath Singh. They all huddle up together. Then they go and meet the Prime Minister. And yesterday, if you saw the visuals, Pradhan Mantri ji aram se, he's sitting there in his room, in his living room. You would never have expected कि इतनी hard decisions लिए जा रहे हैं जो आज सुबह दिखे.
Sir, once again, आपने अभी कहा ये दिल मांगे मोर. जनरल बख्शी साहब, ये दिल मांगे मोर एयर मार्शल कपूर साहब, क्योंकि अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है.
अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है. Yes, fantastic. Fantastic.
I just wanted to say, sir, that, you know, I've been a practitioner of Chanakya Niti for over 52 years. उन्होंने दो चीजें कही, which I'm going to read out. We have military officers, we have others. उन्होंने कहा है कि राजा की सेना कभी short tempered नहीं होनी चाहिए, एकदम से निर्णय नहीं लेनी चाहिए. We are seeing this in our service chiefs. We are seeing this with General Bakshi, with Air Marshal Kapoor. Totally relaxed, cool, thinking about what should be done next. And the second thing he has said, कि एक राजा की ताकत उसकी प्रजा होती है, which means the people are the strength of the leadership. 140 crore, come on Indians, come on, an ambassador is appealing to you. Stand solidly behind the government, stand solidly behind your rulers. This is not the time for asking questions, not the time for pointing fingers. I don't care where your gurus are, whether in Pakistan or in America or anywhere else. The important thing is we are solidly behind the leadership. And thank you, Republic, thank you, Mr. Goswami, for leading this charge. We are not going to stop, even if the world asks us to, sir. This is not India, Mr. Goswami, please. This is Bharat Bahadur now, sir.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. And as Deepak Vora says, abhi to party shuru hui hai. And GD Bakshi says, ye dil mange more. मैं इन दोनों के लिए, for our compliments, I want to show you, ladies and gentlemen, the appeals of the Pakistan Air Force on media, Pakistani media. अपील्स ऑफ द पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स की भारत खत्म कर देगा हमें, बहुत स्ट्रांग है इस बार. दिस इज मोदीज इंडिया. दे डोंट नो कि व्हाट इंडिया दे आर डीलिंग विद. एक्चुअली दे डोंट नो. दिस इज नॉट मनमोहन सिंह's इंडिया. This is Narendra Modi's India. 140 crore Indians standing behind him. And the man there, NSA Doval. You know, this man is an incredible man, NSA Doval. I tell you, there's something so amazing and brilliant about him. We have visuals. Can we show the visuals? He's left from South Block. He's been working relentlessly. 24/7 he's been on the job there. Nationalist man. He's gone to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And all of India wants to know that Ajit Doval और Narendra Modi के बीच में भी क्या बातें होंगी, क्या decision होगा. जो भी decision होगा, I can tell you, is a very well-informed decision. And Ravinder Sachdev, you want to say something about it? I think some big decisions are being taken. And ladies and gentlemen, और एक visual है हमारे पास सरगोदा एयरबेस. सरगोदा का visual आ गया है. सरगोदा एयरबेस का visual है. Okay, Sargoda airbase visuals have come on air, ladies and gentlemen. ये देखिए, this is Sargoda airbase. Look at the cloud there of the explosions. Another, Pakistanis are reporting different locations finished. जितनी भी censorship पाकिस्तान करने की कोशिश करी है जनरल बख्शी, all over social media विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं. पाकिस्तानी ये विजुअल्स दिखा के कह रहे हैं कि देखिए हमें मारा जा रहा है, अभी इंडिया को रोको, नहीं तो अभी तो एयर बेसेस है, इंडिया अगर बिगर अटैक कर देगा तो क्या होगा. सो ये सब ऑल ऑफ दिस पाकिस्तानी सोशल मीडिया में नहीं हो रहा है, मतलब डायरेक्ट लोग सर्कुलेट कर रहे हैं. जनरल बख्शी, सरगोदा एयर बेस विजुअल्स, योर रिस्पॉन्स सर. Your response, can you tell us about the importance of this location, sir?
Absolutely. Sargoda is one of the prime air bases where the F-16s are based. That is from where they take off. And I think in all probability, even the J-10Cs, the foremost the Chinese aircraft with Pakistan, are also based from there. And what you are seeing now, Arnab, once you gain air superiority, this is the process of destroying the enemy air. Right? This is not suppression of enemy air defenses, this is destruction of enemy air defenses. And once we have gained air superiority, then once we have command of the sky, that is when our formations will start rolling forward.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Pakistan.
I want to...
Pakistan, you ask for it, you will get it.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, right now, breaking news. A major hit is being reported, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, on the Sargoda Air Base of the Pakistan Air Force. Ab ye Sargoda Air Base ke bare mein we'll hear more. This has been designated as one of the biggest, jo kaha jata hai MOB, one of the major operational base of the Pakistan Air Force. Yani ki we are playing to a plan. One by one, we are destroying different air bases across Pakistan. Pakistan is on the verge of destruction. अगर सरगोदा एयरबेस भी इनका गिर गया, which is the very important base of the Pakistan Central Air Command. यानी कि Pakistan Central Air Command demolish हो रही है. This is one of the most important air bases. इसकी पुरानी history है और इसकी airstrip has been commissioned in 1969, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very locationally important air base. Locationally, this is a very important airbase. Pakistan deny करने की कोशिश कर रही है, but the visual is there. Sargodha airbase destroyed. I want your response, sir. Now we have another और एक clear video आई है रहीम यार खान या whatever that name is of Pakistan airbase, वो भी बिल्कुल destroy हो चुकी है. और एक visual हमारे पास आ रही है one by one, ladies and gentlemen. आप देखिए, this is the visual, earlier visual. रहीम यार खान destroyed. अब देखिए, now we have a better shot. पाकिस्तानियों देखो, look at this Pakistan. हमने आपके घर में घुस के आपके सारे एयरबेसेस डिस्ट्रॉय कर चुके हैं. इसका मतलब क्या है? पाकिस्तानियों सुनो, आपके प्लेन्स टेक ऑफ नहीं कर पाएंगे. आप मिसाइल छोड़िए, आपके फाइटर जेट्स अनऑपरेशनल हो गए, आपकी एयरफोर्स क्रिपल हो चुकी है, आप रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर पाएंगे. आपका कंट्री को सरेंडर कर देना चाहिए, कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है, नहीं तो और मारेंगे आपको. और आपको डिफेंड करने के लिए कोई एक एयर स्ट्रिप बाकी नहीं है पाकिस्तान में जहां से आप टेक ऑफ कर पाएंगे. अब मैं जानना चाहता हूं फ्रॉम एयर मार्शल संजीव कपूर की जो सरगोदा की सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है. गो बैक टू सरगोदा. एक के बाद एक एयर बेसेस ऑफ पाकिस्तान are being destroyed this morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good morning to all the people watching us across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Sargodha Air Base, response, sir, from you, sir. How important is this latest hit? Sanjeev Kapoor, sir.
Both the airfields, Rahim Yar Khan and Sargodha, are in the central command. And this is where they keep all their assets. And this is very close to the nuclear facilities in case of any hostilities which escalates and they wish to. So they have kept these things in proximity. Now, India, by its own way, is sending a message across to them that we know what to hit, when to hit. So you please be aware. Now, for benefit of your viewers, the runway repairing process typically is just about 8 to 10 hours. So I'm sure at this stage the enemy would be working to get their airfields going. They would be getting to get the services going.
It will take time.
But the inputs which I'm getting is that they are stuck. The air bases from where drones have been also being launched each night. So this is a message to them to say that we know from which place you are launching drones. You know you can't irritate us more. And these are very, very strategically important targets which have been hit last night. I leave it at that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting lots and lots and lots of information right now. And now we have a Rahim Yar Khan airbase visual from southern Punjab, which has also come in. Time for some quick analysis out there. Summer is coming back with us. Ravinder ji, aapko kya lag raha hai, sir? What are you thinking? Jo latest information aa rahi hai, we are going after their specific air bases now. And we are doing it quite successfully. What's the plan, sir?
Absolutely. I mean, as we were talking earlier, it's like cherry picking. You made a priority list ki sabse pehle high value, bulk impact kahan hoga, strategic impact kahan hoga, take that out. VIP moments restricted or handicapped. Right. Missile storage, airbase, stuck. Fighter jets were placed in case of conflict with India, stuck.
Yeah.
Proximity to nuclear assets, stuck. So I think India is going after bulk assets in a way, if we could speak, and the next in line could be, ammunition depots, production factories, correct, so that the entire military industrial complex of Pakistan will be decimated from its foundations or struck at its foundation. Quickly, I want to add one more thing on the previous topic we were talking about, PM Modi and NSA Doval and how calm they look and all. I was reminded, there's a term known as, of course you would and many would know, duck diplomacy. A leader has to always be calm.
Relax.
Like a duck on the top. But beneath, in the water, it's paddling. It's working hard.
Very hard. Very hard.
So that is what we are seeing.
I'm seeing big smiles today. Today, Summer is smiling for the first time. Ab Summer smile karte hain, to lagta hai ki ye pata nahi where the sun has risen today. Summer is the kind of person, mujhe lagta hai, when he was born, he must have started fighting the day he was born. He's the kind of person, first time he's smiling today. And aaj Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor bhi smile kar rahe hain, but not General Bakshi. General Bakshi is still not happy. He wants a bigger hit at Pakistan. General Bakshi, the 9 minute mein we have a special briefing, sir. You will be happy, I can tell you. in 9 minutes. Put the countdown on, please, ladies and gentlemen. Samar, what are you hearing? Samar.
Now, the thing is that the cat is out of the bag.
What do you mean? What do you mean cat is out of the bag? Breaking tickers below and the countdown clock. Quickly. Thank you. Yeah.
The Pakistanis' main priority is right now our missile bases and our ammunition bases. This is the one as of now. As far as India is concerned, it is amply clear by targeting Noor Jahan base and Rahim Yar base, air base, is the most secure and in depth. So if that air base has been attacked, I think there is nothing left which is non-vulnerable for Pakistan. They are totally within range and they will be struck. And I think tonight it's going to be a good Diwali night. They're going to have it bad. And the first priority is going to be the decimation of their air force, because that is the first and major threat that our public is going to face, and that is going on at the moment. Second is the stockpile of where their drone storages are.
Yeah.
And it has been observed, they are almost within 3 to 4 kilometers of range along the IB.
Yeah.
So they all have been earmarked, and probably tonight you'll be able to see significant fireworks on the Pakistan side.
Yeah. You expect?
Yes, definitely.
If I could ask you, Samar, what do you expect then Pakistan to be doing? Speculating.
So see, as of now, Pakistan has been anticipating our air defense capabilities. They are going to push our air defense capabilities more to the brink, because they are wanting desperately to penetrate through the air defenses to reach Delhi, which they have failed to do so.
I tell you one thing, at the end of the day, they made 3 unsuccessful attempts. General Bakshi, 3 unsuccessful attempts. Will they try the same formula, or will they try something different? And I think that now we should not wait to see what they do. See, we keep saying we will move up the escalation ladder if they do. We will move up the escalation ladder if they do. Agar wo karenge, hum karenge. Unhone to kar diya abhi. Now I think it should be our par. I don't think there should be any looking back, General Bakshi. Now we've got them. We've destroyed their air bases.
Absolutely.
Or should we? One more option is that we destroy their air capability a little bit more before we go in. The other option is that we wait, or destruction kare, or air bases destroy kare.
The first step.
Go through the western border, more air bases. There are about 7 air bases we can finish if we want. Finish that off and then hit them. What do you think, sir? General Bakshi, what is your view?
Arnab, this is precisely what we were clamoring for last night. Don't keep, letting them do these pinpricks with their drones. Hit them back hard, destroy them. Escalation has 2 components: vertical escalation, horizontal escalation. He's already done horizontal escalation by spreading his efforts all along the western front, 2,000 plus kilometers from Srinagar, Avantipura down to Kutch. He's been trying to penetrate our airspace.
Yes, sir.
The miracle, the revolution in military affairs is the strength of our integrated air defense.
Yes, sir.
Layered integrated air defense with the S-400s, the Akash 1, Akash 2, the MR SAMs, the long-range SAMs, the Barracks. They've decimated all attacks. Our percentage ranges from 99 to 100%. We've sort of almost outstripped Israel in the power of our air defense. This is the India Dome that you are witnessing. And they can't penetrate, and we keep hitting every time.
You said last night go for it. You said last night go for it. Last night I saw a very restless General Bakshi. Last night the whole country was very troubled because they saw a person they loved, General Bakshi, getting very, very upset, and he was getting very stressed yesterday. Last night we were all, we saw you in a different frame of mind. Today you're saying go for it. You're saying go for it. And you know Ajit Doval very, very well.
Absolutely. Arnab, I have had the privilege of working with Shri Ajit Doval Kirti Chakra for 3 years. I've seen him very close, very close. He's a devout nationalist. He's a total nationalist at heart, and he's a brave man. You see, we fight in the army in companies, battalions, brigades, large size companies, large size formations. To be behind enemy lines for 7 years almost. Behind enemy lines, that's what he got the Kirti Chakra for.
Yes, sir.
Incognito, that is facing the danger of torture, of death, and worse. And worse if you get caught, right? So he's a field man. He's a field operator. He's not a desk warrior. That is what we like about him in the military. He's got guts. He's got guts. He stays cool.
Yeah,
and he delivers.
And
he's aggressive.
Yeah, okay, we're getting a kind of briefing, but I just want to say that, see, we have a live frame. We have a live frame from the MOD. All these Pakistani air bases, we know exactly. I'm just showing this. मैं ज़्यादा नहीं दिखाऊंगा. We know all their air bases. Now I can't show this for long. Every air base, this is confidential. Every air base of theirs is within our knowledge. Every single air base of theirs, we know. And now we are preparing for a press conference. I think there's been a big screen which has been put up there. And I think it's going to be a very, very, very big press conference today. General Bakshi, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Rabinder, what are we expecting today, Rabinder Sachdev ji? What are we expecting today? Aaj ki press conference mein, I think there'll be a different tonality. There'll be more information which is going to be given. And also, aaj subah ki press conference hai, kal dopaher ki thi.
Well, absolutely. I mean, one cannot say, but I can comment from one perspective. The one aspect we were seeing was that calm leadership, working hard and delivering results.
Absolutely.
That's been one tone. The other thing has been these press conferences. The briefing, the way in which it is conducted, gracefully, systematically, and by the way, with, so to say, not very, very senior officials, a certain rank officials, headed by a foreign secretary, which is the civic power, right? So the message that India is a democracy, it is run by competent professionals, and they're all very, very smart and savvy. I think that's the other images which are
the imagery is a very smart, tech savvy,
and the content
tech savvy, cool, calculated, strategically thinking India that knows to hit really hard and which is backed up by serious firepower.
All Pakistan air bases are already earmarked.
And by the way, we have all the Pakistani air bases earmarked. We in fact have, I can't share much out here, but we have, I've just been told by my sources, we have latest details of their deployments, their transport crew, their fighter jets, the placement of their personnel, the individual locations where they are moving, their air battalions, the response, what they have done in the last 12 hours, and present real-time movements. The great thing is that we are sitting, General Bakshi, as you very well know, on great human intelligence. You see, the Pakistanis are sharing a lot of information with us. So we know everything about, we've tracked them down, General Bakshi. We've tracked them down. Human intelligence is very strong, General Bakshi.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, and it is very strong. It was strong in 1971 when a Pakistani source came and informed us that the Pakistani Air Force was going to attack our forward air bases on 3rd of December 1971.
Yes, sir.
Then the Air Force went all out.
Yes, sir.
We hammered Pakistan in the east and the west, and in the east we gained total air supremacy, not air superiority, air supremacy. We used our retarder penetration bombs to crater all their runways. Their Air Force couldn't take off. Most of it was destroyed on the ground. And once the skies were open, once we dominated the skies, our army columns, our tank columns went in bumper to bumper, and we penetrated 550 kilometers inside Pakistan. 550 kilometers to the capital city of Dhaka. The tricolor was fluttering in Dhaka, and the largest surrender after the Second World War. Largest surrender after the Second World War took place with 93,000 prisoners of war. A new nation state was created with the force of arms. 1971, Bangladesh. 2025, Baluchistan.
Baluchistan.
That's what we want. Ye
Baluchistan.
Mange more. Tax the India.
General Bakshi, I love your spirit, sir. I love your spirit. I love you, sir. I love you. Don't worry. You know that. We are going to, Pakistan will pay back for the attack on a Gurdwara. Pakistan will pay back for the attack on 13 civilians that it killed in Punch. This is the response to their coward drone attacks, and it is coming. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they attacked the Shambhu temple. I want to tell you, the Pakistanis are attacking temples. They're attacking Sikh Gurdwaras, and they tried to fire 400 Turkish drones, borrowed drones, Turkish drones in Thursday's late-night attacks on 36 towns and cities. You targeted our towns and cities from Srinagar to Jaisalmer and Pathankot, and everywhere. ये जो कहते हैं हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं रविंद्र जी, एक बाल भी बाका नहीं हुआ और हम आपको स्ट्रेटेजिकली आपके एयरफोर्स को टारगेट कर रहे हैं. मुझे कहा जा रहा है कि कई लोग पाकिस्तान में रिपब्लिक भारत को देखते हैं. आई वांट टू टेल यू, अभी भी सरेंडर कर दो. द प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अबाउट टू स्टार्ट. कैन I get the frame, ladies and gentlemen? The Indian Army's strategic advancements have rendered as of now a large part of the Pakistani Air Force effectively unarmed. They have been critically exposed to us. इसको कहते हैं critical weakness in their air defense systems. इनके जो much touted HQ-9 missile, कहाँ है HQ-9 missile, संजीव कपूर साहब?
मच्छरों की तरह गिराए जा रहे हैं.
मच्छरों की तरह गिरते हैं. What is their HQ-9 missile है हमारे पास? हमेशा कोई पाकिस्तानी एयरफोर्स वाले को पूछो, हमारा HQ-9 मिसाइल है. कहां था उनका HQ-9 मिसाइल जब हमने सरगोदा को अटैक किया? ये कहां है HQ-9 मिसाइल, संजीव कपूर साहब? Are they not working?
Arnab, I had told on a show the other day also, the Chinese weapons have never been used anywhere. They have never been tried. And Chinese would also be watching this very closely, because if they have to prepare for attack at Taiwan or some other place where they're going to use these weapons, the Americans would also be watching very closely on the outcome of these utilization of these weapons. How their JF-17s, how their PL-15, PL-10 missiles, how their HQ-16 and HQ-9 air defense systems. So we have used state-of-the-art kamikaze drones to take them out. And the warfare, if you have seen, has gone to another level. This is no more a conventional war that we are fighting. The Pakistanis do not fight and prepare for a conventional war because they know they cannot win against India. So India has also changed the tactic this time, and a lot of things have rubbed off from Israel-Hamas conflict, wherein the drone attack and these kind of things, utilization of nagging kind of pinprick kind of warfare goes on, and we are seeing some trailers of these in this conflict.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, the big thing is that this Mushaf Air Base in Sargodha, General Bakshi, Mushaf Air Base in Sargodha कहा जाता है, इनके कॉम्बैट कमांडर स्कूल वहाँ पे है और कई रेंज है. इनके मिराज का स्काईबोल्ट्स फॉर्मेशन है, F7 का डैशिंग्स फॉर्मेशन है और JF-17s का ड्रैगन फॉर्मेशन है. And all these formations are now crippled because of this particular attack. इधर F-16s है, Falcon 20s है, Alouette helicopters है, और this is basically मतलब सरगोदा अगर हिट हो गया, it will have a very major, इतने nodal air base है सर. अगर सरगोदा हिट हो गया तो it is a very nodal air base. In war terms, what happens, sir, General Bakshi?
You know, Arnab, like I said, this, Pakistan was under the very mistaken notion that nuclear deterrence had absolutely closed all space for a conventional war.
I mentioned something.
Right? That they could keep on escalating at the terrorist level, sub-conventional level. What India has done is, we have widened the space for a conventional war.
Yes.
Lethal than this.
Very good analysis, sir.
This is the first stage. You are setting the stage for a major ground offensive. You are setting the stage for a major ground offensive by gaining command of the skies so that your air force can fly at will, bomb at will, anything that moves.
Yes.
Anything that moves in Pakistan hereinafter will be vulnerable. I would reckon they might give it 1 or 2 more nights of this bombing, this destruction, and we would have gained air superiority in the sectors that we want to go in. Pakistan, now you asked for it. You are getting it, and don't worry. We will see it to the end now.
There's a red alert in Pathankot, red alert in Pathankot. We're told there's a red alert in Pathankot and the CRPF information, breaking news, visual bhi hamare paas hai. What they tried to do is that they have tried to target a hospital inside the CRPF center. This has happened in Bantalab area of Jammu. Bantalab area, Jammu, the projectile landed close to a hospital near the CRPF center. Patients had a narrow escape. This is what their Pakistanis are doing, viewers. ये हम उनके airbase को target कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे hospitals को target करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. But they could not, and all the patients are safe. Very happy to inform you, all the patients are safe. Pakistani projectile landed in this particular area. This is Bantalab area of Jammu, targeted by Pakistan. But that is the situation right now. So we are seeing a lot of ineffective hits. At some point of time, इससे global embarrassment भी होगा पाकिस्तान के लिए. रविंदर जी, ये क्या कर रहा है पाकिस्तान? What are they doing?
That's what I was just thinking. You see, they would be notionally targeting logically Indian army locations, right?
ठीक है, उनको लग रहा है हमने paramilitary location target किया.
Civilians को मार के उन्हें फायदा नहीं, but they want to, degrade our military capabilities. So rationally, they should be targeting them. अगर ये civilian areas में गिर रहे हैं, that means these devices, these weapons are ineffective. इनकी guidance systems ठीक नहीं है. या हम जैम कर दे रहे हैं उनको, jamming हो रहा है, warfare हो रहा है, right?
I think what could have happened, I think what could have happened is, what could have happened, जो मुझे कहा गया, is that because they were using all these what is called loitering munitions, the fact of the matter is that we have got a lot of the debris yesterday. We have analyzed the debris. Our Indian technology, Indian scientists are very superior. और ये 5 minute का काम है for Indian technologists. हम reverse engineer करके we know how to jam their equipment.
Pure gold मिला है हमें. Because for Chinese also we will know what their equipments are, how effective they are.
PF-17 was intact that we got.
So we have got Chinese equipment.
Pure gold.
And the Chinese will also be angry with the Pakistanis right now because they don't know how to fire this.
Exactly.
The Turkish also are seeing, by the way, the Turkish have gone back now. Yes. The Turkish, there were a group of 20 officers who had landed and they have flown back because Erdogan does not want to get directly involved. So to Pakistanis do not have Turkish support either, active support right now.
And sir, given the levels of corruption in Pakistani army procurement and all, Chinese materials could have been very much substandard.
Yeah.
And that's what they're reaping now.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Marco Rubio has spoken to Asif Munir, I'm told. General Bakshi wants to say something. Yes, General Saab, sir.
Thank you, yeah. Thanks.
Arnab, this has been a PR, a public relations disaster for the Chinese weapons. They have a huge export market. They are exporting all over Asia and also to Africa and other countries. Now this is a disaster. No wonder they were not giving their frontline equipment to Pakistan. They were giving them the export versions because they were worried they would lose their crown jewels if they gave them to an incompetent, useless Pakistan. The Chinese are so irritated with Pakistan that they were saying you can't defend our assets in passing via Baluchistan along the CPEC, so we will use our own troops. That was their level of frustration with Pakistan. They backed the wrong horse in South Asia. Even now, I would ask them, appeal to them to correct their orientation. They were trying to use Pakistan as a cat's paw against India. I'm sorry, cat's paw will be in tatters very soon. You betted on the wrong horse in South Asia. Even now, please desist. Don't open.
But China is now trying to say, China is now trying to say
on your eastern front.
China abhi keh raha hai ki return to a state of settlement, Major Tur. What are they trying to do? They're saying return to a state of settlement. Please settle it. So Chinese are also putting some pressure on Pakistan.
China is under pressure because China knows that if this goes on, the Karakoram highway is going to go. It's going to go. It's going to create catastrophic consequences if Pakistan doesn't stop.
We can do that.
We can do that, and we can take the area of Karakoram highway. End of story.
Yeah.
End of story. It's over for the CPEC.
Yeah.
CPEC can be finished.
It can be finished if we take over the Karakoram.
And we would have the moral, General Bakshi kuch keh rahe hain, General Bakshi first. We would have the moral justification for that also. Yes, General Bakshi.
Absolutely.
China is getting nervous now.
Once we have gained air superiority, the way is open for us to go get POK. The way is open for us to help the Baluchis by an offensive in the desert sector or the semi-desert sector. Now the pathways are being opened, Arnab. I am getting a sense of deja vu. We saw it in 71, Pakistan being broken into two. And if Pakistan does not watch out, it is heading for a breakdown into 5 splinters. I keep repeating this. Sindhu Desh, Baluchistan, the Pashtun areas, and West Punjab and Sairekia. These are the 5 fault lines in Pakistan, ethnic fault lines, along which when you put pressure, Pakistan will splinter. We military men were begging the government to please do it. Do it now. Finish this problem once and for all. And I'm so happy today, so relieved as a soldier. Arnab, whenever I see Indians dying, Indians getting killed, it boils my blood. It boils my blood. When they kill 10 innocent Sikhs in Punch, hit their Gurudwara, it boils my blood, Arnab.
No, we have to, sir. I know it does, sir, but we have to be patient. The visuals on the screen, please, ladies and gentlemen. Is that Shawan? Who's there live with us from the news desk right now? Those pictures, that is from Jaisalmer. We got a soundbite also. Let's hear. Audio.
जल्दी RI साहब पूनम सिंह जी और हम दोनों यहाँ मौके पर पहुँच गए। यहाँ पे शकूर खान के खेत के में और घर के अंदर बम गिरा है और यहाँ पे पूरे खेत के अंदर टुकड़े बिखरे हुए, लेकिन कोई हताहत होने की कोई खबर नहीं है और ना ही कोई नुकसान हुआ है। जनहानि नुकसान नहीं हुआ है।
QRT पुलिस पहुंच चुकी है।
हाँ, आर्मी और पुलिस प्रशासन बाकी मौके पर।
From Pathankot, can we run the visuals, latest visuals from Pathankot, and what is the information there? I will need someone to quickly tell me. There's someone live who can tell us about the drone interception in Pathankot. Lalit, drone interception in Pathankot. Please, Samar, 1 minute, you're on it. Pathankot, Lalit.
Well, if we talk about here in Pathankot, just a few minutes before the drones have been intercepted, let me show you the visual there where you can see the smoke also in the air. Around hundreds sounds of explosions were being heard, and the Indian Air Defense have neutralized all the drones which were being sent from the Pakistan side. So right now you can see that the smoke in the air is near the Pathankot.
You're saying
I'm not
Lalit.
I'm not giving the exact position.
नहीं, आप exact position मत दीजिए, but आप ये कह रहे हैं कि अभी दिन में भी ड्रोन इंटरसेप्शंस हो रहे हैं, जो शाम को होते थे रात को हो रहे हैं, अभी भी हो रहे हैं, यानी कि the response of the Pakistanis to the attack on Sargoda Air Base, to the attack on Chaklala, Murid and Rafiki Air Base is to have these either surveillance or armed drones sent in the daytime right now. ये armed drones भेज रहे हैं, दिन में भेज रहे हैं.
I want to tell the audience,
please.
I want to tell the audience that these are Songar drones. These are Turkish drones. इन drones के अंदर small arms fit होता है with 5.56 ammunition. तो बेसिकली इनका ओवरऑल रेंज 10 किलोमीटर है, तो जाहिर सी बात है कि ये आईबी से लगभग पाकिस्तान वाली साइड 2 किलोमीटर या 3 किलोमीटर अंदर से ये ड्रोन्स को भेज रहे हैं इंडिया में ड्यूरिंग डे टाइम, और इन ड्रोन्स में बॉम्ब भी लगे हुए और वेपन भी लगे हुए।
करेक्ट।
तो मैं पब्लिक को यही बोलूंगा, जैसे ही आप ये ड्रोन देखें, आप घने पेड़ों के नीचे आड़ ले लें।
थैंक यू समन, कोई इतनी पैनिक करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। ड्रोन्स हैं, इनको तो हमारी एयर डिफेंस आर्टिलरी खत्म कर रही है, ये आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे। ठीक है, कुछ नहीं होगा इनका। लुक एट द, एक ड्रोन इनका सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ, यानी कि इनका दिस इज द लास्ट मूव।
And they should give the drone debris to the nearest police station.
ड्रोन डेब्री हम ले लेंगे, टेक्नोलॉजी हम ले लेंगे, फिट करके ड्रोन को नीचे लेके जैमर्स लगाने का सिस्टम कर देंगे। और यू नो रीजन व्यूअर्स, ये ड्रोन्स जो हैं, व्हाई दिस आर बीइंग सो सक्सेसफुल। ये लेटेस्ट वीडियो रावलपिंडी की, कैन वी शो द लेटेस्ट वीडियो इन रावलपिंडी फुल फ्रेम? ये देखिए, skies are ablaze in Rawalpindi, ladies and gentlemen. There Indians have hit very very strongly, और ये वीडियो,
और ये काफी हैवी ब्लास्ट हुआ है। ये अभी एक दूसरा ब्लास्ट भी हुआ है हमारी ये नूर खान एयर बेस पे ही, और बहुत तेजी से ये एक और अटैक हुआ, और ये आप लोग देख सकते हैं कि कितना ये काफी ज्यादा हुआ है। ये भी सेकंड ब्लास्ट हुआ है, और ये काफी हैवी ब्लास्ट हुआ है। ये अभी एक दूसरा ब्लास्ट भी हुआ है हमारी ये नूर खान एयर बेस पे ही, और बहुत तेजी से
समर इसको एनालाइज करते हैं। ये पाकिस्तानी वॉइस है वहां पे, इट्स अ पंजाबी साउंडिंग पाकिस्तानी वॉइस, ये पंजाबी ऑथेंटिक पंजाबी पाकिस्तानी वॉइस है। आप इसको आइडेंटिफाई कर पा रहे? कैन आई बी ऑन एयर प्लीज विद समर? थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड फोकस प्रोडक्शन टीम एंड समर इसमें कह रहे हैं, टेक द विजुअल फुल फ्रेम आउट देयर, वी टेक द ब्रेकिंग न्यूज बिलो। लेटेस्ट वीडियो कम्स ऑफ द from Islamabad, where the Noor Khan air base has been targeted near Rawalpindi, Islamabad. Similar, Niranjan, don't teach me. Take it on the breaking news grid. Remove the breaking and war alerts on the left. Let the visuals play. Put it on the grid and put Samar and me on the right hand side in 2 small boxes. Thank you very much. And put the tag on top so people realize where this is from. And let's be faster. The Punjabi voice out there says very clearly, ये बहुत बड़ा, और उन्होंने कहा ये दूसरा देखिए दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ है, यानी कि 2 ब्लास्ट हुए।
yes.
हमारे पास पहला एक था। नाउ वी हैव प्रूफ दैट देयर हैव बीन 2 हिट्स। दैट मींस दिस इज प्रूफ देयर हैज बीन अ डबल हिट इन द रावलपिंडी बेस। बहुत डैमेज हुआ होगा।
आई मीन
डबल हिट किया है हमने।
They have JF-17s here.
Double hit on the base.
They have JF-17s here.
My God.
They have a few F-16s placed here.
I know that.
और ये in depth है। ये गहराई में है पाकिस्तान के। एंड दिस वाज वन क्रिटिकल एयरबेस जहां पे न्यूक्लियर एसेट्स जो पाकिस्तान के, उसके न्यूक्लियर एसेट्स को प्रोटेक्शन के लिए यहां पे लेटेस्ट इनके एयरक्राफ्ट्स हैं और कम्युनिकेशन।
ये चकलाला है।
यस,
ये चकलाला है।
नो, दिस इज नूरजहान एयरबेस।
नूरजहान है।
दिस इज इन नूर खान एयरबेस। दिस इज इन डेप्थ।
नूर खान एयरबेस जो है वो चकाला रावलपिंडी है। यानी कि रावलपिंडी एयरबेस में वी हैव प्रूफ proof emerges. Republic gets proof of double hits on Pakistani critical airbase in Rawalpindi, destroyed, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistani journalists have captured, I can't reveal the identity of course, but Pakistani journalists have shared with Republic. Pakistani sources and stringers have shared with Republic the attack, a double hit on the Rawalpindi airbase. I'm grateful to those people in Pakistan जो हमको support कर रहे हैं इसमें, क्योंकि there are many people in Pakistan who are supporting Republic, saying हमारे देश में से ये पाकिस्तान आर्मी को खत्म करो,
निकालो।
पाकिस्तानी हमें कह रहे हैं पाकिस्तान आर्मी ये नाकाम आर्मी है, ये बेहाल आर्मी है, और इन्होंने हमें चूस कर पैसे की हालत ऐसे कर दी है कि $1 बिलियन के लिए बेइज्जती होती है हमारे इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर, देन वी गेट द मनी। सो वी आर गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ सपोर्ट एंड देयरफॉर थैंक यू टू द पाकिस्तानीज हु आर सपोर्टिंग अस। जनरल बख्शी आप देख रहे हैं, दिस इज नाउ बिकमिंग, हमारे पास प्रूफ है रविंदर जी, डबल हिट जनरल बख्शी के बाद डबल हिट हुआ। रविंदर जी डबल हिट है, इस्लामाबाद वल्नरेबल हो गया।
एग्जैक्टली। सो अर्नब, द पॉइंट इज हमने जो पहले अटैक करा होगा, फॉर एग्जाम्पल लाइक हार्पो मिसाइल से, राइट जी, डिसेबल्ड देयर एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स ऑफ दैट एयरबेस। ओके, अब वो इनइफेक्टिव हो गया। नाउ परहैप्स वील सेंड द बिगर पेलोड टू डिस्ट्रॉय द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मोर फ्लैटेंड, राइट? विद द फर्स्ट वन यू मेड देम इनकेपेबल ऑफ रिस्पॉन्डिंग, right, with a smaller drone.
How will they respond if we were to hit Rawalpindi today? वो क्या करेंगे?
They'll get the Air Force come in.
They'll be.
The last step would be they'll start rolling the tanks. The last step. That would be the last.
But then drones are going to counter the tanks.
Oh yeah, drones and our air.
See, this is now General Bakshi also wanted to say. See, one thing I want to also share with you is we are seeing double hit in Rawalpindi, Noor Khan Air Base hit, and I think what we have done is very, very good. And I think the whole country, ladies and gentlemen, should stand strongly behind the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is showing remarkable courage. The Prime Minister is showing remarkable leadership, remarkable strategic foresight. And what is incredible about the Prime Minister is he's showing decision-making ability. Ladies and gentlemen, with full security, Rajnath Singh there on the move. On the move, someone entering Rajnath Singh's house. I think it's the Chief of Defence Staff or the Army Chief. Full security outside Rajnath Singh's house. Ladies and gentlemen, full layer of protection under these walls, behind these armed guards, behind the sheets of security. Rajnath Singh, ladies and gentlemen, is meeting the Chief of Defence Staff. Very big meeting going on there. Very big meeting going on in the heart of Delhi. And now the press conference has started. Let's go live. Let's go live. Let's go live. We are going live right now. MEMOD press conference. Vikram Misri is about to start. Appears to be a prepared statement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Misri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैप ड्रोन्स, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई. मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूं कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की. एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई. पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए. टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशंस, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया. रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च्ड सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर मैं आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूं जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize
is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
General KK Sinha is also with us right now. General KK, you have seen the information out there, so you know. So we have the list of all the air bases. Directors, thank you. General KK, your response. Now we have a list. 6 locations in Pakistan have been targeted with precision munitions. How has the situation changed? Also, what was said in that press conference was that the Pakistani intention is wrong. The Pakistani troops are moving with some intent, right? So how are you reading this information? And they failed, but now that also means they'll become more desperate.
Last night when it started, I was there sitting with your channel, and I have that time I'm hearing, and what the press briefing I have missed because I was traveling. But what the DG ISPR, what he claimed at 3:14 in the morning, that the Rawalpindi, which is their JHQ, and Noor Khan Air Base has been hit by us. And it is an ammunition dump. It is an air fueler, was there. This is our estimate. J-17 and J-10. This is the air base. Actually, it has got these assets there. As per the Murid Air Base, which is at Chakwal in Punjab, Pakistan, Punjab, UAV flight and TB2 drone, which has come in our area, and we have got now wreckages. It is actually the flights are there. So probably the UAV which has come to, it has gone from, so we have gone for this. Then the Rafiki Air Base, which is at Sakot, again in Punjab, there are estimated to be 5 fighter squadrons generally of mixture located. This is a major air base because it is so centrally located that it can come towards Punjab area, it can go to Jammu, it can come to Rajasthan and up to Bhuj. It has got the center of the gravity of all air bases and assets of Pakistan. There was, I do not know because I didn't attend, Sakur was also, which is further south of Rahmyar Khan. There was in the morning.
Yes, there was, sir, there was.
Sakur is also air base. This air base is also having a mixed asset. I don't know if it is confirmed that Lahore was again hit and Narwal.
Lahore was hit.
Yes. Lahore and Narwal. Yes. These are the forward air bases. And Lahore is a major air base also for the civil assets and the military assets. So we have gone for the military assets and Narwal. So this is as far as the customized matched attack. In the morning, I do not know whether they have used this word. It was our response was the customized matched response and attack. This was the wordings it was used. I do not know whether in a briefing assets, their mainstay of missiles which they have fired at, including a Sirsa, that is your Fateh 2, which the wreckage which has been found over there. The tailhead
in Sirsa,
Hathap 2. Yes. Hathap 2. This is the mainstay of there.
No, sir, it is Fateh 2.
That's
400 kilometers.
400 kilometers. Then Abdali. This is, I have seen the visuals of this lying somewhere near
Rajasthan. Yes, Barmed. Yes.
Barmed. Abdali 2 has got a range of 450 kilometers.
Yes, it's got a big crater.
It is the black one which is coming in the visual. This is Abdali 2 with the fin and the top. This thing cap is of yellow color, which was hanging with the tree.
So, that's right, sir.
That is Abdali. And Hathap small range. This is the small range missiles, and it was told when I was sitting that time that probably Hathap 5 is Gauri. This is a major stay, and Hathap 8 Rad. So complete inventory of missiles of the Pakistan has been destroyed by us. A great achievement. So these are basically with the technology of Chinese, only good for parading. So this we have proven that what is the Indian might. TB2 drone, Kamakaji drone.
Bariaktar TB2.
TB2 with the range of 200 kilometers.
Yes.
That wreckage I have seen, one of the visuals which was lying, it was identified as a TB2 drone.
Wow.
So I think nothing can be better. And nothing can, this achievement, I think it is mind-boggling for the whole world.
Yeah.
The whole world.
Yeah.
This achievement, I think, in Indian military has, in a joint, when we retribute to them after, and the word is customized match attack, which was done to them after 2 nights, which they did it when starting with 400 small drones, basically this was Taiwan from Turkey drones, range 5 kilometers, but swamps of drone coming in 3 waves first night. And out of that 50 was destroyed and 20 was jammed, 70 out of 400. Then next night approximately 100 we all know, which has come, and then the last night and the day which we are carrying on, where the major operations were in our Jammu and Kashmir area.
So I think we are also got to emphasize out here the good position that we are in. Did you see the soundbite of the Air Marshal of the Pakistan Air Force, who said that we are destroyed? And I just want to play that once more, because can we pull out that particular soundbite? Because it reflects the thinking out here. You see, the Pakistanis know that we have the BrahMos, which is the world's fastest supersonic cruise missiles. This BrahMos, he can hit Mach 3 with a range of 300 to 800 kilometers. It is versatility, bound and precise, land, sea, air, or we can even launch it subsea. It's a nightmare for adversaries.
Different platforms.
Now you have nothing, and their Babar cruise missile, which is subsonic, less versatile. It has a range of 400 to 700, but we have serious technological sophistication right now. We have invested in these multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles or MIRVs, which allows a single missile to deliver multiple targets. So Pakistanis, please understand, what we will do, and I want to explain this to the Pakistanis, if you have Agni 5, for example, it will go up, then schoolly, there are sophisticated software systems installed. That missile will then say, okay, we'll hit Lahore, Islamabad, X, Y, Z.
Till the last moment.
And then it's a game changer. There is no missile defense. It will go up. It will have multiple warheads to different targets. 10 warheads at 10 warheads. We can target 10 Pakistani locations in one go. These things we don't want to do to you.
Yes.
But because the air marshals know, जो जानकार लोग हैं उनको पता है कि हम कैसे खत्म करने वाले हैं, इसलिए ये बात कही गई है. इसको सुनिए. This is the call of panic from the Pakistan Air Force. Pakistan Air Force in panic. Please listen to this.
और मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है, बिकॉज डी एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा. और याद रखिए, 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है. नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस. और डिप्लोमेसी जो अरब कर रहे हैं और ईरान कर रहे हैं, इंडिया उसको मान नहीं रहा. अगर अमेरिका अपना प्रेशर नहीं डालता, पुतिन प्रेशर नहीं डालता, और मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है, बिकॉज डी एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा. और याद रखिए, 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है. नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस. और डिप्लोमेसी जो अरब कर रहे हैं और ईरान कर रहे हैं, इंडिया उसको मान नहीं रहा. अगर अमेरिका अपना प्रेशर नहीं डालता.
Okay, now viewers, we are therefore now I will hand over to Niranjan. Please walk in, Niranjan. We're going to have Niranjan and Abhishek hold the coverage for a bit, because what I have to do is I have to talk to all my contacts and my defense contacts and government contacts and get a good sense. What I assure you, viewers, when I come back, we're going to do some solid factual bombardment. Ravindra Sahab, you excuse me for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Our very capable Niranjan Narayan Swami, please come, sir. Niranjan, please have a seat. And Niranjan will take it through with you. And General KK has been with us, Niranjan, overnight, so he knows exactly what's going on. Sargodha is not targeted, so we clarify on that. But Chakrala targeted, Murid targeted, Rafiqi targeted, right? Nur Khan targeted, Rahim Yar Khan targeted. 6 locations have been targeted. Niranjan, hold it. I'll just be back. Ladies and gentlemen, Niranjan, over to you.
Thank you for that, Arnab. In fact, we're getting in some more breaking news right now. Some more breaking news as we speak. Another fact check coming in from the government.
We'll take a break, actually.
Okay, we'll take a short break right now.
We'll take a break. After that, we can come back with more on this. This is a developing story.
Yeah.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी। उसमें यूकैप ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया। नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और LOC पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने।
Okay, we're getting in some breaking news right now as we speak. There's details of the conversation between the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister. The call has happened a few minutes back. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to the Secretary of State, emphasizing that both sides need to, this is the US handout of course, US saying that both sides need to identify methods to de-escalate and re-establish direct communications to avoid miscalculation. Further proposing US support in facilitating productive discussions to avert future disputes. General Sena, should we take US help? Now, first they said that it's none of our business while hoping for de-escalation. Now we have a statement coming in from the US where they are saying we have further proposed US support to facilitate productive discussion.
See, it started by the J.D. Van, their Vice President, when he said there is a, we do not have to anything to do with in Pakistan, this is none of our business. But Secretary of State and then Trump Secretary yesterday when they said that they are looking forward, that in near future they should solve their dispute. In some places it was translated that it has come as an order that they should stop. That was wrong. They said as soon as possible. Word was exactly, I'm forgetting, but it was that India and Pakistan should work on it to resolve the. Now today Marco Rubio, two aspects. Marco Rubio has spoken to Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir, bypassing everyone. He has not spoken to their president, he has not spoken to the foreign minister or anyone, he has directly spoken. That is there, directly he has spoken. It shows that who is the boss over there in Pakistan and who is actually trying to take a stand on it. What has transpired between them, it's not known. Before that, I will just put in also Saudi Arabia, their deputy foreign minister who came to India and then gone to Pakistan. And moment he left and they got the bailout from the IMF, they have carried out those drastic attack on India.
Yeah.
Because And then what you are saying that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, he is saying that we both should identify the method to de-escalate and find how to solve this problem once for all, or something like that. If he means like that. And one thing which Donald Trump has made, and I would like to bring it out, he made a comment that India and Pakistan having a problem from centuries. I do not know whether what was anomaly or it was directly he intended that in centuries. Of course, India and Pakistan has come in 1947 only, and this is the thing what he has given in a statement himself. So it looks like they want, because we have got nuclear, both the countries are nuclear states, and they want to come. But if they are speaking to the army chief, means the army chief is taking stand, I believe, that he has got a backing of China. And yes, he has got a solid backing of China. And China, the way today they have exposed themselves, when Chinese media brought it out that S-400 has been knocked off. So now Chinese, till yesterday they were cautioned, but today they said it is J-17 has knocked it off.
Yeah.
So now Chinese has also jumped in. It exposes China, in my judgment, because he is holding his stuff, because China feels that he feels that the China is sitting and holding his hand. China is rattled now because the way the situation is developing in Balochistan and in the area of Godar, because there is a more or less unsaid blockade, which are 26 ships, including our aircraft carrier in the in Arabian Sea. So this is a very tough time for Chinese CPAC. It seems like the CPAC, which Xi Jinping pilot project he launched in 2015, and including from our area, from POK and Gilgit-Baltistan, he has come, and Saskam Valley also. And they were very sure that it is a game changer. That has more or less over if Balochistan goes.
So, General, there's one thing that we want to highlight. General Bakshi, coming to you, I want to first play out, General Bakshi, because this is very important. What was said, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, she said, we want to show restraint, but that can only come if Pakistanis also show restraint. I want to play out the exact version of what India said officially, and then I'm coming to you. Let's play out what India said officially, the full version, and then we go across to General Bakshi.
Going developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैप ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर में आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamped. Just notice there are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए। और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में
पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी। उसमें यूकैब ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया। नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते एंड they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते एंड they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We're getting in some breaking news right now. The army's put out a video. I'm going across straight to the video put out by the Indian Army, where as a response to Pakistan's misadventures of attempted drone strikes on the night of 8th and 9th intervening night 2025, multiple cities of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, Army conducting a coordinated fire assault on terrorist launch pads, pulverizing, razing them to cinders. This is the video put out. Let's play that full frame. Audio. There's an audio on that video. Let's play the audio as well, please. Jalsena, what a video! I mean, just tells you. And I saw the end of that video. We'll play that video in the screen there, and you can see. Okay, Jalal Bakshi, I'll come to you. Okay, Jalal Bakshi, sir, you saw that video. The best part about this video is that we've captured the moment they fire, the moment it hits the target, the information warfare, like Jalsena was mentioning. Look at how digitized it's now become, and so well captured. Jalal Bakshi.
Absolutely. I'm glad the ADGPI is doing a good job projecting what the armed forces are doing. That's their job. And our armed forces are doing a fantastic job. You know what is the latest that I have heard? You know, Niranjan, the DGMOs, the Pakistani DGMO has on the hotline rung up the Indian DGMO. They want to climb down. You know, the simple fact is, Marco Rubio, he said, forget the Prime Minister and the Pakistani cartoon of a defense minister. He rang up General Asim Munir straight and asked him to climb down, otherwise he'd get clobbered.
Even America
the
will
clobbering
come in.
has started. You know, Niranjan, what we'd like to tell them is, look, we gave you an off-ramp after we hit only the terrorist camps first. 9 terrorist camps, right? Then you didn't take it. You wanted to escalate. First night, they send in their Turkish drones to probe our defenses.
Jalal Bakshi, you want to speak over this video?
Loitering munitions. And the third day, they attacked with missiles and fighters.
Jalal Bakshi, you want to speak over this video?
They attacked with missiles and fighters.
Sir, this video, look at this video. This is the missile that they sent. Fell somewhere in Barmer, in a desert region. It's now, of course, part of our research. It's flopped. It's fallen halfway through. We've intercepted it. Look at the size of that missile. It's a dud. Essentially, a dud now becomes part of our research and maybe even scrap. Jalal Bakshi.
Hello?
Sir, look at, are you seeing this video, sir?
That is what I'm saying. They have fired their entire missile series. You know, Hataf 1 to Hataf 6, you know, the Abdalis, the Shaheed, etc. Fateh 1 and Fateh 2, they've all fired those. And each one of them has been intercepted, has been shot down by our integrated air defense. All these missiles, their fighters, they've all been blown out of the skies to smithereens. They've fallen like duds. It is the worst PR exercise for China and its weapons. Worst PR exercise. You know, their weapons are useless. I'm sorry, they lose their weapons market now. People have seen the performance of the Chinese missiles. Most of the Pakistani missiles are based on Chinese technology, as are their nuclear weapons. 70% of their armament is Chinese. And you know, we have seen their JF-17s getting shot out of the skies, their F-16s. I'm told even an AWAC has been shot down, right? And this is by our S-400, which are hitting them in Pakistan. Then when they tried every single one of their missiles and drones, almost 99% have been intercepted. I'm told only one went off in a village in Firozpur, you know, killing some civilians or wounding them, I think. You know, it has been a total devastation as far as our air defense is concerned. They have devastated the Pakistani reaction, and now we've gone on the counter-offensive. Last night we've hit their Noor Khan air base at Rawalpindi. The VVIP jets take off from there. The Prime Minister, the Army Chief, the Air Chief, they all fly out from there when they go and visit their troops. The problem is the Pakistani generals don't visit their forward troops. They get deep into a bunker and send their families outside. I'm told the jet that came from Saudi Arabia 2 nights ago, which the briefings mentioned, had also come to pick up the families of the Pakistani army generals and their air marshals. They know the truth. They know that they are now going to get it. You know, Niranjan, I want to tell you, we have set the stage. We have achieved air superiority. That is crystal clear. The Indian Air Force has achieved air superiority over the battlefield. That sets the stage for major ground offensives. The skies are ours. We own the skies. God bless the Air Force. Nava Sparsha Deeptam. Touch the sky with glory, man. Touch the sky with glory. They deserve all the praise and exposure that they can get. Let's not be parsimonious in our praise. Let's give it full-heartedly to our air warriors. And now it is the turn of our ground warriors. Once air superiority is achieved, we can go full throttle, full throttle. The Pakistani Khalid tanks are breaking down. They can't get out of their cantonments. They are littered on the roads. You know, they don't have ammunition. More than 5 to 6 days. क्या लड़ेंगे, क्या नहाएंगे, क्या निचोड़ेंगे? You see, Niranjan, I think the Indians have been very magnanimous. We have been telling the Pakistan, we are giving you an off-ramp, take it, get off. You'll get slaughtered otherwise. And I think now it is beginning to sink home. After last night's, hard-hitting strikes on their prime bases, their crown jewels of the Pakistani Air Force, now they are asking for a ceasefire.
So I wanted to show you the Chandigarh video. I wanted to show you the Chandigarh video. The Chandigarh video. I'm breaking the Chandigarh video. Let's go to the Chandigarh video right now because there's something that's happening across India, and I'm playing the video right now. There was a call that was given for people to come out and sign up for the civil defense program, right? So many people have turned up. This is for the civil defense volunteers. Thousands of people have turned up for it. Unprecedented sort of a turnout. Thousands of the youth who are watching this have turned out. Meanwhile, this is another breaking news update now coming in that Pakistani drones have been intercepted in Pathankot as well. So we'll go to Lalit first, and then I want to go across to General Sinha on what we are seeing in Chandigarh as well. But that's a video that came in from Pathankot where Lalit is, where hundreds of drones were intercepted a few minutes back. Lalit was right there. Lalit, can you tell us what you saw?
Once again, the cowardly act of the Pakistan has been seen. Let me first of all show you the visual here. Behind me, the hilly area which you can see, around 4 to 5 big explosions were being heard here. And this is the boundary which intercepts between the Pathankot and Himachal. And this is the hill where around 4 explosions were being heard, and then a very thick layer of smoke which was being seen here. Apart from that, if we talk about around 10 minutes before, once again the sirens have been alerted here in the Pathankot area. Heavy movement of the army trucks have also been seen here. We are not giving you the exact position from where the army trucks have been moving, but yes, there has been a big alert here. Sirens have been alerted here from the past 10 minutes, around 10 minutes before. 4 to 5 big explosions were being heard near this hilly area which separates Pathankot from the Himachal. So right now, if we talk about here, the situation seems to be a little volatile, but the Indian air defense have neutralized all the drones which were being sent from the Pakistan side. They have been intercepted very successfully. Back to the studio.
Thank you for that. In fact, I want to go across to the pictures now coming in from Chandigarh. If you can go across to Chandigarh, where people have turned up in large numbers, I want to show you those pictures and play the nats. Play the nats of that, the ambience right there. Fantastic atmosphere, sir. Yes, I want to give General Sinha one word and then coming to you. General Sinha, look at the turnout there. Civil defense volunteers have turned up in large numbers. All of them want to sign up to aid and assist in this war against Pakistan. It's not officially a war, but they're already fighting.
See, the whole world should see this. These people are from Chandigarh, they are from Punjab. All across in Punjab, the view is like this. What Pakistan was trying, even a false narrative, he was saying that Indian armed forces has hit they tried to hit Amritsar or Darbar Sahib. And there was a Pannu who was saying, let the, anything start, and what the people from Punjab will do. I am from Sikh regiment. These people are from the Punjab. See the Josh. See, they are the warriors. They are the warriors. If you just leave them, unleash them, they can go right up to, area of Bahawalpur. When we talk about, they can go right up to the area which, Barki and had was the Lahore. They were sitting in Barki area, Asal Uttar. These are the areas. These people have done it in 65. These people, they have gone behind the military. But that time we have not done. This is the same spirit which see this. That time in 1965, that time a Sikh officer, Harbaksh Singh was commanding. He was the army command in that area. The thing would have been different. The Kartarpur Sahib, which is next to the Ravi River, even that area had fallen. So now you see no military is required. We have to just go ahead and these people will do the job for us. They are signing for, you said for the civil defense.
Yes. They have the madrasa students as their second line of defense.
See,
we have our own public ready to take on the enemy.
Niranjan, is something the whole India, you today
such a proud moment.
What proud moment. These are very rare things in the battle conditions when you see. If our people see in the front line who are fighting, the morale goes up. We have seen during the Kargil war, when we were getting the letters, we didn't get this visual, but we got those letters. It used to be in sacks. You feel that you are doing for 1.4 crore of Indians. That is the spirit. I think this spirit should go down to 1.4 crore Indian, irrespective in which caste, which religion. I think this is exactly what India is.
Sir.
One thing I just want to, before I leave, a very good, you have shown Abdali. That is the black color missile. Abdali is the top-notch missile of Pakistan, which they have got it from China. And see the condition.
It's intact.
It should be paraded on the, on Rashtrapati Bhavan. Not Rashtrapati, that is what?
Kartavya Path.
No, this is called Kartavya Path. On Kartavya Path, every Independence Day, this must be.
Yes, sir, yes.
It is the same scene, I can feel it. Abdali is the top-notch, their missile, and that is the conditions. They have not even crossed 3 kilometers this side of our border, and it was knocked off. Probably, the wreckage has fallen in the side in the area of Barmer. It has got that yellow cap. It was hanging with the tree. I have seen this. This is 450-kilometer range.
Sir, there's a breaking news update that I have, sir, on Balochistan. I want to quickly bring that and also get in Major Tur, because this is very, very critical. I want to bring in the breaking news right now on Balochistan. Attacks in 39 locations as we speak.
22 soldiers killed.
39 locations in Balochistan. There are attacks right now by the BLA or the Baloch Liberation Army. So Pakistan is completely cornered. Pakistan is cornered. BLA has launched 39 different attacks in 39 different locations. Operations are ongoing. These include capture of police stations, blockades across Pakistan, major highways in Balochistan being blocked by the BLA rebels, arrest of informants of Pakistan Army, assaults on Pakistan Army, occupying on Pakistani forces their buildings, attacks on convoys involved in plundering of mineral resources. Reference to China there. A detailed statement will be released to the media soon. This is what Jian Baloch, spokesman for the Baloch Liberation Army, has just said. This is a very, very big development. Major Tur, as you look at these breaking developments, also a word on the people who are turning out in the thousands and their message to those so-called peaceniks who are saying de-escalate. What is the message they're sending out from Chandigarh today?
Niranjan, as you see the visuals, and I myself belong to Chandigarh, so it is a clear message of patriotism. It is a clear message of country being united, and these are testing and trying times for our nation. And you know, I needn't even say that, you know, we need to unite, because we already are united in this. There is an attack ongoing on us. There are civilian casualties which are taking place, and it is our moral duty and responsibility to stand shoulder to shoulder with our defense forces and fight the enemy in the face. And here I am telling you, the Josh, Jazba and Junoon of the people of India is, you know, clearly visible from the visuals that you are able to see. And yes, sir.
Tur, this is the time to give a Jakara.
Yes, sir.
And from the 6th Regiment, you belong to Punjab.
Jo bole so nihal,
Sat Sri Akal. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa,
Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Today, this must reach
every corner of
Pakistan.
That we are coming for you. Everyone, every Indian is coming for you.
Chandigarh visuals, please. Chandigarh visuals. I want to go on, Major Tur. Go on. I'm showing that video.
This
there.
is a clear-cut message to Mullah Munir and to the people on the enemy land that you dare touch our civilians, and now you wait and watch what we do to you. तुम्हारा हशर होगा, तुम्हारा हाल नहीं होगा, तुम्हारा हम हशर करेंगे. It is a wish for death that the enemy has wished for, and it will be granted. And it will be slow, it will be precise, and it will be effective, it will be, you know, impactful. It will be a message that if you try to attack the democracy and a sovereign country, the largest democracy of the world, you are going to be burnt alive. तुम भस्म कर दिए जाओगे. You will not be spared. There will be no prisoners this time.
Yeah. Thousands of them. In fact, we are hearing that more and more people are turning out in Chandigarh in large numbers. General Bakshi, I want you to talk to all those people who said de-escalate. General Bakshi, to all those people who say de-escalate, look at the turnout there. Those people are not turning out there to de-escalate. Those people are going there to send a message to Pakistan that they will go in and do what they have to if required. General Bakshi, and then we'll have some sound bites as well. Okay, General Bakshi, listen to what they're saying in Chandigarh. We have the sound bites. See the Josh, and then General Bakshi after that.
All right.
Please listen into that.
ये जी हमें गाइडलाइंस आई है कि आपको सिविल डिफेंस के लिए वॉलंटियर्स के लिए आपको यहाँ पर आना होगा. तो हम देश की एक तरह से अपनी तरफ से सेवा करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं.
अभी इसके लिए क्या प्रोसीजर क्या है, क्या करना पड़ रहा है, फॉर्म वगैरह?
प्रोसीजर जी यहाँ पर हमें फॉर्म मिला है, फॉर्म फिल कर दिया है, सारा एड्रेस वगैरह जी, और हमें यहाँ पर जमा करने के लिए दिया इन्होंने. तो अब शायद ये कह रहे हैं सेक्टर 17 जमा करने जाना है, तो हम जैसे कह रहे हैं हम वहीं जा रहे हैं. ये जी हमें गाइडलाइंस आई है कि आपको सिविल डिफेंस के लिए वॉलंटियर्स के लिए आपको यहाँ पर आना होगा. तो हम देश की
Pakistan Murdabad slogans is there over there as well. General Bakshi.
Absolutely. This is the Josh. This is the Josh in Punjab. You know, Niranjan, these damned Pakistani goons, you know, were feeling so brave, killing unarmed, innocent civilians. Let's see you fight now. Huh? Let's see you fight now. Where the hell is your Air Force? Huh? आ सकते हो? डर के तुम्हारी पसीने छूट गए हैं. We are setting the stage. Right? We are setting the stage. Phase 1. Yeah.
General Bakshi sir.
Sorry.
What we see in Balochistan and see what is in Chandigarh. In Balochistan, the people are killing Pakistan army. See the difference. This is the difference. Sir, I want, if you can say something, the Baluch. It is the BLA, not only BLA, complete Baluch. 1 crore 40 lakhs people in Balochistan. They up the arm. And here just see, they want to join the Indian army and just, they also want to go across. I think, you know, these are not only volunteers. I know these people because my regiment is this.
Chandigarh.
This is Balochistan.
This is Balochistan, yeah.
This is Balochistan.
You know,
see.
This is an appeal from our side. Yeah. Thank you.
General Sinha there, sir.
The simple fact is that I'm so happy to see this turnout because the Sikh regiment in particular, the colonel of the regiment had to write to the chief minister for recruitment. There'll be no dearth of recruits for the Sikh regiment now, man. Vaheguru Ji da Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji di Fateh. On a more serious note, we would tell the Baluch, look, in 1971, Pakistan provoked us and ended up losing Bangladesh. This time, Pakistan has provoked us again very seriously. हमारी बच्चियों के मांग का सिंदूर उजाड़ दिया. अब सिंदूर देखो, अरे लाल रंग देखो तुम. सिंदूर भी लाल होता है, खून भी लाल होता है.
जनरल बख्शी,
we will get you.
जनरल बख्शी,
तो साहब शुरुआत है, आगाज है.
I would also want to say one thing, Niranjan.
कर लेंगे.
I want to tell you something very
फिर हमारी फौजें तुम्हारी तरफ आएंगी.
जनरल बख्शी, something very important, sir.
लोगों, आपकी आजादी का टाइम आ गया है. आपकी आजादी का टाइम.
Someone very important is joining us.
आप लड़ो इस बज़ात
जनरल बख्शी,
पंजाबी कौम से पाकिस्तान की.
जनरल बख्शी, someone very important is joining us, sir.
Resources खसखस उठना चाहते.
Sir, you'll want to.
Revolt क्यों किया?
Someone very special is joining us, sir, on the broadcast. I think I may have lost the audio there.
Now,
sir, someone wants to join, sir.
And the Indian.
Okay, I think I've just lost the audio.
Coming, Pakistan. Even now, you can get off the hook.
You need to.
Even now.
Okay, I think we'll just reconnect the phone line with General Bakshi there. We'll reconnect the phone line, but I want to introduce right now on the show, on the live broadcast,
that you will not do
General Bakshi,
terrorism.
I will reconnect the line with General Bakshi because I want to introduce Dr. Prahalad Ramarao. Dr. Prahalad Ramarao is joining us, and Dr. Prahalad Ramarao is a former DRDO scientist who developed the Akash missile system. The missile system that is demolishing these drones, that is intercepting these drones and then just bringing him down to the ground. Sir, thank you for joining us, Dr. Ramarao. Very proud of what the Akash missile systems are doing for our army. First of all, sir, congratulations and thank you very much for what you have done for our country. Dr. Ramarao, when you saw those videos of the interceptions, and the government has spoken about the role of the Akash missile systems, we want to hear from you what went on in your mind, what you felt when you saw those videos. Can you hear me, Dr. Ramarao? Dr. Ramarao, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Okay. I'll just fix that. He's the man behind the Akash missile system. Sir, can you hear me? I'm checking again.
No.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Fantastic. No, you can't hear me? Okay, great. I'm just checking. 1 minute. I'm just checking. Okay, I'm just checking. But the role of the Akash missile system, while we reconnect with him, Major Tour, if you can tell our viewers. Okay, can you hear me now? I think he can hear us now. Let's try and go back to him, if he can hear us. Major Tour on the Akash missile systems and how they're squatting.
They are decimating the enemy, any intrusion of enemy projectiles that you are watching, which have been struck down. Majority of them have been struck down by the Akash missile systems. They have a range of up to 100 to 150 and the variants up to 200 kilometers. So basically, and these are supersonic, they're very fast, and anything that tries to come across from the IB at any altitude, within 15,000 feet and less, are going to be intercepted. So it is really getting difficult for the enemy. It is such an embarrassment for the enemy, because all the Chinese missiles that they have purchased and have fired onto us have fallen as duds. As you can see by the visuals which are coming on the TV, it's a gold mine. These missiles are intact, Niranjan. It's not that they're totally decimated or there are a lot of pieces of debris all around. So, the missiles being intact and falling as duds is a very questionable thing. I strongly feel that China is indirectly, in a way, helped India by selling substandard missile systems to the Pakistanis. And it is courtesy the corruption in Pakistan that has resulted in this substandard missiles which are coming in our way, and we are happy about it. And let me tell you that the more intense the enemy is going to make it, the more deliberate the enemy is going to make it, the more you'll get it coming when you expect it the least.
He's back with us, so I'll try once again to go to him right now. Dr.
Yes.
Prahalada Ramarao. Dr. Ramarao, good afternoon. Can you hear us, sir? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Fantastic. I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm not able to hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead. We want to hear from you. You developed the Akash missile system. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'll reconnect. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, let's go to some more breaking news now coming in. Some more breaking news now coming in as we try and reconnect with Dr. Ramarao there. The Baloch Liberation Army fighters have taken control. One more breaking news coming in. Taken control of the Ahmadwal area of Noshki, and they've set blockades in many places along with the central highway. The breaking on Balochistan, getting in more details right now. The Baloch rebels have also seized railway stations and a police station. This is breaking news now coming in. We have a video that has just been accessed. So I'm going back to the Baloch Liberation Army fighters and what they are now doing to Pakistan Army. Major Tur, 39 attacks is the latest number that we have. 39 attacks.
Niranjan, there have been videos which have been released yesterday evening by the BLA. Balochistan Liberation Army has released videos, few of the videos of these attacks that they've carried out, and these are videos which are showing the thermal images of these Pakistani soldiers whom they have ambushed. And in the coming days, I assure you that the intensity of these attacks is going to definitely increase. And there are already vital checkpoints already in place. So definitely the movement of the Pakistan military is being restricted in various pockets of Balochistan. I am not saying they have taken over, but I am saying that there is a spread of lot of sporadic firefights and skirmishes, and checkpoints have been put up deliberately, and few Pakistan intelligence operatives who are soldiers and officers have been apprehended by the BLA, and these are going to be used as the negotiating tools for prisoner exchange, which I seriously doubt that the Pakistan military will accept. And this is only going to get worse. So it's a multi-front war.
Another
for
breaking news
Pakistan.
update. Major Tur, if you can speak over this, because we are getting in details that the army and defense forces neutralizing a Pakistani kamikaze drone over Amritsar. I have a handout here, the full reading of how we did that. Multiple Pakistan forces launched multiple Biker Yeeha 3 kamikaze drones across the international border towards Amritsar, Punjab. Attempt to strike densely populated residential areas, and thanks to our air defense system AAD, the hostile drones were detected, tracked, engaged within seconds of reaching Indian airspace, and the quick reaction air defense guns positioned in depth along the border belt, and the anti-air defense gunners brought down these drones mid-air, ensuring that no debris fell on civilian property as well. So huge setback for Pakistan.
It's a huge setback, and the momentum that the Pakistanis thought that they're going to gain by these attacks that they carry out at 1 o'clock at night. And there is a pattern, Niranjan, that they've been carrying out these attacks every evening at around 8 o'clock. So there is speculation that there is a certain satellite communication system which crosses over from China over India across Pakistan, and in that time frame, they get a window of operating these drones by sending in these drones in the evening at 8 o'clock onwards into the Indian territory and Indian airspace. And then they start with their missile launches from 1 o'clock onwards till 5 in the morning. So you see, the attack pattern is very imminently clear. The origin of the launches of the missiles have already been registered as targets, and probably they've been taken out while I speak to you. They've already been taken out. So if the Pakistanis really think that the deployments and the positions of these mobile rocket launchers are not under live feed, they are very wrong. Every second of information is available to us. They are under our watch and eye, and no matter what, how hard they try, they are going to get it back 10 times more than what they have perceived it
because all of the worst part is for Pakistan, all of this is being captured on video. I want to break this video next. A fresh drone attack on Jammu airport has been foiled. Pakistani drone launched to target Jammu Defence Airport has been shot down. A Pakistani drone brought down once again by the air defense system. General Bakshi, looking at these pictures, and this is such a poor PR for the country called Pakistan. Since this morning, General Bakshi, we've been, I'll just get in a word from Gursimran because he has the details, and then I'm going across to General Bakshi. This is another drone that has been shot down. Gursimran, if you can share some more details of what we know about this drone, and then we'll go across to General Bakshi.
Yes, Niranjan, what it seems that it was also a kamikaze drone that has been brought down by the Indian Defence Forces, because what has happened that this drone was trying to enter the Indian territory. It was entering from the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu, and when it reached the Rihal area of the Badi Bishna, it was brought down by the air defence system that was activated. The target, as per the trajectory of this drone, was the defence airport of Jammu that is now being used by the Indian Army for an number of tasks that are being done, including those being done across the border. So it was the target of the Pakistan, but that has been foiled well within the time. We are told that this was similar kind of a drone that was laden with a high grade explosive, and that was to actually self-destroy itself upon hitting the airstrip at the Jammu airport. But due to the timely intervention and the detection by the aerial defense system that is intact and is in place and has foiled multiple attempts in last 48 hours, has also destroyed this drone in Jammu. And this is in the almost in the outskirts of the Jammu city that this drone has been brought down, and now the senior officials of the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force, they are rushing towards this spot so that they can actually seize this and more details can be taken out.
Okay, I want to go across. Let me see if you can finally hear me now. Dr. Prahalad Ramarao, sir, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Finally, thank you very much, sir. Congratulations, sir. Major Tur, you want to give a huge round of applause for Dr. Ramarao. Sir, your systems are taking all of these drones down. Fantastic, sir. Fantastic. Fantastic. Everyone's talking about the Akash missile system. How do you feel today when you look at those videos?
Two things. One is behind me there were 1,000 engineers and scientists and technicians who have contributed to the success of Akash. So I thank them and their families, the number one. Number two is Dr. Kalam was the one who inducted me to become project director and asked me to lead the project. So I thank him for such a great opportunity. And third is, as you say, this is the happiest moment, day in my life. That system we developed has been used correctly against the defense of the nation. And this being a totally Make in India product, I am doubly happy. And thank Republic for covering this, and also such a live online, I'm able to share my happiness. And I congratulate all my team members, family members, and of course Dr. Kalam, who is somewhere there. Thank you for
sir, you were handpicked. Dr. Ramarao, you were handpicked by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. You were handpicked by him to head this project. How critical is this project, and what is it capable of? Why don't you tell our viewers, what can the Akash today missile system do today that is helping our armed forces and to keep India safe?
See, when we conceived this missile system, we put the best of the specifications to this missile. The specifics are, the speed, agility, lethality, intelligence. So we said there are 4 parameters for any missile to be rated. The 4 parameters. Number 1 is speed. It is a supersonic, but more than Mach 2 continuously. Agility, it's got a very high G capability, so any maneuvering fighter aircraft can be outmaneuvered. And the lethality, that single shot kill probability is extremely high. It will damage and kill the enemy system. Fourth is the intelligence. It has got sufficient intelligence both in the radar and in the missile to handle any emergencies. So these are the characteristics we designed. And of course, at that time when I took over in 1973, they thought it is too big a thing. I don't think it can be ever done. So 83, Dr. Kalam made me project director. And from 83 to 2003, we have made it and handed over to Army and Air Force completely successfully to their satisfaction for operation as well as tactical requirements.
So today, you know, it is also a symbol of the Make in India, the Atmanirbhar, you know, project, right? I mean, on the Make in India, when we speak of Make in India, when we speak of Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, Akash missile system stands out. And Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, is also joining me live right now. Now, this shows what we are capable of. And have you seen advancements post the Akash missile system? What are the different advancements that you are seeing in our missile air defense system that is aiding our forces today?
See, I told you the 4 characteristics we have integrated: speed, agility, lethality, and intelligence integrated to make the system really very powerful for user. The range is 30-35 kilometers, but the single shot kill probability is very high. This is number 1. Number 2, the scientists and engineers are putting their best of efforts, time and sweat to make it work. And it was very tough for making the Army and Air Force accept this, but I'm happy they accepted. They found it very useful, and we are also happy. And we have made our users happy, our country happy, and I'm happy that everybody is happy with this, except one country, everybody is happy with this performance.
Absolutely, sir. So congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dr. Prahalada Ramarao, a former DRDO scientist, the man behind the Akash, who headed the project, the Akash missile project. Thank you, sir, very much, and for your contribution to the country as well. Very, very proud of you, sir, and your entire team. Thank you very much. And I'm going back to the breaking news updates now coming in, because there is also a statement that's now coming in, Major Tur, and I'm breaking that right now of, I'm not playing out the soundbite, but there is a breaking statement that's come in. Pakistani Defense Minister saying that we are ready for de-escalation. Essentially, after we've struck them and their air bases, 6 air bases today, saying that we want to de-escalate.
I mean, there is no reason to de-escalate. What's there? What is left to de-escalate? What is left? They have not left any stone unturned. They've opened up all their air missiles onto our civilian population. We have civilians who are being killed because of their irresponsible acts. We are, in a state of war, and after killing, and now they analyze and realize that they don't have much more momentum to carry ahead. Is this what we are sitting here for? We are not sitting here for their whims and fancies and comfort. That when they want, they will increase the momentum, they will murder our civilians, and when they feel that they cannot maintain it, then they request for talks. Their bluff needs to be called out. They need to be demilitarized. They need to be denuclearized. They need to step back. Their air power needs to be decimated. It is one of the most dangerous countries in the world with the irresponsible leadership with a nuclear weapon. It is now. Now is the time that we get them. It will be too late later. And I am telling this today on television, on record, that this is the time for the hit. We don't do it now, we will never be able to respond with that same effectiveness later. This is what the top brass needs to know. This is what the political top brass needs to know. I've been stressing it all along. I've been having meetings behind closed doors. I've been stressing on this point. We need to take back POK. We need to do some damage to the Karakoram highway, where the Chinese are actually supplying all their weapon systems, missiles, day in and day out. We need to take control of the situation. If we sit in our own shell with our own perception that, oh no, we are the largest democracy in the world, nobody is coming for us, we are a nation of peace, nobody is going to come to get us. What is happening now? The largest democracy of India is under attack. Enough of talking peace. Enough of being good. To terminate evil, you have to be a bigger evil. We have to teach them a lesson now. This is it. No more delays. No more peace talks. I am not warmongering. Nobody wants war. I have seen war. It's not good. It's not poetic. It's not good at all in terms of any fathomable imagination. We do not want war. But for peace, there is a cost that we have to pay. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. And we need to address it now.
Yeah.
Jai Hind.
There are more videos coming in, more videos of how we struck in different parts and different air bases. Those are the four most defining pictures that came in. Pakistan drone base destroyed across Jammu, on the other side of the border. In Kutch, Pakistan drones intercepted. We had videos of how we trailed, traced and destroyed. We sought these drones and we destroyed these drones. And then in Srinagar, 2 Pakistani jets were down. That's the initial information that came in this morning. In Rawalpindi, an airbase was bombed, the Nukan airbase. And we're getting in more and more details as we speak. More breaking news now coming in that 3 more drones have been neutralized near the Bhuj Air Force Station. Near the Bhuj Air Force Station, 3 more drones have been neutralized. General Bakshi is live with us. I want to get him on this breaking news input that even in Bhuj, all of these drones, essentially, General Bakshi, have been brought down by our forces and our air defense systems.
Absolutely. You know, we have seen a revolution in military affairs in South Asia. An RMA based on our integrated air defense capabilities of layered missile systems, starting with the S-400, the longest range, going on to Akash 1 and Akash 2, the short range and medium range SAMs, the Barracks, and also then at the very short range, the V-Shorads, in which we have the Iglas and the Igla S's, and then of course our inimitable L-70s, which have been modernized by us, our Shilkas and Zu-23s. This entire system has worked remarkably. They have achieved interception rates of 98 to 100%. 98 to 100%. We have in some cases even overtaken Israel. Which is one of the world's best air defenses, I would say. So you are in the top league now, right? And it is our indigenous equipment which has contributed. You just heard the man who made the Akash 1 and the Akash 2, the short range surface-to-air missiles and the medium-range surface-to-air missile. That is one part of the revolution in military affairs. The second part was the loitering drones. The second part was our missiles, our cruise missiles, our spice bombs, our hammer bombs and our BrahMos, again indigenous, right? We also fired Pinaka, again indigenous, and this is something to celebrate. We have established overmatching technological capabilities in South Asia. We have established overmatching technological capabilities in South Asia, which are the sine qua non of deterrence by punishment. I'm sure this Pakistan will think 10 times before it tries to murder our unarmed civilians, before it takes pleasure in our girls, weeping inconsolably next to the dead bodies of their husbands. Right? Right. I have a sense of deja vu. I'll just finish. I have a sense of deja vu. Okay? I have taken part in the 1971 war, right? First we established air supremacy over Bangladesh. And having established air supremacy, our ground columns went in 550 kilometers into East Pakistan from three sides, converged on the capital city of Dhaka, and we had liberated it. I won't be surprised if this is followed by our integrated battle groups being launched into the deserts so that they can link up with the Baluch liberation fighters, right? I would not be surprised too much if the integrated battle groups are now launched in the wake of having gained air superiority, which is the first requirement for major operations on the ground or on the sea. We can activate now the naval flank. Pakistan, you asked for it. And now their DGMO is trying to talk to our DGMO, begging, whining for a ceasefire, right? Begging for a ceasefire. Marco Rubio has directly spoken to General Asif Munir and read out the Riot Act. You initiate terror, mass murder strikes, and this is what you will get. Nobody will come to bail you out. Nobody. Not the United States, not Russia, not China, not Europe. You are on your own. Boy, you will suffer the consequences of your actions. You will pay a price, a dear price. The people of India are in no mood to forgive you. You may whine to the Indian government, they are compassionate. Maybe they'll give you an off-ramp. But not before you give cast iron guarantees of no more terror. Wind up your terror ecosystem and infrastructure. Shove it up where the sun don't shine. And don't try to murder, innocent Indian citizens again.
So there's a new video that's coming
that's in no mood to forgive you.
Yeah, so there's a new video that's coming.
That straight.
So there's a new video that's coming from the army. I'm just playing out that video of how we destroyed Pakistani posts. Let's play that out. Yes. Yes. No. Breaking news right now, and hearing the Jaisalmer markets are also closed. We're getting in more details of a long-range drone that was intercepted today by the air defense systems. A total of 6 drones from the latest breaking news inputs that we're getting in. 6 drones or projectiles shot down by the IAF this morning at the Kutch border. 4 by Nalia, 2 in Bhuj, 1 near Bhuj. The region is under Adipur, Gandhidham. Getting in more details of all the interceptions by our armed forces. Meanwhile, in Jammu, a civilian home targeted by Pakistan in strikes this morning. We're getting in pictures of that as well, of showing the kind of impact to civilian infrastructure. A crater in the roof after a direct strike of a Pakistani projectile. As you also saw details of how Pakistan was targeting hospitals as well. In Jammu, there was a hospital that was targeted. And in Pokhran, another breaking news update now coming in that fragments of a projectile has been found. So we saw that as well. So back-to-back breaking news updates now coming in the last few minutes. We have a report now. Let's show you the details of how Pakistan targeted a temple in Jammu this morning. Republic reported live from that location as they fired projectiles, missiles at religious sites in India.
With its war machine literally on its knees and no match for India's military prowess, Pakistani troops directed cowardly fire on civilian targets across the land of control. As India downed hostile drones and projectiles, securing its airspace against Pakistan's attempted intrusions, its troops intensified shelling on civilian areas near the line of control. Worse, the Pakistani troops continued to target sacred religious sites across the border. The Shambhu temple, a revered shrine for Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu, was targeted by Pakistani heavy mortar fire. The shrine is known to draw a large number of devotees on weekends.
This is the Shambhu temple where that has been hit, and now this is the place, this is the house that has been hit here. I'll request Sarjivan to come along with me, and this side you will see the visible impact of this, this is the place, and these are actually the debris of the projectile that was fired from across the border. So these are the debris, these debris that Sarjivan is showing you of the Pakistani projectile that has been fired. This is outside a civilian house that the Pakistan has targeting, because this is a Shambhu temple where the Pakistan has targeted, and these are the debris of this projectile that has now been destroyed, but after hitting this very area.
Chief Minister Omar Abdullah visited the Jammu temple after it came under attack from the Pakistani troops. Meanwhile, Pakistani shells fell and exploded near a house in Jammu's Srinagar. The toll from the unprovoked Pakistani shelling and small arms fire climbed further, with 3 more civilian lives lost in Rajouri and 1 in Poonch.
2 deaths we can confirm. It is in the Rajouri district, including a senior official of the Jammu and Kashmir government. Additional Deputy District Development Commissioner Rajkumar Thapa has been killed in the Pakistani attack. That is a projectile that was launched from the Pakistan that has landed, and he along with another civilian has been hit. We are told that the area has been secured for now, but 2 have been fatal in this unfortunate incident that has unfolded. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir administration has come under the direct hit of the Pakistani projectile that was fired from across the border.
At a joint security briefing earlier on Friday, India admonished Pakistan for the abominable targeting of religious sites. Not mincing words, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri described the attack on the Poonch Gurdwara as a new low, even by Pakistani standards.
Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
As India aces its nuclear neighbor in the aerial dogfight and losses on its side keeps mounting, a lowly Pakistan continues to endanger civilian lives near the LOC.
Getting in more breaking news updates now. 3 service chiefs, Air Chief, Navy Chief, the Army Chief meeting the Prime Minister as we speak. Breaking news update coming in from the national capital as we continue to engage Pakistani targets and we continue to respond to Pakistan's escalation. And the message was clear when the news conference was held this morning. Clear messaging from India to Pakistan that we will honor if Pakistan falls in line, but we will respond. We want to show restraint, but that can only come if Pakistan also shows equal restraint. But that hasn't happened. India has been provoked. There has been provocation, non-stop escalation from Pakistan, and we're giving it back as we speak. 3 service chiefs meeting the Prime Minister at his residence, official residence of the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. This is the breaking news update that's coming in right now. Abhishek Kapoor joining us with those details. We'll take a short break now and come back with more breaking news updates in just a short bit. Fight against terror continues. Our fight against terrorist infrastructure continues. And let's get you the latest breaking news update. The 3 service chiefs are meeting the Prime Minister. What do you think it's... okay, I'm going across live to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Gopi is joining us live. Gopi, there have been back-to-back meetings. The Chief of Defence Staff met the Raksha Mantri sometime back, and this is the follow-up meeting where the Prime Minister is meeting the 3 service chiefs.
Well, in fact, a marathon of meetings, huddle of meetings going on in Delhi since past 3 days. And since morning today, there have been meetings happening at the Defence Ministry as well, wherein the 3 tri-service chief had in fact met the Raksha Mantri there, and CDS Anil Chauhan had also met Raksha Mantri. What we have been witnessing right outside of 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is that just a short while back the tri-services chief are here. NSA Ajit Doval in fact is also inside the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. What we are learning from our sources is we have seen what kind of escalation has been happening, statements and counter statements coming from both the sides. This discussion probably would revolve around that. Discussions would revolve around what should be done next, and the briefing would be done to Prime Minister Narendra Modi so as to understand what can be done in the coming hours, wherein we are seeing constant movement at the western and northern front of India. Back to you.
Okay, getting in some more breaking news now coming in from Pokhran. Let's get you those pictures from Pokhran as well as, we get you the details of all the different projectiles by Pakistan, drones, missiles being intercepted by India. Another one in Pokhran being intercepted by our armed forces and our air defense systems. Fragments of a projectile were found in Pokhran as well. We have pictures of that. Meanwhile, as we get you that update, also hearing that drones have been intercepted in Damthal, Himachal Pradesh. The impact was so strong that a pit of 3 to 4 feet deep has been left behind. Lalit Sharma is also there. I'll go across to him. But first up, these are pictures coming in from Pokhran. From Pokhran. Jalbakshi, are you looking at these pictures? Pokhran, another projectile that's been left behind by Pakistan. Yeah, another dud. Jalbakshi.
Absolutely, Niranjan. The Pakistani ISPR General Saab was warning us that we won't stop till we have hit back with our cruise missiles and rockets and missiles like you did in, the terror against our terror camps, 9 of them. The Pakistani generals and senior officers had come for the funeral of terrorists, wrapped them in Pakistani flags. What a joke! The whole world saw the linkage between the Pakistani army and internationally proscribed terror groups. It was there for all to see. They have tried their counter-attack. It has been a damn squib. In retaliation, the Indian Air Force has gone and knocked out the prime bases of the Fizaya. inside Pakistan, Rawalpindi, Noor Khan Air Base, from where their Prime Minister, their Army Chief, Air Chief, etc. fly out in their aircrafts that have been knocked out, right? We have knocked out all prominent Pakistani air bases. They are horsely come back. If required, he will give them another dose, right? Step one is to gain air superiority. That is what we had done in Bangladesh. There, over the skies of Bangladesh, we had gained air supremacy. Our military convoys could go bumper to bumper, right? Could go bumper to bumper. And therefore, our military ground operations had started once we achieved air superiority. And our Sukhoi jets, then Su-7s, MiG-21s, we just had to give a call. See that hill, blast it, and it was blasted, right? And therefore our columns moved in 550 kilometers inside East Pakistan, captured the capital city, imposed regime change, right? And created a new nation state with the force of arms, saw the largest surrender of the Pakistani army since the Second World War, 93,000 prisoners of war. We have set the stage to do it again. Our integrated battle groups are on this ready to uncoil themselves at one command from New Delhi, right? And they can go into the deserts where the Baluchi armies are fighting. The deserts and the semi-desert terrain. Our forces could go into POK. All options are open to us. I would advise General Mullah Munir, you've bitten off far more than you can chew. Our government is compassionate. They don't want to hit the people of Pakistan. We want to go for your army, of course. The army which has been nurturing these terror camps and nurseries, right? But if you appeal for a ceasefire, maybe the government of India will be compassionate. Maybe they'll give you an off-ramp even now. But the people of India are in no bloody mood to forgive you. We have compassionate people in our civilian establishment. Maybe they will care for the people of Pakistan. They don't want to punish the people of Pakistan for the stupidity of the army of Pakistan. The army of Pakistan, which has like a leech sucked the blood of the people of Pakistan. सत्यानाश कर दिया आपकी इकोनॉमी का और फिर लड़ने चला है कि इसको एक्सटेंशन चाहिए. एक मिल चुकी है बे तेरे को. Now he wants to serve like Ziaul Haq and Parvez Musharraf for 10 to 11 years till somebody assassinates him. Marco Rubio has spoken to General Munir. I'm sure he's read the Riot Act out to him. Nobody will help you now. Not United States, not Russia, not China, nor Europe. Right? And as far as the weapons of the Chinese, they proved to be worse than, junk. We have seen the P-15s ease. The Pakistanis gave you, the Chinese gave you their junk material. It has been the worst PR exercise for Chinese weapons and equipment. Now people will make a beeline to buy the Akash 1 and the Akash 2. It have performed so brilliantly. They'd want to buy the Pinakas, which have performed so brilliantly. Our A-tags, which have hammered the bloody Pakis across the line of control. Hammered them. Watch this, man. Watch our Rafales, our Su-30s. See what they can do with their BrahMos, with their Spice jets, Spice missiles, hammer bombs, glide toss bombs. I mean, they've devastated, man. We've shown overmatching technological capabilities. But I'm told the DGMOs had a talk. Their DGMO has been whining for a ceasefire. Maybe if you appeal to the government of India, they may be compassionate. They may help you out because of the people of Pakistan. We have no enmity with the people of Pakistan. We have enmity with the Pakistan army. We have enmity with General Asim Munir because he ordered the murder of 26 innocent Indians.
Yes.
And that's not the only murder. This man has been trying to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. This man has been trying to destabilize the Punjab. His forces have fired towards Amritsar, towards the holy city of Amritsar, towards our Gurdwara Sahibs, right? They need to pay. Asim Munir is irresponsible for the overthrow of the Hasina Wajid government in Bangladesh, right? You have तेरे पापों का घड़ा भर चुका है. You have been provoking us needlessly. आराम से बैठ जाता, मिल जाती तेरे को तेरी एक्सटेंशन. हाँ, बट तेरे को तू बाज नहीं आया.
Yes.
जब तक तेरे को पड़ी नहीं है.
But what a strong
और पड़ेगी मियाँ.
Absolutely. And Major General G.D. Bakshi, this is so shocking that this is the level that one falls for in the Pakistan army only for a little bit of their own greed. But before I go across to Major Samarpal Tur also, sir, I want to first viewers play out what we're getting from our colleague Ritu, and she's given us a long-range drone intercepted today by the Indian Air Defense System. Ritu from Adipura sending us that very clear report from there. Take a look.
24068 ये पूरा ये नंबर है, ये भी इसका भी कुछ महत्व होगा. ड्रोन नंबर ये है और इस इंटरसेप्शन को किस तरीके से हमारी जो टीम है एयर डिफेंस की उसने कारगर साबित करवाया. आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा इसमें भी कई ऐसे पार्ट्स हैं जो कि जल गए हैं इंटरसेप्शन की वजह से, और ये जब इस जोन पर गिरा होगा तो उसकी वजह से जो हीट यहाँ पर बनी है वो हीट अभी तक आपको नज़र आ रही होगी, क्योंकि जो धरती यहाँ पर है वो कहीं ना कहीं भी थोड़ी सी गर्म नज़र आ रही है. हालांकि इस तस्वीर को देखकर आपको समझ आ रहा होगा कि पाकिस्तान जो हिमाकत कर रहा है वो अपने कह सकते हैं कि अपनी जो ज़िंदगी है, अपनी जो लोगों की ज़िंदगी है, उन सभी को ख़तरे में डाल रहा है, क्योंकि वो ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि सिविलियन इलाकों को किस तरीके से टारगेट करे. चुन चुनकर वो ऐसे ही इलाके चूज़ कर रहा है. और इसके आसपास भी आपको बता दें, क्योंकि ये कॉलेज का एरिया है, इसके ऑपोजिट में भी कॉलेजेस है, इसके पीछे बेस कैंप्स है, तो ऐसे में भुज का ये जो जोन है, गांधी धाम का जो ये जोन है, ये सबसे क्रूशल हो जाता है. और ऐसे में एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को हैट्स ऑफ जिन्होंने इस तरीके से इंटरसेप्शन किया है और पूरी तरीके से इसे विफल किया है. आपको लगातार हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें तस्दीक कर रही है कि किस तरीके से जो यहाँ पर एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम है उसने कारगर काम किया है.
Okay, there is also some breaking news that's coming in that we want to go to at this time. And we're now being told in breaking news that's coming in, suspicious metal object has been found in Himachal Pradesh's Una. The suspicious metal object that we're going to go to and also get in a word from Samarpal Tur on what this is and what's been really found. But since morning, we've been bringing you the news of how India has struck back. The suspicious metal object now found in Himachal Pradesh. We're going to go to pictures of that also and take a look. Okay, yes, Pakistan, it seems.
Tail fin.
Yes, Major Samarpal Tul, yes. What does this look like to you?
So this is the tail section of a missile and it's probably either the Fateh or not the PE-15, but either it's the Hatf or the Abdali version, because Fateh also could be Fateh 2. It has a range of 400 kilometers. So I just want to tell the people, मैं दर्शकों को ये बताना चाहूँगा कि देखिए जैमिंग भी चल रही है, तो जाहिर सी बात है कि ये जो मिसाइलें यदि अपने टारगेट पे नहीं पहुंच पाती हैं तो ये ब्लाइंड हो जाती है. मतलब इन्हें जब तक फिर इनका ईंधन नहीं खत्म होता ये आगे जाती रहेंगी और लास्ट पे जाके ज़मीन पे गिर जाएंगी. तो माय अपील टू द पब्लिक, मुझे पब्लिक से सिर्फ इतनी अपील है कि यदि आपको ऐसी कोई चीज़ें आपको नज़र आए तो आप तुरंत अपने सबसे नज़दीकी पुलिस स्टेशन, पुलिस चौकी या फिर मिलिट्री इंस्टॉलेशन को जाके बताएं, इतला करें और इस इलाके के से दूरी बना के रखें. यदि आपको कुछ ऐसे शक वाला कोई ऐसा पदार्थ या कोई आइटम दिखता है तो आपने उसे हाथ नहीं लगाना है, आपने उसके ज़्यादा नज़दीक भी नहीं जाना है, और हो सके तो आप अपने मोबाइल से उसकी फ़ोटो खींच के तुरंत नज़दीकी पुलिस चौकी या फिर कोई भी मिलिट्री चेक पोस्ट पे जाके इन्फॉर्म करें और उन्हें वो लोकेशन दिखाएं जाके. थैंक यू.
Absolutely, and this is very clear. This is something that we have to see. As we are retaliating Major Samar Paltur against Pakistan, 3 Pakistan fighter jets down, you're clear that these are numbers, and this is things that have been written on this, which are clearly showing Fateh, etc., that have been found in Una in Himachal Pradesh that show that there is Pakistan. This is proof. This is clear proof that Pakistan has tried to escalate this. I also want to viewers go across and show you a video today that has been now put out by the Indian Army. Our heart swells with pride as the way the Indian Army and our forces are taking care. Indian Army pulverizes the terrorist launch pads, and we're going to show you that video of the Indian Army. And we're going to go across to breaking news that's coming in. All the 3 service chiefs are currently at the Prime Minister's residence. And as India rewrites the rules, Pakistan had earlier sheltered terrorists. We are now seeing the 3 service chiefs at the Prime Minister's residence. This happens after earlier there were several meetings that had also been held, and now all the 3 chiefs of the forces, the defense forces, at the Prime Minister's residence. We have been seeing there have been hectic parlance daily. We've been seeing the Ministry of External Affairs giving us briefings as to what's been happening, and the 3 chiefs of the defense forces now at the Prime Minister's residence. We're seeing General Anil Chauhan, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi are already present. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi joining us from 7 LKM. Gopi, the 3 service chiefs at the Prime Minister's residence. We saw the 3rd briefing of the MEA in the morning, Gopi. And now after that, all the 3 defense chiefs giving a briefing to the Prime Minister. We're also expecting some sort of once again tomorrow, a briefing from the MEA. But today it's very critical to understand that now the 3 service chiefs are present at 7 LKM to brief the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi.
No, the huddle of meetings has been going on since early morning today. While since early morning today, while there was already a conference which was slated to happen at around 5:44, a brief a statement was expected from the army, which did not happen because of the ongoing operation. After that, we saw how Anil Chauhan, the CDS, met Raksha Mantri, post which they went to the Defence Ministry, wherein Tri-Services Chief were also there. While short while before, just about back.
And let's not forget that NSA Ajit Doval also happens to be inside Prime Minister Modi's residence, which is 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. While what we are learning from our sources is all this fast-paced developments are happening after the escalation done by Pakistan. We have been seeing since morning what kind of escalation has been happening on the western and northern front, and the kind of statements also coming from both the sides. So probably the discussion would revolve around what is the next course of action in the coming hours, as we are constantly seeing and as the Prime Minister has also been constantly monitoring what is happening at the border. All eyes are towards what is going to happen in the coming hours, as Pakistan has now escalated this most crucial conflict which has been happening on the Indo-Pak border. Back to you.
Gopi, we're going to stay and come back to you for the latest on that story where the three service chiefs are meeting Prime Minister Modi at 7 LKM. There's more breaking news coming in that I'm going to go across to, and then once again we're going to go back to Gopi. But the breaking news that's coming in, Pakistan is under major attack from the Baloch fighters. It seems it's time for Balochistan now to be giving a big attack back to Pakistan. BLA groups take responsibility for attacking 39 locations today. Many operations are underway. The BLA has issued a statement and giving an ultimatum to Pakistan. We don't stop till our flag flies again. Hear this reaction from BLA.
लश्करा की तगालाती चीकड़ो पंजाबी दाश्तगार ले लेती जुस्त कनी दिगा पट्टोई जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद बलूचिस्तान लश्कर कसरती पुल्लाती नारी बस इंतजारियो राटिंबा बरीक तो समतम्मीकम बीले जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद बलूचिस्तान
Shravan is now joining us live on the story. Shravan, Baloch Liberation Army fighters took control of Ahmedwal area of Noshki and they set blockades in many places along the central highway. Several others, railway and police stations have been seized. The fighters are very clear that they want their land back. Give us more details about how Pakistan is facing its worst crisis from everywhere, including Balochistan.
Well, perhaps it's one of the biggest challenge that Pakistan is currently facing as far as its western border is concerned. Intensified crackdown that we are basically looking at. In fact, you have the Pakistanis who are basically trying to redeploy their forces that has come under massive attack by the Balochis. And the Balochis have also sensed an opportunity, because right now you have the Pakistani army's attention completely diverted. Their entire focus perhaps is on its eastern border. And that is the reason why the Baloch Liberation Army certainly senses an opportunity at this point in time. And just take a look at what has happened over the last 24 to 48 hours. I'm just quickly going to recap what we got late last evening as far as this coordinated assault is concerned. If you take a look at major cities, starting with the capital itself in Quetta, there you have, we are given to understand, the police stations, government institutions and judicial institutions all were taken control by the Baloch Liberation Army. Moving on to Turbat. Turbat is another bigger city where we are being told that there have been massive protests that have taken place. Now, this is in fact the details that have been put out by the Baloch Liberation Army. In Turbat itself, a grenade attack was reported targeting the Pakistani forces. Moving on, in Kech district, explosions, sustained gunfire has been reported. In Quetta, there have been two separate grenade attacks that took place yesterday. In Pangchur, now this particular area is extremely significant. Rhythm, it's only because of the CPEC. And remember, the CPEC with the Chinese investment really coming in, for the Chinese too, it has been a huge cause of concern, because Chinese workers too have come under threat of the Baloch Liberation Army. So much so, you've had the Chinese essentially giving an ultimatum to the Pakistanis to ensure that there is enough security that is provided to the Chinese workers. Now we are being told that the highway leading to some of the key infrastructure projects in that particular area has come under the control of the Baloch Liberation Army, which essentially means that the Chinese as well as the Pakistanis cannot perhaps continue with the work as far as CPEC is concerned. That's why incidents here at Panjor becomes extremely significant, and according to the Baloch Liberation Army, they've been able to block the highway. Vehicles have been stopped. Passengers were basically reported subjected to certain checks. Police stations have also been captured. So clearly, as far as the Pakistani forces are concerned, the army in particular has come under immense pressure. And that is the reason why the redeployment, particularly of multiple corps operating out of Pakistan, are now coming under immense pressure as to how exactly would they be really tackling the situation, because along with Balochistan, it is also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa that they have been cornered. You have the TTP now taking claim of for the killing of over 20 Pakistani soldiers. So massive losses that have been faced by the Pakistani army. On the one hand, you have seen the way India has carried out precision strikes over the last few days, and not once, thrice precision strikes have been carried out. On the other hand, you have the Baloch Liberation Army taking full advantage of the situation because the Pakistani army is distracted. And then, not to forget, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that too, there is a clear threat emerging from the TTP.
Okay, I also want to take this across to Major Samar Paltur, who's with us. You know this situation very well. I've heard you also had to be a mediator here. General G.D. Bakshi is also with us. One question, one answer from you. Major Samar Paltur, BLA gives an ultimatum to the Pakistan government. How soon do you think there can be some sort of liberation that we can see for Balochistan?
Rhythm, if you see, it's not going to be a liberation, but yes, there is going to be a lot of pressure. There is going to be a lot of multiple sporadic skirmishes and fighting. There is chaos, and there are deliberate checkpoints being put basically to stop the frontier corps forces and the Pakistani regulars from now moving freely in these areas. So definitely they have demarked a certain area and a line in terms of the boundaries, and this is only going to multifold and increase. It's not going to happen in a day. It might take a week, it might take 10 days, it might take a month, but it is going to be decisive, and it is not going to be, something with, we are speaking today and tomorrow something else comes out. No, this is decisive, this is effective, it is going to be imminent this time, it is not going to be speculative. So this is coming into the happening, and as time passes, the more momentum the Pakistan forces increase onto our western borders with the same intensity, the BLA, BLF, BRA and TTP will also increase the momentum of their attacks on different locations, especially which are related to the Pakistan military establishment. So we still appeal, there is still time for the Pakistan military establishment to put some sense in Mullah Munir. You have some time left. If there is little bit of sanity left, you have time, you can save yourselves, because after this there is no stopping the Indians and the Baluchis from moving in.
Okay, I will also be coming to Major General G.D. Bakshi. But before that, I just want to go across to one reaction that we have. My reporter Lalit is sending us from Pathankot the drones which had been intercepted in Himachal Pradesh in the Dhamtal Hills. The impact and what these drones were, they were so strong, a 3 to 4 feet deep pit had been there. My colleague Lalit Sharma getting us this report.
Once again, the cowardly... Hello. Once again, the cowardly act of the Pakistan have been... एक बार फिर से पाकिस्तान की नापाक कोशिशों को जो इंडियन एयर डिफेंस है उसको नष्ट किया है। फिलहाल जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं आपसे थोड़ी देर पहले है, जो ड्रोन पे मिसाइल लगी थी उसको भारतीय सेना ने जो एयर डिफेंस है उसको नष्ट किया है। फिलहाल ये जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं ये पठानकोट और हिमाचल का जो बॉर्डर है, फिलहाल जहां पर हम खड़े हैं इस वक्त हम हिमाचल में खड़े हैं, जहां पर वो जो मिसाइल है वो गिरी है। इसका इम्पैक्ट आप देख सकते हैं कि कितना इसका इम्पैक्ट रहा है। एक करीबन 3 से 4 फुट का एक बड़ा गड्ढा है वो यहाँ पर हो गया है। उसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि अभी एक बार फिर से जो सायरन की आवाज़ है वो सुनाई दे रही है। सीधे तौर पर जो इंडियन एयर डिफेंस है उसने एक बार फिर से अलर्ट है वो जारी किया। सीधे तौर पर आपको बता दें कि पिछले करीबन 2 घंटों में लगातार कई बार इस तरह की नापाक कोशिशें हैं वो पाकिस्तान द्वारा की गई है, जिसको कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय एयर डिफेंस ने नष्ट किया है। सीधे तौर पर आपको बता दें कि किसी भी तरह का कोई जो जानी माल नुकसान नहीं हुआ, लेकिन सीधे तौर पर अगर हम बात करें ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त आप देख रहे हैं और लगातार पिछले 2 घंटों से इस तरह की कई नापाक कोशिशें हैं वो पाकिस्तान द्वारा की गई है, लेकिन तमाम कोशिशों को कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय एयर डिफेंस ने नष्ट किया है। ये तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त देख रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि एक बार फिर से जो सायरन की आवाज़ है वो बजाई जा रही है। सीधे तौर पर लोगों को यही निर्देश दिए जा रहे हैं कि अपने घरों पर सुरक्षित जगहों पर चले जाएं।
Okay, I'm just going to go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, but before that, joining us from Uri, I've got my colleague Arawat. Arawat, give us more details about what's been happening there.
Yes, absolutely. Then we have seen that the continuously ceasefire violation, and now the Pakistani troopers are continuously targeting the civilian populated areas. Right now we are here in the Uri village, and Firdaus can show you the visuals from this very side. This is the residential area that has been targeted by the Pakistani troopers during the night, and then after we have seen that the continuously firing is still going on in the various sectors here in the Uri. As we have seen, as Firdaus will show you from this very side that there are the splinters that hit to this side directly. Then after we have seen the splinters have also here in the entire area, as the Firdaus is showing the visuals. This is not the first attempt we have seen from the last couple of days. This is the back-to-back attack on the local population here in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the Indian Army is also giving them the befitting reply by the unprovoked firing that has initiated from the Pakistani troopers. But we have seen this all comes when we have seen that the Pakistani troopers troopers are continuously, desperately targeting the local population of the Kashmir Valley. We have already seen, you can see from this very side, if Firdaus can show you in 360 view, and you can see here, this is the entire view that the Firdaus is showing you. I'll request Firdaus to follow me from this very side. I'll show you from here that from this very side we have seen that the locals here were already evacuated by the authorities yesterday. We have seen, and then after we have seen from this very side there are the multiple attempts to hit this very place, because we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply, and then after we are reporting here because this area has been sanitized properly by the authorities. Then after we are reporting from here, and you can see there is the damage of the glasses here in the Uri sector. It indicates that the frustration of the Pakistani troopers, that how they are desperately creating the chaos in the Kashmir Valley, and now they are targeting the forces here. Now also we have seen after the forces, now they are continuously, desperately trying to hit the civilian population here. As you can see, here is the lock, and you can see the family who has been evacuated from this very place. And then after we have seen that the authorities has went here, and then after they have taken the control of this very place. There are some places in the Uri sector and other parts of the Kashmir where we have seen that the same kind of the sanitization has been already done by the authorities. As we have seen that the evacuation process is still on in the various parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, and same Firdaus can show you from this. Here is the window. This is exactly the spot where the mortar shell hit through this very side. Then it comes to this way, as Firdaus is showing you from this very side. And also here is the another home with residential civilian area. It indicates that how they are desperately trying to create the chaos in the Kashmir Valley. Now they are continuously targeting the civilian population of the Kashmir. This is not the first time. This all comes when we have seen that the India has struck in the terror groups of the Lashkar and the Jash in the past.
So continue to be with us. We've got Ambassador Deepak Gowda with us. We've also got Major General G.D. Bakshi with us. But first, the big breaking news that's coming in. India strikes and kills JS chief skins. We've got the big breaking news. We've got the entire terrorist list that's come out now. And I'm going to go across to the name as JS chief skin. Hafiz Jamil has also been killed. JS chief's brother-in-law has been killed in Bahawalpur. This is when India struck the 9 terror targets. It's confirmed. Lashkar headquarters in charge. Mudassar has also been killed in this, and the India strikes kills Abu Jindal. Affiliation is to LET. Deepak Gowda ji, if you can actually speak over that, it's the big news coming in. The full list of terrorists has been killed. Okay, first I just want to go across for one word. Major General G.D. Bakshi wants to speak on this. Major General G.D. Bakshi, this is massive. When we attacked them, the 9 terrorist camps that were hit, we've hit Abu Jindal, we've hit the kid. Yusuf Azhar was wanted in the IC-814 hijacking. Masood Azhar's brother-in-law Yusuf has been killed. We've also now hit Yusuf Azhar wanted in the IC-814 hijacking. Abu Jindal has been hit, affiliated with Lashkar-e-Toiba. Hafiz Mohammed Jamil, Jaish-e-Mohammed has also been killed. This is a list that is only getting more extensive, sir, and it's showing us that the full list of terrorists that has been killed in Indian strikes is only getting bigger.
Absolutely. Kudos to our armed forces. Kudos to our boys, our air warriors, our soldiers, and our Navy guys. I'm just feeling bad for the Navy that they haven't been, their hands haven't been opened as yet. But this is wonderful. This is so nice to hear. This is so nice to hear. You know, the simple fact is, like I said, ye dil mange more. But now we've graduated beyond these cartoon networks. We have gone for the Pakistani Air Force and we have pulverized it. Now we are coming for the army, right? Any day our battle groups could take off for the desert, semi-desert areas and link up with the Baluch Liberation Army in Quetta, and you will have the birth of a new nation state. But I am told the Pakistani DGMO has tried to speak on the hotline to our DGMO. Look, even now, the Indian government is compassionate. They don't want to harm the people of Pakistan, right? We have no enmity with the people of Pakistan. We definitely have an enmity with your army, with your ISI, with that cartoon network, right? And if your Air Force chief thought he was such a surma, such a ghazi, well, let him come and fight with his fighters. We haven't seen much of his fighters. He's keeping them into his own bloody airspace, right?
He needs them.
Like
for
I
himself
told
now,
you,
sir.
the government of India is compassionate. If you ask for a ceasefire, they may give it to you. The people of India are in no mood. Let me tell you that. But because of the people, the safety of the people of Pakistan, if the government of India is compassionate, they will consider giving you a ceasefire and an off-ramp. You don't deserve one. Asim Munir, you not only tried to destabilize Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, you overthrew the government of Hasina Wajid in Bangladesh. And Bangladesh, we are coming for you next. We are coming for you next. Buddy, you thought that you would suck up to this Asim Munir and try and, attack the Siliguri corridor. Lal Munir Hart, huh? I think you all have it coming now. This was your Aka, जिसके ऊपर तुम इतना हमको आंखें दिखा रहे थे. We'll come for you next. India will not spare anyone who tries to kill our women and children. बड़े बहादुर बन रहे थे जब निहत्थों को मार रहे थे. हाँ, अब लड़ो ना, लड़के दिखाओ. अफगान भी कह रहे हैं तुम्हारी एयरफोर्स को, तो हमारी एयरफोर्स नहीं थी तो तुमने हमको बॉम्ब किया, हमारे गांव में 52 औरतें बच्चे मारे. वो कह रहे हैं अफगान लड़ो ना, अब हिंदुस्तान की एयरफोर्स है, आओ लड़ो, come on. Do you have the dum? You don't. You've been smashed, you've been pulverized. We have overmatching technological superiority. We have shown it. Our air defense is impregnable. Our air force can breach any air defenses of yours. Your HQ-8, HQ-9, HQ-16. It is a PR disaster for the Chinese weapons and equipment. PR disasters. Boys, look at how our Akash 1 and Akash 2 have performed. They've done a brilliant job. See our Pinakas. Our friends in Southeast Asia, our friends in Latin America and Africa, these are the weapons to go in for. Don't go for junk weapons. We are producing some of the best.
And this list is only exhaustive, sir.
Thank you.
I want to once again go to the details that we have. Yusuf Azhar's relative has been neutralized. Yusuf Azhar's relative, like I said, 3 drones have been also, I've been told that in this list, we've got Abu Jindal, affiliation of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, who's gone. Masood Azhar's eldest brother has also gone here. Ambassador Deepak Vora, this is massive. It's details of terrorists killed in the Indian strikes on 7th May in Pakistan. And this includes Abu Jindal, in charge of the Markaz Taiba in Muridke. He received the Guard of Honor at his funeral by the Pakistan Army, like we saw, sir. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, the affiliation is to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, Muhammad Salim Ustadji, and also called Muhammad Salim, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, Lashkar-e-Toiba's Khalid, and Muhammad Hassan Khan, son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri. Several of these played a crucial role in the IC-814 also, Ambassador Vora.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much, ma'am. What great news as soon as I walk into your studio. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let me tell you something about these characters who've been killed. An honor and a privilege to be on the world's premier network, reaching out to millions of people. We are not the only ones who are very happy about this. These characters, LET fellows and HUM chaps, they have created trouble in countries across the world. They have always been involved. They were named, these organizations, in the India-America joint statement after the Prime Minister had visited there in February. That means we are not the only ones. Ma'am, let me tell you, when there used to be a character, I don't know, you're too young to remember, a character called Osama bin something or the other. When he was neutralized, when he was eliminated, it wasn't only the Americans who were happy. All the nationalities, the people of all the countries whose brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, whatever, died in the attack in the Twin Towers, they would have been celebrating. So, Mr. Jindal, don't worry about it. You are going to be well received by your 72 witches. They are going to keep eating your flesh every day, and by the evening the flesh will come back to you. You have been condemned to a life of eternal hell. Let me also tell you, ma'am, the welcome that we are getting, and I know this personally because I'm in touch with several people across the world, the welcome we are getting for the action that we are taking is quite amazing. This morning, a serving American congressman, I will not give you his name, it's part of my responsibility, all he said was, well done, Bharat. Can you imagine? Well done, Bharat. He didn't say India. Well done. And he, incidentally, had lost a cousin or a brother in the 9/11 thing. So you can imagine how much he loves terrorism. Now, let me conclude, ma'am, by saying we've talked about these fellows who've got all this kind of salutes and flags are being flown at half-mast in Atankistan because they've died. We used to earlier say that the Pakistani military has a country. Let me just add to that. Terrorists in Pakistan own the army that owns the country. If you understand, the core is the terrorist group, and next comes the military that protects them, and then the military also owns this God-forsaken, benighted nation whose people are cannon fodder for terrorism.
No, I absolutely want to tell our viewers that this is the big breaking news coming in, that we're telling our viewers that Abu Jindal has been killed. He was in charge of the Markaz Taiba Murid Ke. He received a guard of honor, which is surprising and horrifying for Indians, but not for Pakistan, because he received this by the Pakistan army, and for them, these were the heroes. But these were India's most wanted terrorists. These were the world's most wanted global terrorists, and this is India's punishment to Pakistan. As we slip into a break, on the other side, we get you more details of the top terrorists that India has struck down and wiped out from the face of the earth. Stay with us.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सबको
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है. अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं. 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Unlike in 2019, when we had hit Balakot, which was in the
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि
is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows.
And there's a breaking news that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi chairs a key meeting. Present at that high-level meeting for Operation Sindoor that's being discussed is Rajnath Singh, Defence Chiefs, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval are present at 7 LKM, where Prime Minister Modi chairs an important, crucial key meeting. Rajnath Singh, flanked on his right side, is also present there, are the 3 Defence Chiefs. We're also seeing National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who's present there, and this is very crucial meeting time coming as we're seeing India has now retaliated. 3 Pak fighter jets have been downed. First, a briefing has also been given by the 3 security chiefs to Prime Minister Modi. India strikes the 3 Pakistan air bases also, and Rajnath Singh had also reviewed all the details that had come forward. Now Prime Minister Modi meets NSA Doval, CDS, Defence Chief and Indian Navy also. We're also picking up details about what's happening, and I'm also going to try and go across to get more details on Prime Minister Modi chairing that crucial meeting to my colleagues who are joining us. But this is extremely crucial to understand that this is coming at a time, Ambassador Vora, when Prime Minister is chairing this key meeting, top-level security huddle that's underway at the Prime Minister's residence to get more details about what lies ahead for India. They're in a discussion for that.
The important thing to note is that it's the military chiefs, it's the NSA who's a civilian, there are the Defense Secretary, Home Secretary. It's a combined effort, ma'am. This is the important thing to note. It's not just all of Defense Ministry or External Affairs Ministry. It's not even all of government. It's all of people approach. So we have people from all walks of life. The paramilitary fellows will be there. Everybody making a contribution to the national effort. Whereas, ma'am, let me just tell you, this is a sure sign of success and of self-confidence. When there's a lack of self-confidence, the military fellows as across the border in Atankistan, they will not deal with the civilians. They'll only tell the civilians, you're supposed to fall in line, wait outside my office, that kind of thing. You can't fight a war like this. You need national support. Chanakya 2,400 years ago had said, the strength of a king lies in the support of his people. Of course, that time was kings, but today the strength of a government lies in the support of its people. So in Atankistan, we have an unelected government. We have a self-appointed mullah who's become the army chief, who thinks he owns the world. There is nothing popular either about the government or about the military in that country. May I add something, ma'am, which I found very funny? If you permit, I will read it out. The operation that the Pakistanis have launched, they call it Operation O Bunyan, B Marsus. Operation Bunyan Marsus means iron wall. That is their response. So it stands for Operation Bunyan Marsus, which basically, if you do it, there's one word which is missing, but the acronym becomes BUM. I don't want to say anything.
And I want to. Prime Minister Modi chairing that key meeting, Ambassador Vora. Indian Prime Minister leads from the front.
There you are.
This is not a Prime Minister, like you said, who's shying away behind any iron wall whatsoever. Indian Prime Minister Modi holds high-level meetings. Earlier, he spoke with the Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor. And now in that picture, he's seen with the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs of the three forces, the CDS, and also intelligence officials. A lot of times, the intelligence officials, the chief, the heads of RAW, who are present in that room are not on camera. We don't let them be known. But it's very clear, like we were breaking out that news of the terror list that has come out, the intelligence that was there, the capability of the precision of where we had to target came from our intelligence sources also.
They are in these fellows will be listed in the Hall of Shame, along with Mad Mullah Munir.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I'm quite sure that they're going to be there. But it's amazing that you were able to access this information, and yet you have the sensitivity not to release anything that could be of some use to the fellows from across the border. I compliment you. No wonder you are the world's premier network, and you yourself are one of our best. So the reason I say this is that you've been very sensitive to the concerns of the people. You talked of the Prime Minister leading from the front. Ma'am, Leh and Kargil is my area, special advisor. Let me tell you, when Galwan happened, you remember that, ma'am?
Yes.
How soon after that did a fellow called Narendra Modi show up over there to talk to us? So within a couple of days.
Yes.
And that tingling, ping pong, ding ding, whatever that chap's name is, took him 8 months to reach there. Because for him, his troops are cannon fodder. Whereas for the Prime Minister of India, they are his children. That's the difference that we see. Ma'am, I'm 74. I know the pain to lose a kid. But I also understand that there is pride along with the pain when people sacrifice their lives for the country that we all so dearly worship. Sir, ma'am, I just want to say that, may I quote something which has always inspired me? How can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? The only temple we worship at is called Bharat.
Yes, and this is a meeting taking place by the Prime Minister of Bharat, Prime Minister Modi chairing that key meeting. Prime Minister Modi meets National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, CDS, Defence Minister, three service chiefs, Raksha Mantri, all of them. This is a very clear show of strength, and this is a key huddle that the Prime Minister is also meeting National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Chief Defence and also General Anil Chaudhary at 7 LKM. We also saw earlier the visuals that were going inside for that key meeting that was taking place. We've seen Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan present there, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh who's present there, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also present there at that key meeting. And like we were discussing, we're also going to be joined by my colleague Shavan Sen also on this. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, three service chiefs there. Let me also go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, who continues to be with us. Sir, this is a very critical meeting. They're in a huddle there, and it's very clear more decisions are going to be taken in this high-level meeting, which is being chaired by the Prime Minister, that's going to be deciding the way ahead. And I'm also very sure that even before this entire plan began, or what had really to happen in Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister already had everything in place.
Absolutely. You know, what you need is political will and courage to take the plunge, to take very high-risk decisions. This was a very high-risk decision. He's taken it with aplomb. You know, we have the Raksha Mantri, calm, absolutely, cool and collected, and a great inspirer. We have the National Security Advisor, whom I had the privilege to serve with for 3 years. We are grateful to him as the armed forces for getting us the Rafales, for getting us the S-400s, for indigenizing our military production with the help of Anil Chauhan, who was with him even earlier, before he took over as CDS, right? I'd like to thank on behalf of the veterans, the 3 service chiefs. For God's sake, they've done a marvelous job. We need to give a big hand to the Army Chief General Dwivedi and to especially the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, a straight-talking soldier of the type that we love, you know, who shoots from the hip. And he is a military professional. We have shown overmatching technological capability, you know, over Pakistan. Our integrated air defense has been an invincible wall. Our Air Force has struck repeatedly the key prime bases and assets of the Pakistan Air Force. You know, they have been pulverized. We have achieved the first stage for a full-scale war, that is to gain air superiority. Now it will be the government's decision whether to give Pakistan, out of compassion for the Pakistani people, an off-ramp, or to go for the juggler and create Baluchistan. The time is ripe, right?
But juggler
I would like to say to my very valued colleague and dear friend, Ambassador Vora, we are all on the same page. Hum sab Bhartiya hai. We fight together. Yes, soldiers do get worked up at times. You know, you have to. To fight, you need passion. To fight, you need emotion, right? That is needed on the battlefield. That is balanced by our more matured friends in the civilian side. We work as a team. We have shown the whole of the government approach. We put diplomatic pressure, we put economic warfare pressure, and now we have put kinetic military pressure of an order that has left the world stunned. We have won. The Indian Armed Forces don't fight for a draw. We are trained to fight to win. And that is precisely what we have done. The situation is now foretold. If Pakistan wants it taken to the logical conclusion, so be it.
I have to say something.
So be it. But for the compassion, for compassion for the people of Pakistan, if they want to appeal to our Prime Minister for a ceasefire, they may still give them an off-ramp. Even though the people of India are so angry with you for murdering our innocent civilians before their wives, before their children. You will pay for it. You've already started paying. Even now, if you back off, it will be good for the world. It will be good for you. But don't mess with us. Don't mess with us. You destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. You destabilize the Punjab. You overthrew Hasina Wajid. You wanted to, envelop us from all sides with your Ghazwa-e-Hind, your civilizational war, your clash of civilizations between Hindus and Muslims. Have you gotten a taste of a united India? And in the end, to my very dear friend, Ambassador Vora, Deepak Vora, I love him actually, and I am sure he'll join me in saying, Chak de India! Chak de India!
Chak de, sir, Chak. Sir, may I, General, you're a legend. We all worship you. May I say something to you, share with you a message I've just got, sir? Ma'am, will you give me permission?
Please.
Apparently,
please.
A Pakistani has been arrested for calling his army chief a donkey. So when he was being arrested, he told the police, why are you arresting him? They said, not for calling the chief a donkey, but for revealing a state secret. Well, the fellow is a donkey, so you're not supposed to say that. I knew you would love that, General Bakshi. I mean, this is an apocryphal story, but I found it very funny.
Inimitable.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Sir, it's fantastic to have people here who are legends, who understand what patriotism and nationalism is. I also want to go across to my colleague Shravan. Shravan, that meeting that had been chaired by the Prime Minister has ended. Like we were telling us, it's a high-level meeting. We've been seeing discussions that happen there. The 3 service chiefs are present there. Raksha Mantri is present there. And very crucially, the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, is also present there. Very clearly, Shravan, we're cleared, prepared. Like we're talking about our military preparation and precision, it seems the Prime Minister is directing and knowing exactly what has to happen in this.
Take our viewers with the developments that we know so far and why these meetings are essentially taking place. The government indicating that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Over the last 3 days, there have been 3 precision strikes that have taken place almost on every single day. In the morning, you've had the 3 services chiefs meeting the Chief of Defence Staff, and thereafter this meeting also takes place with the Raksha Mantri. We're given to understand thereafter the meeting that has taken place is with the Prime Minister. In fact, the Prime Minister, before this operation actually took place, has had meetings personally with each of the 3 service chiefs to basically understand the options available before the government. As far as this meeting goes, this is largely about the operational details of the ongoing situation, and remember the calibrated response that India has essentially come up with, because right now India maintains that what we are essentially doing is a counter match of the escalation that has basically been made by the Pakistanis, and that is the reason why they say it is a counter match.
Absolutely. Shravan, I'm also going to tell our viewers that this is the big breaking news that we also played earlier that had come inside. And we're also going to go across to more breaking news that we had given out about how Turkish goods, I would say, have been used. Turkish kamikaze drone had been recovered in the village of Nowsera area, and Pakistan had also targeted our civilian areas. But as we stay with those pictures, we're going to tell you Pakistan had tried to strike our civilians, and we're also now being told that the Prime Minister Modi, that meeting has concluded, that had been chaired by the Prime Minister, a very key meeting in which the Prime Minister was in a huddle, the Prime Minister Modi there with the 3 service chiefs at 7 LKM and Ajit Doval, a briefing that had been given and directions that had been taken from Prime Minister Modi.
Scattered wreckage, exploded shells, twisted metal. That's all Pakistan has managed to deliver across India's western border. Sirsa, Barmer, Jaisalmer, Kutch, Pokhran, Mansa, Jalandhar, Aknoor, Bishna, all targeted, all standing strong. Pakistan fired, Pakistan failed. Their missiles wrecked, their drones blown mid-air, their shelling useless and desperate.
सुबह के समय लगभग 4:30 बजे जो ड्रोन्स है उनको यहाँ पर जो है वो भेजा गया था, और फिलहाल जो इंडियन डिफेंस सिस्टम है उन्होंने तमाम तरह से उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया था, उनको नष्ट कर दिया था। फिलहाल जो ये इम्पैक्ट आप देख रहे हैं माजरा गांव में, जहां पर करीबन 2 फीट का जो गड्ढा है वो हो गया है।
India's air defense didn't just respond, it hunted them down. Drone after drone neutralized before they could even breathe. But we didn't stop at defense, we hit back hard. In Jammu, BSF turned a Pakistani Rangers post into rubble. Zero hesitation, total domination. In Luni of Sialkot, where Pakistan dared to launch tube drones, India struck with precision.
there has been a heavy retaliation. There have been losses to the Pakistani posts that are there. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that is the Octrai post that where we used to travel without any kind of a restriction. But now what has happened that this entire area that you see close to me, this has come under fire. Pakistan is now firing the 120 mm mortar shells, 151 mm mortar shells into these areas so that they can cause many damage to this civilian population.
The terror launch pads vaporized and gone. Watch how our forces have completely flattened the terror launch pads. This is not a standoff, this is not restraint, this is a message. You come for India, you face the fire. Pakistan fails every single time, whereas India nails it every single shot.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. Turkish kamikaze drone has been recovered in village in Nowsara area in This is so clear because these visuals that Republic TV is going to play for you show you how Pakistan is now targeting our civilian areas. The Turkish kamikaze drone has been recovered in the village, and I'm going to go across to the visuals that are there with Republic TV. The visuals that show very, very clearly how Pakistan continues to target the civilian areas. These are visuals of the kamikaze drone that has been manufactured in Turkey that show in Nowsara, found in Nowsara, how Pakistan is targeting civilians. Shavan, this is clear. Till now, we were only talking about how Pakistan has got crucial support from Turkey, but the kamikaze drone makes it clear they're getting support in this entire escalation that Pakistan is doing.
Well, two quick points that I would like to make as far as this recovery is concerned and the indication that we're getting right now. The first day when the drone sightings actually took place, Rhythm, they were basically unarmed drones, and they were largely Chinese drones, which were cheap in terms of the value of the drone itself. Now, the very next day, Pakistan basically changes their tact. What they've essentially done is that they've used these Turkish kamikaze drones, one, because it's got a higher payload. Secondly, these are armed drones that were being launched by the Pakistanis. So clearly on the first day itself, a reconnaissance is essentially done, reconnaissance of our air defense system. The second day is basically used by them to find out whether at all there are any loopholes in the air defense system. Now, with the Turkish angle essentially emerging, Ambassador Deepak Vora would be in a better position to help us understand. But the Turkey's assistance that has basically been given here, perhaps even the Turkish do find it extremely difficult to negotiate at this point in time, given the fact that they have realized that they've got themselves caught in a bind. And the reason why you're essentially looking at certain withdrawals that have taken place. There was a frigate of Turkey which was docked up in Karachi. We're given to understand that they have now withdrawn. So what has really happened, Ambassador? Because here you have Turkish kamikaze drones that have been used. Turkey here wants to balance it out because their statement that was put out some time back was with regards to bringing so-called peace between both the nations. But here, look at what the Pakistanis have been doing, the weaponry that they're essentially using, which is supposed to be used for something else completely.
Let me give you the background to this. Turkey has a soft corner for Pakistan, there's no doubt about it. It goes back to before the creation of Pakistan. So you might recall, sir, the Khalifa movement, the Khalifa's position was in serious jeopardy in the 1930s and 40s. Even in India, we had a Khilafat movement. And a lot of people from the northwest, which later became Pakistan, they sent money to the Ottoman Sultan, the Ottoman Sultan of Turkey, saying that, carry on, etc. Ultimately, he was booted out. But Turkey also has this amazing ability to be on the wrong side in every conflict. It was called the sick man of Europe. World War I, they were on the wrong side. World War II, they were on the wrong side. During the operation, again, with the Americans did against Saddam Hussein and so on, they were on the wrong side. And here again, when we have a crisis situation in South Asia, they have chosen to be on the wrong side. The lesson of history is that there is no lesson of history. As far as the drones are concerned, Turkey does have a thriving drone industry. They've been selling them to Ethiopia. I know this. I was there. They have been selling them to Kenya. They've been selling them all across. They gave them to Azerbaijan. A number of countries are buying these drones because it's a low-cost option. As far as the warship is concerned, sir, this I can tell you bluntly, it was the Pakistanis who asked them to station their warship in Karachi Harbour, because some of the Pakistani jokers still recall 1971 when our Navy went into the harbour, dragged out whichever Pakistani ships were there and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. So they said, please stay there. If you are there, the Indians will not probably attack. But when the Turks understood our resolve, and we also take diplomatic measures when there's a situation like this, we inform people, don't mess around in this area, because then the consequences, you will be responsible. I think they got the message. They would probably have spoken to the Americans also, who would have said, Tiger, withdraw from there because you're a NATO member. Don't do funny things like this. If you attack first, then Article 5 of the NATO treaty doesn't kick in, which means if a NATO country attacks another country, the other NATO fellows will not get involved. However, if a non-NATO country attacks without any justification NATO country, then of course others do get involved. So they've told the Turks, lay off, don't try to take advantage of your NATO membership for the sake of a terrorist state. I think they've got that message also. That was a display of maturity. As far as the drones are concerned, it's money, sir, for them. It's the economy, stupid. Money makes the merry go round. That's what these fellows are doing. So I don't think we should read too much into this. It's a commercial deal. The Pakis may or may not pay for it, but the Turks will not hesitate to sell their drones to the highest bidder. And by the way, the largest company, the company that makes the largest number of drones in Turkey, do you know who owns that company? Have you heard of that Darban, as I call him, Erdogan, the president? His son owns the company. Need I say more?
Absolutely. And I'm just going to go across, Shavan, to more breaking news that's coming in, and you can throw light on this, Shavan. The Pakistan Army now says the NCA meeting called by Prime Minister, Pakistan Defence Minister denies after any Rubio call. Pakistan Army says the NCA meeting called by Prime Minister, Pakistan Defence Minister denied after Rubio call. Civil-military divide out and open in Islamabad. There's a clear divide in Islamabad, that's clear, Shavan. Pakistan's nuclear bluff is also being called out. It's the same report coming in from an agency that reported about the meeting, quoting the military, and now in a matter of 3 hours, they've changed it. They've said earlier that Pakistan Defence Minister said there's no meeting of the government talk nuclear body scheduled. And earlier there was a report that had said that there is going to be a meeting that's going to be there. It's very clear, Shavan, therefore, this nuclear bogey that Pakistan was doing, the bluff has been called out.
Well, let me just put together the chronology of events. Now, this morning, what we were given to understand is that after the strikes that were basically carried out, you've had Shehbaz Sharif actually once again going into a huddle, because the response that was basically coming out was this. You've had Shehbaz Sharif being questioned by the opposition in Pakistan that how exactly has Indian drones reached right at the heart of Pakistan, and the fact that the defense minister essentially said that they did not want to reveal their location. You've had some very bizarre statements that have been made by the Pakistan defense minister, the same Pakistan defense minister who's essentially said that the reason why India is using drones is because our fighter pilots did not want to come inside. Now, those are the kind of comments that are being made by the defense minister. Now, the interesting part is this. Marco Rubio all this while was speaking to Shehbaz Sharif. Finally, late last evening is what we are given to understand that the call actually went to the Pakistan general. In fact, it was the army chief who had a call with Marco Rubio. Essentially, an indication coming in from the United States of America to Pakistan that they need to back out. And the fact that there has to be de-escalation, that's the message that the Trump administration has sent to the Pakistanis. Now, that has essentially led to a clear divide between the civil administration and, of course, the army, because you have Pakistan's army chief essentially pushing for what he has been wanting for a very long, itching for a war with India.
Okay, I'm also going to go across, Shravan, to Uri, where our colleague Arawat is joining us from. Arawat, you were showing us in that area and you were reporting from there about how there was a strike and attack by Pakistan. Take us through what happened there.
Absolutely, Rhythm, as we have seen that the Pakistan's attack on the civilians continue in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Right now we are at the different location in the Uri sector, and Firdaus can show you from this very side when the mortar that was fired from the Pakistan toward the residential area here in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals the newly constructed true story house has been completely damaged here in the Uri sector. As we have seen, it indicates that this is the frustration among the terror groups and the Pakistani troopers after the strike on the Jash and the Lashkar terror launching pads in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the paths there. And then after we have seen, they have started to target the local population of the Kashmir Valley. It indicates the frustration among the terror groups here in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals that how the locals are here also. We will try to speak with them what they want to say about this. And when this incident happened, we have been told that this incident happened this morning. आप मुझे बताइए, आपका क्या नाम है?
सैयद वजीर हुसैन गिलानी।
कब यहाँ पर ये हुआ मोर्टार जो है?
सुबह 5 बजे सर। सुबह 5 बजे जब हम नमाज़ पढ़ रहे थे तो उसी वक्त शिलंग शुरू हुई। तो इतनी शिलंग शुरू हुई कि मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में ऐसी शिलंग नहीं देखी। तो हम नमाज़ पढ़ के वापस आए तो हमें पता चला कि मेरी बच्ची का मकान है ये, कि भाई मकान डैमेज हो चुका है। फिर हम आए इधर देखा तो फिर डर के मारे तो इधर खड़े भी नहीं हो सकते सर। तो इसलिए हम दोनों देशों से अपील करते हैं कि खुदारा आपस में मिल बैठ के इस मसले का कोई हल निकालें। गरीब लोगों को मत मारो, क्योंकि हम मज़दूर लोग हैं, ना तो मज़दूरी है ना कोई हमें शेल्टर वगैरह हैं कि हम अगर कोई शिलंग होती है वहाँ छुप जाएं, वो भी नहीं है। तो हम दोनों मुल्कों को बोलते हैं कि भाई मिल बैठ के मसले का हल निकालो। हम पीसफुल लोग हैं, ऐसा ना करें।
कितने लोग तो घर में मौजूद थे जब यहाँ पर इस घर को हिट किया मोर्टार ने मॉर्निंग?
यहाँ कोई नहीं था सर। कल शाम 9 बजे मैंने बच्चे यहाँ से निकाले, वो आगे 2-3 मकान हैं, उधर हम रहते थे। 10-30 आदमी, ये 5-6 मकान हैं, उधर रहते थे। तो सुबह नमाज के टाइम में ये सेल गिरा। तो शिलंग तो बहुत ही सर, वो नीचे खेत में लगे हैं सेल, उधर आगे लगे हैं। उसका ये स्प्लेंडर है सर ये। तो जब ये ब्लास्ट होता है तो हज़ारों टुकड़े ये निकलते हैं। तो आपने सर ये देखा होगा मकान को कि ये जितने भी टुकड़े हैं मकान को यही लगते हैं। तो अगर ये इंसान को लग जाए तो इंसान की क्या हशर होगी। तो ऊपर वाले की करिश्मा है कि हम लोग बच के, बच्चे यहाँ नहीं थे, हमने वो रात को ही निकाले थे। तो वरना फिर आप ही सर जानते हैं कि यहाँ क्या हालत होती, क्या दहशत होती। इसलिए सर हम आपसे भी बोलते हैं कि आप भी गवर्नमेंट को बोलें कि हम लोग नहीं चाहते कि ऐसा हो, गरीब लोग मर जाएं।
लगातार हमने देखा किस तरह से पाकिस्तान ने पहले इसकी शुरुआत की, लेकिन उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरह से इंडियन आर्मी जो है लगातार उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। यहाँ से अगर हम बात करें, कितना दूर यहाँ से पाकिस्तान ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर है?
पाकिस्तान तो सर वो सामने है उनके मकान। यहाँ से हवा में तो मेरा ख्याल 2-3 किलोमीटर होगा। तो ज़मीनी तो 5-6 किलोमीटर होगा। तो वहाँ से जब फायरिंग आती है तो यहाँ से तो कुछ सेकंड लगेंगे आने में। अगर इंसान बाहर होगा या कहीं भी होगा वो अपनी जान तो बचा सकता नहीं है। इसलिए खुदारा करके आप भी गवर्नमेंट को इतला करें कि ऐसा ना करें कि मिल बैठ के भाई इस मसले का हल करिए, पीसफुल कर दें। यहाँ से भी इंसान मारे, अगर हमारा कोई फौजी मरता है उसको वो भी खून हमारा है जी, सिविलियन मार रहा है तो वो भी खून हमारा है। यहाँ ये नहीं है कि हिंदू मार गया या मुसलमान मार गया, खून तो एक ही निकलता है। तो इसलिए खुदा करके जनाब
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्टूडियोज।
Okay, thank you, Arawat, for giving us those details. Demoralized, decimated on the home front. Cowardly Pakistan troops are now continuing to target civilian areas of Jammu's Poonch area near the LOC. Visuals that have been picked up, flashes of fire in pitch darkness by the Pakistani troops shelling civilian areas close to the border. Meanwhile, the debris of the hostile drones and the projectiles downed by the Indian air defences were recovered from several areas of Jammu. Here's that report. But first, there are live visuals that are coming in from 7 LKM that we would like to show you. And that's the breaking news that we are staying with right now. There are live visuals coming in from 7 LKM. We're going to stay with those visuals. As India retaliates against Pakistan, that meeting that the Prime Minister chaired had concluded with the three service chiefs, the Raksha Mantri, Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, and now, Shavan, these are visuals that are coming in. A crucial meeting possible. These are visuals and we're trying to see, Shavan, what's happening now at 7 LKM.
What we're essentially witnessing is just the tip of the iceberg as far as this entire operation is concerned, because multiple sources within the defense establishment indicating at the fact that this is an ongoing operation. Reason being is that they believe that there is a layered response that is going to come in from the Pakistanis. The last two incidents that have actually taken place with the swarm of drones moving towards multiple military installations here in India is a clear indicator of the fact that there is no de-escalation happening anytime soon. As far as India is concerned, India would basically respond every time to any of the misadventure that we have seen from the Pakistanis. Having said that, does India really have the options available? Yes. And what we have essentially done, militarily speaking, what has happened is that we have ensured that the air defense system of Pakistan is decimated, basically leaving several of the cities in Pakistan completely vulnerable at this point in time, be it Rawalpindi, be it Islamabad. And the very fact that today, when you have had the air base in Rawalpindi that has been decimated, remember this is just barely few kilometers away from Islamabad, from the GHQ. And that in itself comes across as a big blow at this point in time for the Pakistanis. That also leaves the room for India's next step, something that has largely been discussed upon by the three service chiefs.
Absolutely, and those were shots coming in of the defense minister leaving 7 LKM after that crucial meeting chaired by the Prime Minister. Now, viewers, we're going to tell you, demoralized and decimated on the home front, cowardly Pakistani troops have continued to target civilian areas of Jammu's Poonch near the line of control. Visuals that are picking up flashes of fire and pitch darkness as the Pakistani troops shelled civilian areas close to the border. Meanwhile, the debris of hostile drones and projectiles that have been downed by the Indian air defense were recovered from several areas of Jammu. Here's that report.
With no answers to India's retaliatory strikes and air supremacy, the Pakistani troops shelled civilian targets in Jammu's Poonch overnight. From civilian areas to sacred shrines, Pakistan shelled the valley and also resorted to small arms fire in a desperate bid to push terrorists across. Visuals showed flashes of fire in the pitch darkness in Jammu as the Pakistani troops continued to direct mortar fire on civilian properties. Amid the absolute blackout in the Poonch sector and elsewhere in Jammu, Pakistan attempted to violate the Indian airspace with drones and projectiles. However, the attempt came a cropper as the hostile drones and projectiles ran into the impregnable Indian air defense. Addressing a joint security briefing in the national capital today, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh said the forces inflicted significant damage to the Pakistani troops in response to the unprovoked shelling.
In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas.
Meanwhile, the debris of the Pakistani drones and projectiles shot down by the Indian air defense fell in bits and parts across Jammu. As Pakistan typically falls back on its nefarious and cowardly ploys to target civilians, every provocation from the enemy is being answered in equal measure.
We're now going to show you 9 videos. The fake war that has been led on digital and how we are busting these fake videos. Let's start with the fake war cry that fell flat. The first viral video we show you claims Indian soldiers are crying and fleeing as war intensifies. But here's the truth. It's not the army, it's army aspirants celebrating their success, not defeat. Another desperate attempt at propaganda that has been busted. The second image, moving on, Al Jazeera's claim of 10 explosions near Srinagar airport is a desperate attempt to create panic. No such blast occurred. Official agencies call it what it is, a baseless, fear-fueled lie. And then the third image. Social media has lit up with claims of explosions at Jaipur airport. But the reality? Stone cold silence. The district collector calls the news completely fabricated, another hoax grounded, while the DC assured that the airport is completely secure. We show you a fourth viral video, viewers. A viral video shows an Indian post is destroyed. But the only problem with this is that the video is from 2020, long before Operation Sindoor. Another case of recycled footage being used to stoke fake outrage. And a fifth video. Post claims services on Delhi-Mumbai route are shut. But the truth is there's no commercial disruption. Only minor airspace adjustment was being made for operations. Panic mongering, not a passenger update. A sixth video we're showing you, a fake video claims India targeted the revered Nankana Sahib Gurdwara, but official sources slam the claim as utterly false and hateful. This is not just misinformation, it's an attempt to spark communal fire. And a hilarious viewer fake video we're going to show you, a seventh one. Pakistan's fake cyberflex claims 70% of India's power grid is down. But India's power system are fully functional. The ones all voltage, no current, a complete blackout of truth. An eighth video, Pakistan's latest telltale says it destroyed India's elite S-400 system. Except that the fact that there's no evidence, no incident, no damage. India's shield stands strong. This lie has also been intercepted. And finally, the ninth video, viewers. Finally, pro-Pak handlers are spreading false claims about squadron leader Shivani Singh being captured. Let's be clear. She's safe, she's active, and not in enemy hands. This is not news, it's pure fiction. Ambassador Vora, I want to ask you a question. These are fake, motivated, extremely dangerous viral videos that are doing the rounds. The purpose is simple, to try and create panic. But when it comes to the revered Gurdwara Nankana Sahib, or when it comes to any citizen being in their hands of India, it's clear they're trying to be playing with very dangerous motives.
Well, this is the normal thing that they do. Or whatever these videos that you're showing, send them to me. I'd like to collate them. And I will give it a title. The reality as we are telling you, the fiction as they invent. They are fiction masters. When reality hurts, then you escape into fiction, and of course that is encouraged by heavy doses of alcohol or charas that these guys are used to. You know, ma'am, I've seen this before. I saw it in 71. You're too young. At that time, we used to have, I was doing it myself. There was news on All India Radio, and we used to do stuff on Doordarshan. And then from their side, they had a radio station called Radio Jhutistan. I don't think you even know about it, Jhutistan. And then, of course, we gave all these wonderful awards to our people, Veer Chakra, this Chakra and that. And they gave awards called Rafu Chakra and Ghan Chakra to their chaps. I mean, it was quite amazing. I used to do that program myself. And they would claim that not only have we reached Delhi, but we've also reached Washington, we've also reached Malaysia, and we've reached Japan and so on. This kind of rubbish that they've been feeding their people. But I think nobody buys this kind of nonsense except those who are paid to buy it. Ultimately, the truth triumphs. Agar aap log nahi mante na, the chaps in Pakistan watching this, please read what is written below the Ashoka stump from the Mundaka Upanishad. Satyam eva jayate. Satyam eva jayate. Truth always triumphs. When will you learn this, you idiots? I mean, you are donkey sellers, we know that. Don't sell your brain along with the donkeys that you sell.
Okay, that brings a smile to my face, which should not be there in such times. Donkeys indeed, but I also want to go across to my colleague Gursimran joining us from Jammu. And Gursimran, over the last few days, you've been showing us how Pakistan had tried to again and again strike Jammu. There have been blackouts there. Take us through a ground report as to what happened last night.
And this temporary shelter has totally been blown, and the markings that you see here on the wall are actually the testimony of the Pakistan's nefarious plans, that how they are hitting the innocent civilians. Even the impact or of this explosion was much that the sheet of this which fabric this was made, this entire shelter was made, it has gone up to the top of this tree. And now the locals and the family members are here with us. We'll try to speak to them what they have to say. Sir, आपका नाम?
राजदेव सिंह जम्मू।
जी मुझे बताइए कितना ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट था इसका, क्योंकि पूरा जो घर है वो उड़ गया।
देखो सर, ये तो मैं समझता बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। जो आप जानते हैं कि पाकिस्तान पहले फौज के साथ लड़ रहा था, तो उसका वहाँ पे तो कुछ चला नहीं। अब उसने सिविलियन पे पूरी तरह से अटैक किया सुबह। आप यकीन माने हमारा पूरा जैनिंग एरिया जहाँ कम से कम कोई 10-20 हमारे गांव हैं, तो यहाँ पे इतनी ज़बरदस्त शेलिंग की है, 30 और 40 के करीब जहाँ से बम फेंके गए हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ बहुत सारा नुकसान भी हुआ है हमारा, लेकिन ये बड़ी कायराना हरकत है। तो मैं समझता हूँ वे अभी तो पूरी तरह से डरा हुआ है, तो डरने वाला क्या करता है? तो फिर उसका बस नहीं चल रहा फौज के आगे। तो हमारा
पाकिस्तान इज अफ्रेड, दैट इज व्हाट द लोकल्स आर सेइंग। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, लगातार सिविलियंस को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, वो लोग जो निहत्थे लोग हैं उन्हें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है।
ये देखिए सिंह साहब, इट इज़ ऑब्वियस कि पाकिस्तान इज़ ए वेरी लो लेवल कंट्री, ठीक है ना। तो इसमें ऐसा है कि उनकी हमारी ये पोटेंशियल आर्मी और ये पोटेंशियल हमारा देश जो है हिंदुस्तान, उसके साथ तो ये मुकाबला कर नहीं सकता। हमारी आर्मी हो, एयर फोर्सेस हो या नेवल हो, उसके साथ मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन उससे भी ऊपर क्या है, हिंदुस्तान का जो पब्लिक है, अवाम है, वो हमारी गवर्नमेंट के साथ, हमारी आर्मी के साथ खड़ा है। वहाँ तो पाकिस्तान टिक नहीं सका। और अभी इन्होंने क्या किया है कि हमारा पूरा, जैसे सरपंच साहब ने बताया, हमारा सिविलियन एरिया इन्होंने टारगेट किया है। और यहाँ पे कम से कम भी 5-7 जो गाँव हैं उनको टारगेट किया है। और शेल्स जो हैं, न्यूमरस शेल्स हैव बीन ड्रॉप्ड ओवर हियर। और इसके अंदर जो नुकसान हुआ, आप इसके ही साथ ऊपर हम जा रहे हैं। हमारा एक लड़का है, उसका पूरा बॉडी शैटर्ड हो गई है, ब्लोन इनटू पीसेस। उसके बच्चे भी साथ हैं, लेकिन भगवान की कृपा से, अल्लाह की कृपा से वो बच गए हैं।
You can understand that how Pakistan is targeting these areas, because these are the areas where the civilians reside. These are never been the areas where any of the incident, whether it is that there is an army deployment or something. We have the lady from the house also. माता जी, कितने बजे हुआ था ये?
सर कोई 5 में सर पढ़ी तो नहीं है। इन्हें बजे ना थोड़ा
धमाका बहुत तेज हुआ
सर। धमाका तरती हल गई सर, हल गई तरती।
So you can understand the intensity of this blast, that it was completely has rattled the Pakistan, that the civilians reside here, and now they are targeting them with these kind of heavy artillery that comes from the Pakistan to take the lives of these civilians. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
We're getting some breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. We're now going to show you armed drones that have been used to target the holy city of the Sikhs, Amritsar. Payload of almost 10 kg. Several drones had been used last night and were completely armed, unlike on the first day. I want to now go across to that breaking news that's coming in, and my colleague who's sending us that report. Okay, I'm also going to go across to our senior editor, my colleague Shavan Sen, joining us. Shavan, it seems to be a very clear picture that Pakistan is also trying to draw. The first night, the 200 to 300 drones that we were talking about were not armed. This time, a payload of 10 kg is there. These drones were used last night. They were armed.
Well, in fact, the big takeaway from what we are putting out right now, in fact, in a short while from now, Rhythm, we are going to put out the pictures of the armed drones. In fact, we are being told that this happened earlier today when drones were intercepted over Amritsar, and it turns out that this was an armed drone. The payload was almost 10 kilogram. Now, that's the initial estimate coming in. Can we also put the breaking news now coming in? The armed drones had a payload of almost 10 kilogram. That's the preliminary information coming in. If at all it would have exploded, it would have been catastrophic. But remember, this was already intercepted by our air defense system, preventing from a major catastrophe. Now, what is important to point out here is that you have Pakistanis now sneaking in armed drones. On the very first day, when over 50 drones were basically fired, at least in the Jammu region itself, none of them were armed drones. And that is the reason why the indication that came in, and those who are studying this very closely found out that this was basically a reconnaissance drill that was done by the Pakistan army. The second day, when roughly about 26 locations were targeted, at least in a number of these locations, we are given to understand that they were armed drones, particularly closer to military installations. This, we are being told, was next to the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar, which was being targeted. So once again, not very far away from the military cantonment where this armed drone was actually used to target it. So we're getting in more details of it, and also the visuals that are on your screens right now, the very moment when it was basically intercepted. Let's take you through some of the details that's emerging right now with regards to these armed drones that have been intercepted. Now, since morning, multiple drone sightings have actually taken place, and particularly in places like Pathankot, Srinagar, Awantipora, Baramulla, Kupwara, as well as as I also mentioned, apart from Pathankot, there are several others in Punjab itself. But importantly, each of these places that have been targeted are places where we have our military installations. Even in Udhampur, where you have the Northern Command's headquarters, that too was essentially being targeted by using these armed drones. And that's the reason why we are saying that there is a massive escalation rhythm on the part of the Pakistanis.
All right, I just want to go across once more to those visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV, Shavan. And I just want to get in one more word from you. You said that the payload is 10 kgs. And I want to put out that picture that Alisha is also bringing us and getting those details. The armed drones were used to target Amritsar. The payload is 10 kgs. Shavan, where did this fall? And how important and significant it is that the armed drones that were used to target Amritsar also had this payload of 10 kgs?
Well, there's some more breaking news now coming in. Rhythm, if you can just hold on for a bit. I'm just going to put out the information. I've just got more details of the nature of the drones that have been used.
Okay, I'm just going to go across to Shravan in a minute, but viewers, I'm just going to explain to us the significance of these full-frame visuals, 10 kg drone that has been shot down by India in Amritsar. The first night that they came and those drones that were used were not armed, but the second night these multiple Pakistan drones over Amritsar had been engaged. They have been destroyed by the Indian Army extremely successfully. These are drones that have been there, and as this happens, we're also now being told that multiple Pakistani drones, these were that engaged, they endangered civilians. The Indian Army has called such attempts unacceptable. The visuals on the screen show the 10 kg payload that has been told to us by Shravan, and the Indian forces downed all the Pakistani drones. The visuals show us what was happening there. They destroyed the military posts as Islamabad continued to target our military installations and also the civil and air facilities across, of course, the border and also in Amritsar. Now, remember, as we are showing you these visuals, in Amritsar also there have been drone hostility. This hostility has also been seen in 26 locations. It has been repelled by India. Punjab's Firozpur has also seen drone attack. Drones have also been seen in Rajasthan's Barmer. We are showing you in Amritsar. And of course, as we stay with those pictures of the 10 kg drone shot down, Indian forces retaliated to Pakistan's hostile behavior, destroyed several of the military posts. They also destroyed a launch pad used by the terrorists to launch tube-launched drones. I want to go back to Shravan to give more. Shravan is just getting us some breaking news. We're just going to ensure that Shravan is able to get that breaking news for us. But viewers, I also want to explain the significance of the powerful blasts that were heard at the 3 air bases in Pakistan early this morning. This includes Noor Jahan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Murid Air Base in Chakwal, and Rafiq Air Base in Jung. And we stay with those visuals of the air drones that were used to target Amritsar, payloads of 10 kg. I'm going to rephrase that. Several drones that were used last night were completely armed, unlike on the first day. And if I can go back to Shravan on this, Shravan, the significance of the armed drones that were used last night by Pakistan.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, we're going to put out some more details because the kamikaze drones that have also been used, and that too once again to target Amritsar. So there are two sets of images that we are putting out. One with regards to the kamikaze drones that have been recovered in Naushera and also in Amritsar. And look at what is actually happening right now. The very fact that these kamikaze drones that are being used in Naushera and here, all of it is armed. And in fact, if you take a look at the payload, it is approximately 10 kilograms. It could certainly vary because these are preliminary reports coming in. And the impact of it, if at all it would have exploded, would have been quite a lot. In fact, this is what I'm being given to understand from my sources in the defense establishment. They are saying that initial analysis indicates that the drones carried high explosive payloads intended to inflict maximum damage on innocent civilians, a fresh low in Pakistan's ongoing escalation, undoubtedly, and this was basically brought down by the AAD gunners. So it's not even the only good thing here, Rhythm, is the fact that these are AD guns, which are basically the air defense guns. They are not the Barak missiles. These are not the S-400 that we've been talking about. We've not used it. We don't need it right now because it's not worth it.
Okay, I just want to stay with Shravan and go across to the kamikaze drone pictures, please, that Shravan is getting us this news, and Shravan is going to be bringing us the Indian Army Air Defense neutralizes Pakistan kamikaze drones over Amritsar. Shravan, if you can just speak over that, and we'll put out the pictures of the kamikaze drones.
Well, in fact, two sets of images. I think so we can go two-window right now with the images coming in from Naushera, where kamikaze drones have been used, and also the Amritsar visuals. Amritsar visuals are also of kamikaze drones. Now, what's the similarity here? The similarity is this, that both of them are of the same make. The second is the fact that they are both armed. As far as the payload is concerned, it's quite significant. I'm being given to understand it's roughly about 10 kilogram. But as I said, there is a forensic examination that is also going to be done. But here, remember, all of it with the aim of inflicting maximum damage. The target, I'm being given to understand, in both the cases, Nowshera as well as in Amritsar, were basically the military installations. But as far as Amritsar is concerned, if at all it would have exploded rhythm, it would have not only inflicted damage on our military installation, but there are civilian lives that would have also been lost, because you have a civilian population in that very area where this drone was flying and perhaps would have been the target. Now, these are the latest visuals that have been accessed of the kamikaze drones. These are Turkish-made kamikaze drones, and I'm given to understand that these are the Baykar Yaha 3 kamikaze drones that have been used by the Pakistanis.
And I just want once more to break this properly with you, Shavan. All right, we've got all those words there. In Nowshera and Amritsar, these are the kamikaze drones, and also Turkish-made kamikaze drones. Shavan, the significance of that we've got here, because you said that this was in the early hours of 500 hours today that Pakistan forces launched these multiple Baykar Yaha 3 kamikaze drones across in Amritsar and Nowshera, and we were able to intercept and also neutralize this.
Well, we've certainly been able to neutralize the big threat that was emerging from what we're given to understand from the drones, the armed drones that were brought in. And these armed drones had only one single focus, and the focus has been to carry out maximum damage and damage to the military installation. And remember, perhaps the Pakistanis thought that they will be able to perhaps confuse us. That did not happen, because if you look at it, it's a military trick that they essentially used, that is, first send out the drones to the same very areas and take a look at whether at all our defense system will be able to take it or not. They were also hoping that India is going to exhaust their entire resources at this point in time by using some of the best air defense system. India, on the other hand, has essentially used the air defense guns which were good enough to bring down these drones. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with more breaking news now coming in.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अगर उन्हें 4 की याद करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ, देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। अभी क्या जो भी नहीं होगी।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं, 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 4 key Pakistani air bases. MOD confirms 100% precision strikes and no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda.
The MEA busts Pakistan fake claims on attacks, fact checks propaganda with real-time image. Pakistan in complete panic mode. Top retired Air Marshal admits Pakistan cannot fight a war with India for long. NSA Ajit Doval briefs Prime Minister Modi on latest developments of Operation Sindoor. And BLA group takes responsibility for attacking 39 locations in Pakistan, issues ultimatum to Pak government. And big breaking news coming in. G7 issues a statement, calls for de-escalation between India and Pakistan. But before I go across to that breaking news, I'm being told the Taliban rejects the claim of Pakistan. There's no truth to the claim of Indian strike on Afghan soil. We're also being told that Taliban rejects the claim that has been made by Pakistan. And as this is coming across, we've been told that earlier Pakistan military officials claimed Afghan territory was also targeted in India's missile attacks on Pakistan. But Taliban says there is no truth to this claim. Let me go across to Harsimrat joining us. Hashmat joining us live from Kabul. Hashmat, these are fake news alerts coming in from Pakistan yet again, but the Taliban rejected the Pakistani claims. These are claims that were falsely made by Pakistan. Taliban rejects the fact that there have been any missile attacks on their soil by India. Hashmat.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As you said, some news were reported that Afghan soil and Afghan place are targeting by the India missile, but it's all incorrect. We have phone relation with Afghanistan Defense Ministry spokesperson and media relation officer. And Atlah Khwarizmi, he rejected this all reports, and he said in all 34 provinces of Afghanistan and all the borders there, all thing is clear. There is no any security issue, and India is not attacked, and no missile have landed in Afghanistan. And the all reports, he rejected the all report that given by some Pakistani medias.
All right, Hashmat. Are you expecting that a formal statement would be made by the Taliban government on this?
Yeah, but many of that we have tried to have more detail from the Defense Ministry of Afghanistan. They also shared the link of India media that they reported that we didn't target Afghanistan soil. Also, they maybe they will have a security conference next time or next days, but not yet. But he just reject all the reports that have given by Pakistani media on things, and also the sources that we have in Afghanistan. Personally, that I have tried to have contact them. I contact many of our friends and other journalists at the report province of Afghanistan, and we have a report from them. They said all thing is clear. There is there's no any security issue in Afghanistan, and there is no that targeted by missile, especially by India. There is no like this news.
Okay, thank you so much, Hashmat, for helping us understand or unravel essentially the Pakistani mischief of trying to make Taliban regime in Kabul pick up a fight with India. Of course, everyone there understands who the real black sheep, who the real culprit is. And the Pakistani generals, of course, having devastated Afghanistan for almost 2 decades, more than that, actually 4 decades, in search of that elusive strategic depth, having played havoc with Afghan national security. indicated to by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in his press conference. Moving on, in fact, look at the manner in which Pakistanis have gone about pushing in propaganda and trying to make a fool of their own people. Rhythm brings that fact check for us.
Now going to show you 9 videos. The fake war that has been led on digital and how we are busting these fake videos. Let's start with the fake war cry that fell flat. The first viral video we show you claims Indian soldiers are crying and fleeing as war intensifies. But here's the truth. It's not the army, it's army aspirants celebrating their success, not defeat. Another desperate attempt at propaganda that has been busted. The second image. Moving on, Al Jazeera's claim of 10 explosions near Srinagar airport is a desperate attempt to create panic. No such blast occurred. Official agencies call it what it is, a baseless, fear-fueled lie. And then the third image. Social media has lit up with claims of explosions at Jaipur airport. But the reality? Stone cold silence. The district collector calls the news completely fabricated, another hoax grounded, while the DC assured that the airport is completely secure. We show you a fourth viral video, viewers. A viral video shows an Indian post is destroyed. But the only problem with this is that the video is from 2020, long before Operation Sindoor. Another case of recycled footage being used to stoke fake outrage. And a fifth video. Post claims services on Delhi-Mumbai route are shut. But the truth is there's no commercial disruption. Only minor airspace adjustment was being made for operations. Panic mongering, not a passenger update. A sixth video we're showing you. A fake video claims India targeted the revered Nankana Sahib Gurdwara. But official sources slam the claim as utterly false and hateful. This is not just misinformation, it's an attempt to spark communal fire. And a hilarious viewer, fake video we're going to show you, a seventh one. Pakistan's fake cyberflex claims 70% of India's power grid is down. But India's power system are fully functional. The ones all voltage, no current, a complete blackout of truth. An eighth video, Pakistan's latest telltale says it destroyed India's elite S-400 system, except that the fact that there's no evidence, no incident, no damage. India's shield stands strong. This lie has also been intercepted. And finally, the ninth video, viewers. Finally, pro-Pak handlers are spreading false claims about squadron leader Shivani Singh being captured. Let's be clear, she's safe, she's active, and not in enemy hands. This is not news, it's pure fiction. Ambassador Vora, I want to ask you a question. These are fake, motivated, extremely dangerous viral videos that are doing the rounds. The purpose is simple, to try and create panic. But when it comes to the revered Gurdwara Nankana Sahib, or when it comes to any citizen being in their hands of India, it's clear they're trying to be playing with very dangerous motives.
Well, this is the normal thing that they do. Or whatever these videos that you're showing, send them to me. I'd like to collate them. And I will give it a title. The reality as we are telling you. The fiction as they invent. They are fiction masters. When reality hurts, then you escape into fiction. And of course, that is encouraged by heavy doses of alcohol or charas that these guys are used to. You know, ma'am, I've seen this before. I saw it in 71. You're too young. At that time, we used to have, I was doing it myself. There was news on All India Radio, and we used to do stuff on Doordarshan. And then from their side, they had a radio station called Radio Jhutistan. I don't think you even know about it, Jhutistan. And then, of course, we gave all these wonderful awards to our people, Veer Chakra, this Chakra and that. And they gave awards called Rafu Chakra and Ghan Chakra to their chaps. I mean, it was quite amazing. I used to do that program myself. And they would claim that not only have we reached Delhi, but we've also reached Washington, we've also reached Malaysia, and we've reached Japan and so on. This kind of rubbish that they've been feeding their people. But I think nobody buys this kind of nonsense except those who are paid to buy it. Ultimately, the truth triumphs. Agar aap log nahi mante na, the chaps in Pakistan watching this, please read what is written below the Ashoka stump from the Mundaka Upanishad. Satyam eva jayate. Satyam eva jayate. Truth always triumphs. When will you learn this, you idiots? I mean, you are donkey sellers, we know that. Don't sell your brain along with the donkeys that you sell.
All right, so this is how Pakistan has been trying to push propaganda and fake news effectively, and Rhythm there bringing out that contrast and busting the peddling of fake information by the Pakistani deep state. Unfortunately, some social media handles have been picking it up. General Siwach joins us live, as also Major Toor continues to be with us in the studios. I would go to General A.K. Siwach first. Sir, you saw that that capsule by Rhythm, and before that we had Taliban government effectively rejecting the claim made by DG ISPR that one Indian missile had landed in Afghanistan also. I mean, the generals have really lost it. The Rawalpindi generals are really psyched out and they don't know what has hit them literally. And that's why these kind of absolutely fraudulent, false and fake claims being made.
Absolutely, guys. As far as Pakistan is concerned, they are expert in spreading a misinformation, disinformation and propaganda. This has been their true character from 1947 onward. So after they have got a beating from India, remember that after we have destroyed the 9 terrorist infrastructure, they started spreading the rumors and also the misinformation regarding those 26 target area which they tried to hit, and none of them they could hit. In fact, all failed completely. And because we have a multi-tier air defense system which is of S-400 Akash, then we have got Shilkas and then L-70 and then anti-drone system. So we could neutralize each and every missile, rocket and their drone. Whereas when we strike them, we could manage to even neutralize the air defense system of Lahore. So the point is, where is the face saving as far as Pakistan army and Pakistan government is concerned? They want to show to their countrymen that they have also able to create a damage to Indian side, which has not happened at all. So the point is, as far as Pakistan army is there, they see nothing new. They keep on doing this propaganda and no one buys. In fact, as on today, even people within their own country have stopped believing that. You see, remember that every country has an army, but unfortunately in Pakistan, the army has a country. The actual power flows there, not from Islamabad, but from the Rawalpindi. So that is what is happening today. There is a pressure from General Asim Munir, and that's why these all lies are being spread. And but the point today is that the people of Pakistan has become very alert with the event of social media, that they come to know the reality. Right. The people in Pakistan itself is trying to tell that whatever is being told by the DG ISPR is nothing but a bunch of lies. And that's what is the true character of Pakistan. Pakistan is getting beating. Pakistan is on receiving end. And if Pakistan think that they can fight a conventional war with India, they are highly mistaken. They will not able to sustain more than about 5 to 6 days because they are short on RT ammunition, they are short on petrol and diesel. Their tanks cannot move more than 50 kilometers. And Indian Navy has a capability of blocking basically the Karachi port, and their supply chain will be cut. They know it well. They are only doing this propaganda, nothing else. And all their lies were totally exposed by our media. So my point is that we must be careful. Pakistan will keep on doing this, but there are 2 actions which we need to take. One is we must expose them, and second thing is we must educate our own people. They must not become a victim of their lies. That is a very important thing. We as a nation need to stand together. Remember what is happening in Pakistan. There are 400 army officers in Pakistan which have resigned. The morale is in their boots. The soldiers do not want to fight. PLA is hitting them very hard in Balochistan. And Tariq-e-Taliban Pakistan is becoming very bold in Khyber.
Absolutely. General Siwach
have moved from that side to the eastern border.
Yeah, General Siwach, please hold on to your thoughts. But there is a breaking news development, which is that more details are coming out of the Pak drone attack and the manner in which it was neutralized. sources tell us that the Indian Army air defense units neutralized the Pakistani kamikaze drones over Amritsar, and that was a big one because the attack happened in the early hours of the morning, and Pakistani forces launched that multiple biker YIHA-3 kamikaze drones, and these are weaponized drones. Remember, between day before yesterday and yesterday, the difference was that the Pakistanis used weaponized drones also, and this happened at the international border towards Amritsar, and in a blatant attempt to strike densely populated residential areas, those drones were sent. Thankfully, our Army's air defense network, the hostile drones were detected, tracked and engaged within seconds of breaching Indian airspace. Sri Harmandir Sahib, Sri Amritsar Sahib, and Pakistan, remember, fancies itself as being on the side of Sikhs, targeting Amritsar not the first time, but all 3 days they have targeted Sri Amritsar Sahib with these drone attacks. Thankfully, the Army Air Defense Group taking care of these weaponized drones. Samar Paltur, Major.
Yes, Abhishek.
You know, as a Sikh, can you really call the bluff of these Pakistanis, the fact that they are targeting Amritsar first day, second day, third day? Thankfully, our Army Air Defense Network taking care of these drones. But these, what are these drones? Are they not weaponized drones? If you look at the explanation given, the explanation is that these were biker YIHA-3 kamikaze drones. These are weaponized drones, right?
These are weaponized drones. They have explosive payloads in them.
Yeah.
And they have the capability of either dropping the payload, the explosive payload, and then they can fly back. So they can again put an explosive and they can again send it again. So these are basically, the versions are different. Kamikaze is when it goes, it hits into the concrete structure and it explodes. So there's destruction. Second is, if you don't have the money, then you use a drone which is basically a payload dropping drone.
Okay.
So it has attachments to which the explosive can be attached. And when it goes over a certain target area, it can drop.
So, but why would Pakistan use a kamikaze drone in a
civilian,
densely populated civilian residential area?
See, this is...
Which Amritsar is?
This is provocation. This is a provocation. What Pakistan desperately is wanting is that the public should put extreme pressure on the Indian government so that the Indian government goes on an immediate all-out offensive, which I mean, it's very unlikely for the government to do that at the moment because plans are in place. So you see, when you got to operate a certain body part which is having cancer, you got to carefully first dissect it. You got to negotiate very carefully through the body organs till you reach the place of the cancer. And then you got to dissect that affected area, which was probably done by bombing the Air Force stations today. So the airstrikes was a message that you see that their air power is very vulnerable.
Deep inside Punjabi Pakistan or Pakistani Punjab.
Pakistani Punjab, yes.
Pakistani Punjab. And that's a message, strong enough message, and that should have shaken the faith of whatever faith was left in the people for Pakistan Army, the fact that no area is untouchable insofar as Indian armed forces are concerned. In fact, let's look at one of those pictures, one set of those pictures that came in of Sukkur Air Base being targeted. These are in the VRs, and see the manner in which the Sukkur Air Base, part of it has been put on fire. Let's listen to those nat sounds to understand what panic.
Sukkur airport te strike va. बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सक्खर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया
ये लैंग्वेज कौन सी
ये
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सक्खर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट से स्ट्राइक वाह
That's
Sakhar airport.
Okay, that's I think that's Sindhi. That's Sindhi language. Sakhar, not
Sakhar airport.
Sakhar airport. Yes, the pronunciation is Sakhar. That's what I picked up from that panicky voice.
Funny pronunciation.
The voice is saying that they're saved, and there is panic in the voice. And these are pictures of the Sakhar air base on fire. Just Shivaj. You heard those voices of panic in Pakistan. We were discussing whether this is a strong enough message. Can the VJs please? Is this okay? Can the audio be played down now?
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट से स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह
Okay, that seems like a Sindhi language. Sakhar is in Sindh province of Pakistan, and that's where our forces have hit that deep. And just Shivaj, one, this is deep. Two, this is enough to send a strong message to people in Pakistan that the forces, the Pakistan army, the projection it does of invincibility is absolutely false propaganda. The fact that their air defenses were not working, the fact that we could target we could meet our targets at will, we could choose our targets at will, and this is just a trailer. Perhaps much more can be delivered by way of a package.
As far as India is concerned, we can hit any air base in Pakistan with impunity. Their air defense system has completely collapsed. The one which they have got it from China HQ-9, that has not able to function effectively. In fact, we neutralized the complete air defense system of Lahore, and Lahore was totally exposed. Now we have shown it that no place in Pakistan is safe. Indian forces drones can reach anywhere and everywhere. Yesterday in the night, we have also hit 3 of their air bases. One was in Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, where C-13J the transport aircraft, which is Hercules, was also destroyed on the runway, and then it was in Murid and also in Shorkut. So the point today is that we are exposing the lie of Pakistan to the people of Pakistan. That the Pakistan army has been bluffing them and has been telling a wrong story. Actually, Pakistan army is not capable of defending the people of Pakistan as on today. The Pakistan army's morale is very low. In fact, a week back, there was a conference which was held by General Asim Munir of the Corps commanders. And they jointly have told General Asim Munir that what have you got it done on 22nd April, that the terrorist action has put us on the brink of a war.
Sorry to be interjecting. We have some ground report coming in from Uri where the LC is hot. And exchange of fire is taking place. Arawat is reporting live from Uri where this is happening. Arawat, we have seen unending rounds of shelling taking place along the line of control from where you are reporting. Please tell us what the latest. Is it going on even now through the day?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We are right now here in the Uri sector, and we have seen that the continuous firing is on here in the various parts of the Uri sector. And now we have seen that the Pakistani troopers have started to target the civilian populated areas. Firdaus can show you the visuals from this very side. This is the residential area here in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals that the mortar has hit this place here in the Uri sector. As you can see here in the valley, that you can see the back-to-back mortar shelling are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley here in the Kashmir, and we have seen that the troopers are here. As we have seen entire area in the Uri, we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request Firdaus to show you from this very side that how these forces are here in the Uri sector. They are giving them the befitting reply. But right now we are here in the residential area, and you can see from this very side here the splinter has hit this very place. There are the 3 to 4 residential areas here who have hit badly. Firdaus can show you from this side. You can see the door has, and also we have seen the evacuation process was also on here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the civilian populated area are being targeted back to back in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that the same kind of operations are also taking place in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that from the time to time the ceasefire violations are taking place, and you can see the evacuation process has been done already here in the Abhishek, and you can see here is a lock in the Uri sector. We have seen that the civilians have been evacuated from the sensitive areas of the Uri sector. Yes, Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Erawat, with those details. Uri still remains hot, and we keep going back to him. Let's get a breaking news development coming in. China has made a statement. The Chinese coming out and speaking on the continuing escalation between India and Pakistan. And China has to issue a statement, Niranjan. And
Yes.
Obviously, they are friends of Pakistan, so they would be sort of trying to find some false equivalence between India and Pakistan, which does not exist. And so, of course, we need not heed them, but obviously they are making a statement.
I'm going to go through the full statement, Abhishek. They're saying that they strongly urge both sides to act in larger interest of peace and stability. Keywords, larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to track of political settlement through peaceful means. And then the key portion begins. Refrain from any action that could further escalate tension. This will be important for fundamental interest of both India and Pakistan and for a stable and peaceful region. So China, I think, going by the tone of this, is more worried about being in the neighborhood while India and Pakistan, settle what we have. An old score with Pakistan of exporting terror. Soumya is joining us with the details, saying that we want a stable and peaceful region. It's also what international community hopes to see, adding that China is willing to continue to play a constructive role to this end. Soumya. Soumya, what's your location? What's the situation there right now? Soumya, last location was Srinagar. What is your location now? And any update on the operation that was on there in Srinagar? Okay, I'm going across to him. But what do you make of the statement? Major Tur, one point that came to my mind was China, when it came to the Russia-Ukraine war, it's not that we have declared official war with Pakistan, but the kind of stand that China takes, I think they're more worried about being here and this directly affecting them and their projects vis-a-vis CPEC.
Niranjan, see, as we speak, all the ammunition, all the drones that they've acquired from China have most logically and evidently come by road from the CPEC route through Karakoram highway. So these are the critical areas, and now it is come to realization for China that India surely outmatches and is way above in terms of Pakistan's military might. And there are all probabilities that India will take over, damage some key infrastructure which is going to affect the CPEC as well. And in case we happen to occupy, or rather not occupy, but I stand corrected, if we happen to take back what is rightly India's, that is the POK, then China has to negotiate with India in terms to let its CPEC be a success. So you see, the reality struck now. The reality has hit hard, and it has now come to realization to China how vulnerable Pakistan actually is.
Okay, we have another round of breakings
coming in, Abhishek. Two big breakings.
Please go ahead.
You take the Saudi one.
I'll do that. Saudi foreign minister has made a statement. Remember, he was on an unannounced visit to New Delhi day before yesterday and in Pakistan yesterday. And very interestingly, he did not fly from New Delhi to Islamabad. From New Delhi, he went back to Riyadh. And from Riyadh, he came back to Islamabad and then went back. And the Pakistanis, thankless people that they are, they still used the same flight which was used by the Saudi foreign minister as cannon fodder, as human shield to launch their drone
Just
swarm
when it was
attacks.
taking off.
Yes, exactly. That's what.
Just when Saudi foreign minister's plane was taking off.
It's for Saudis to decide that Pakistanis are double crossing them. And now they have made a statement, Niranjan. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, said that he had talks with Pakistani and Indian counterparts, Ishaq Dar and Subramaniam Jaishankar respectively. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia says, essentially talking about de-escalation, Niranjan.
Yes.
I mean, the Pakistanis have been saying, oh, these people, please ask India to pull back, ask India to pull back. They're speaking to Iranians, they're speaking to Saudis. But the point is, should we care?
Yeah, another big breaking news update that Shawan has just shared with us, Abhishek. Quickly going across to that breaking news update as well. Apart from the air bases, Pakistan radar site in Pasroor has been decimated, blown up. All-weather radar systems for flight landings and takeoffs in Pakistan have now been impacted. That's a big breaking news update coming in. We knew that we'd struck one of their radar systems yesterday officially. Today their air bases were hit. We're getting in details now of another radar site that has been blown up, decimated. Shawan with the full details. Shawan, this is significant. Their operations, air operations, have been impacted.
Well, it's a sign of a bigger plan. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you look at the placement of the radar site and the very place where it has been decimated, it only has a direct impact on all flight landings and takeoff in the vicinity, and that is the reason why this is going to have a direct impact in any mission that the Pakistanis basically take from the Pasroor area, which is basically not far away from the other air bases. And that is the reason why, remember, in the last 2 days, what has essentially happened is that the radar system is largely being targeted by India. In fact, at 4 places, the air defense system was also brought down, which basically leaves almost several cities in Pakistan extremely vulnerable at this point in time. Now, with this all-weather radar system, which has also been brought down in Pasroor, we are being told that this is going to have a debilitating effect on all such operations that are going to be carried out. It is a clear sign that something more is now actually building up. If you really look at from the strategic point of view, Niranjan, it is a step-by-step process. It's a step-by-step process that is being carried out.
What element do we have?
Each phase of the operation is revealing something more. And now it is clear that at least multiple air bases have suffered serious damage. In fact, Niranjan, we have got an image, we've got a video coming in from the Noor Khan Air Base. Now, Noor Khan Air Base,
Button then, Abhishek.
There is also some more breaking news now coming.
Abhishek.
Okay, Shawan, we have to break this information that there is another round of briefing to be done by Ministry of External Affairs, possibly along with Ministry of Defense at around 5:30 p.m. Big one. This is the second briefing taking place in a day, and that means a lot of things are happening. Situation is fluid. 5:30 p.m.
5:30, huge.
5:30 p.m. Again, this is 3:30 p.m. now. Another 2 hours, another round of briefings happening on India's actions as part of Operation Sindoor.
Okay. Meanwhile, Abhishek, as you gather more details on that, and we have the full details of those who were neutralized by India in the strikes. First round of strikes, the terrorists who were neutralized, their names, their identities. In fact, what we will also do is we will pull out that video.
Yeah, pull out the graphics.
Pull out that video. No, we have the video. Remember
yes,
of
the video also, yes.
The state funeral. Yeah. State funeral ka video nikal dijiye. Let's remove the state funeral video that was given to the greats of Lashkar, the great terrorists of Pakistan who were given a state funeral with full military honors in Pakistan. We'll pull that out. Meanwhile, Abhishek will give us more details of the briefing. Abhishek, what do you make of the second briefing?
Well, it seems like there is some development about which people need to be briefed, the nation needs to know. And that's why this briefing taking place at 5:30 p.m. again. And we are told that this is in continuation of the Operation Sindoor briefings that are happening. We are still to be told whether this is going to be the joint briefing that has been happening every day, like it happened in the morning between the MOD and MEA, with the 2 lady officers speaking for the MOD, and for the MEA, the briefing led by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. But the briefing at 5:30 p.m. is in continuation of what we have on Operation Sindoor, essentially, Niranjan, which means there is some more development that has taken place. If it is about our military action, then obviously India is not pulling back. India is not de-escalating. India is making sure that Pakistan pays the price for what they did in Pahalgam. Niranjan, 5:30 p.m. Another briefing taking place, and viewers would join at that time.
Okay, so this is a big development, and that's exactly 2 hours from now. In about 2 hours from now, the second news briefing. Will it be a joint news conference? We will have to wait and watch, but Abhishek has confirmed that it will be on the operation. In the morning, we had the first round of briefing. Now, the second round of briefing will take place. That's within 7 hours. Abhishek, let's just think of the developments that have happened in the last few hours. Shravan is also live with us. Shravan, there have been developments. Okay, Shravan is joining us live. I'll go back to him in just a bit. Okay. But if I can quickly get your response to this, Abhishek, what are the big developments that have taken place since this morning after that first briefing? We've had some more pictures. To be precise, we have pictures of the kind of, strike that we have carried out. Sukur, for example, that you just had the visuals. I think we are just about beginning to see the impact of our strikes on their air bases. We just had news of another air radar that was decimated. What else?
We can show that. But also, Niranjan, the fact of the matter is that over the last few hours, we have seen more drones coming in, more Pakistani mischief happening, particularly in Srinagar and Amritsar, in the Kashmir, Punjab belt. So obviously, there has to be some briefing as to what is happening on the ground, how is India responding. Plus, apart from that, there have been some global diplomatic moves that have taken place. Saudi statement is one of them, of course. And then, of course, the phone calls that have taken place between India and America, and the Americans and the Pakistanis. So it seems that there is a lot brewing. It's an evolving situation, both on the military front, the kinetic and non-kinetic actions being taken to make sure the Pakistani mischief is contained, and of course the diplomatic front. But let's listen into how India presented its case earlier in the morning. Let's listen into Wing Commander Vyomika Singh.
Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy at these airport stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
Okay, big breaking news update coming in. The full list of terrorists that were killed in the Indian strikes. The first set of strikes where we straight went after the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We now have a confirmation, a full list of those who are neutralized, eliminated by our precision strikes. Let's first pull out the pictures of the state funeral that was given to these terrorists, and in those pictures lie the answers of who were the terrorists who were killed. Terrorist 1, Mudassar Khadian Khas, alias Mudassar, alias Abu Jundal, affiliation Lashkar-e-Toiba, in charge of the Markaz Taiba in Murudke that was struck. Received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan Army, Pakistan's favorite terrorist.
Shawan.
Wreath laid on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief and Punjab Chief. Asim Munir's favorite terrorist was neutralized. His funeral prayer was held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who's also on your screen, who was leading those prayers there that you see. He's also a designated global terrorist. A serving Lieutenant General rank officer, a general and an IG level officer of the Punjab Police in Pakistan attended the prayer ceremony. Shawan has the details of who else were there and why they are significant. To those who said nobody was killed, Shawan, the details.
Well, in fact, significant killings, I would say, because this has basically eliminated the entire leadership of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, there are several theories that are basically doing the rounds as far as Masood Azhar is concerned. Interestingly, Masood Azhar's, there isn't any latest picture of Masood Azhar. So the man who was actually running Jaish-e-Mohammed was none other than Rauf Asghar. And the fact that his elimination is a clear indication that perhaps today Jaish-e-Mohammed stands without any particular leader. In fact, if you take the list out, here you have Mudassir Qadian Khas. Now remember, he is not the same Abu Jundal who has been linked in some of the cases here in India, but the fact of the matter is that he happens to be, again, a relative of Masood Azhar. Now, he's also known as Abu Jundal. Now, as far as the second person is Hafiz Muhammad Jamil. He's the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. And in fact, he was the one who was in charge of the Markaz in Bahawalpur. So essentially, there are multiple training camps which the Jaish was running. Apart from the Markaz in Bahawalpur, there were others too. And that was basically divided among the family members. I'm given to understand that Yusuf Azhar as well as Abu Akasha and Hassan Khan, they have been eliminated. And if you also take the list out coming in as far as those from the Lashkar terror group, they too have been eliminated, and their training camps have also been decimated. So along with Jaish-e-Mohammed, you have had the Lashkar-e-Toiba, they've been inflicted serious damages.
All right, more information coming in of these terrorists and the second terrorist.
Abhishek.
Niranjan, yeah, you have to help me with the terrorist, Masood Azhar's eldest brother-in-law, killed in the same strikes. And I can get more details. And these are the details of the terrorist.
Abhishek, what is Hafiz Muhammad Jamil? Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, Mudassar Khadan.
Hafiz Muhammad Jalil, affiliation is Jaish-e-Mohammed, Niranjan. Eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, in charge of Markaz Subhan Allah Bahawalpur. That's where the bombing took place and strike took place. Actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for the JEM, integral to the functioning of JEM. Gursimran joins us live from international border. And Gursimran, first tell us whether from where you are reporting, is the situation under control after the Pakistani misadventure in the morning? And then, of course, we are discussing all these terrorists who were eliminated. In this case, Hafiz Muhammad Jalil, the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar.
Yes, Abhishek, among those high-profile terrorists that are killed, this is the brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, who was actually running the entire factory of terror, and he has been neutralized on the May 7 strikes that have taken place. Right now, I'm reporting from the Indo-Pakistan international border in the RS Pura, and since there has been a heavy shelling from the Pakistan side this morning, now what has happened that the bomb disposal squad has taken over the entire area, and now they are in a process of detonating the shells, these unexploded shells that have been fired from the Pakistani side. I'll go inside to show you that the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have completely taken over this area. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that this is a mortar shell that was fired from the Pakistan. This is a live mortar, and that's why the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with their all mechanism that is needed to detonate the shells, has come here. Because you see the extent of damage that has been done here by the Pakistani shelling, that Pakistan has shelled these civilian areas here along the international border in Jammu. Today morning when they woke up, they saw that the Pakistani shelling has started. People ran to their houses, they went inside, but the situation that is outside, these shattered glasses, these buildings collapsed, these structures that have been collapsed, these marking of the splinters on the walls of these houses, this speaks of the volumes that the Pakistan's only motive was to inflict the civilian casualties, and that is actually what they have done. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that side where the live mortar shell is there, and that's why the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police has been called in. Till the time the area is not cleared, BDS will not be allowing the house inmates, those who live in this house, to be inside this house, because there lies a threat that this might explode anytime, and that is why the teams of the BDS are analyzing this, and after complete analysis of this, only then they will be allowing the detonation of this using the controlled explosion. Earlier in the day, a drone of the Pakistan that was aimed at disrupting the Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu airport, that was also brought down using the air defense system, and the 10 kilogram of two explosives that were there, that has also been detonated by the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now this area, these are the splinters. These are the splinters that this mortar shell and the other mortars that have been fired from across the border, the damage they have done. There have been multiple damages that have been done to this very place, and on this side you will see also that this shutter of this shop, this also has the markings of the splinters. So this is the damage that the Pakistan has done to the civilian areas, because their only motive of today's targeting of the civilian areas was to inflict maximum damage, was to inflict as much as damage they can to the civilian areas. But now the situation is that the shelling has stopped for now, and the BDS has taken over the entire area. We are told that there are multiple live shells and the live bombs that are still active in the area, and the BDS will be detecting them one by one, and after detection they will be detonated.
Okay. Gursimran, any casualties given the scale of the damage that you are showing? Are people safe?
See, Abhishek, a total of 5 casualties have been reported across the Jammu region. 3 casualties are from the Rajouri district of Jammu. 2 casualties have been reported from the Jammu region, that is the Jammu district. 5 is the number of casualties. These are all are civilians, and including a senior official of the Jammu and Kashmir government, the additional deputy development commissioner of the Rajouri district, Rajkumar Thapa, who was killed when a mortar shell fired from the Pakistani side fell on him. And similar is the situation in the other districts also, though there has not been casualties there, but the situation remains to be similar. Reason being that the Pakistan is now directly aiming at the civilians. They are leaving no civilian house that they are not shelling at, Abhishek.
All right, a big breaking news development coming in. Can we break that information, Niranjan? That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a huge one.
Just checking, Abhishek. Baloch Liberate. Okay, top sources. India has decided.
That's a big one.
This is a big one. 1 minute. While we have a big breaking news update that Abhishek
has to be processed,
shared.
Of course. Let's process.
Really big one. This is top sources in the government saying that India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly.
So I think this is institutionalization of policy of hot pursuit. This is institutionalization of policy of declaring war. Remember, for all the action, kinetic action that's been happening since India carried out Operation Sindoor and the strikes as part of that, we have not yet declared war. But this means that this is now going to be institutionalized policy of declaring war whenever an act of terror is committed against India. I think let's break that this is important. And while we have these pictures of earlier where India has struck those air bases in Pakistan, and these are pictures of Indian side where we have had those Pakistani projectiles, missiles, drones, etc., and some UAVs coming in, falling like 9 pins.
Duds.
Taken down, proving to be duds, Chinese duds. And now, more important information coming in. Can we get...
Yes, let's put that information out. I think it should be on the breaking news right now that India has now taken a stronger stand against Pakistan and Pakistan-based terror. Any future terror attack will be treated as an act of war. We know that they've been pushing infiltrators as well. Infiltration attempts have been on since the last few days, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anything now that happens on Indian soil will be an act of war.
But
Major Tour.
Any terror attack.
But then Niranjan, just look at the present images. I mean, aren't we already at war? I mean, what's the point of this policy?
But
it should have come many years ago.
There are some protocols set, right? If we declare war, certain protocols kick in naturally. Now you see, you're having various notifications, you're having meetings. These are not protocol-driven, events. These are being orchestrated, these are being organized, impromptu. But if you declare war, then there are mechanisms that immediately get put in place. You declare a national emergency, the government is empowered to act, the civil defense measures kick in on their own. So obviously that's part of the plan when the government says that a decision has been taken that and remember, it acts as a deterrent. Every time you don't need a nuclear umbrella for deterrence.
True.
If you have an organized, you have an existing policy that if you do this scale of terrorism, we are immediately going to declare war, we are going to stop your water, we are going to stop any trade and everything, and every connection, we are going to bomb these places in your territory if we know. For example, I was discussing that with somebody that if next time a Pahalgam-like terror attack happens, then why wait for 5 days, 6 days? Just from where the
my argument
comes.
is, Abhishek, why wait at all?
Bomb them the same day.
Why wait at all?
And for that, declare war.
My argument is, why wait at all? Why wait for that loss to incur? We've had enough. This is the time to go in and destroy the terrorist infrastructure.
You mean to say, why wait for the next episode? Let's finish it off this time.
Exactly. I mean, come on.
Just go after Asim Munir.
Indian lives matter. Our lives matter.
Yeah.
And more than that, Abhishek, you see, as per logic and the analogy of the events, what I strongly feel is that with the DGMOs trying to interact and talk with one another, I'm sure that the Pakistani side has surrendered or given in. And in lieu of that, we have come up with this certain protocol that now if anything happens, the hostile neighbor is going to be responsible, the government is going to be responsible for any act. But my argument is that this should have been done many years ago. Why now? The damage is already done.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a short break. It's 3:54 and we are building up to that press conference. Second one on Operation Sindoor in a single day, which means it's significant. Something has happened about which the nation needs to know. A short break there, so Major Tour, and coming back on the other side with the same story. We'll continue the conversation.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी। ये हमला हुआ, मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर की, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे
is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha.
Okay, back to the big breaking story, ladies and gentlemen. India has hardened its stand. Act of terror is act of war. Any future act of terror is act of war. We don't have to now declare war formally. I mean,
well, it's the ultimatum that has now been given to the Pakistanis. Dare you do anything more than face the repercussion? And as Major Samarpal Tur was saying, that perhaps the Pakistanis do not have the appetite to take it any forward. And one of the reasons why, let me just quickly tell you the challenges that the Pakistanis face today. After 3 precision strikes that have taken place, what emerges are the following. 1, their air bases have been decimated. 2nd, radar system has been decimated. 3rd is with regards to how not just their air base, not just their radar, but also what we're given to understand is their air defense system. That has also gone kaput, which essentially means several of the Pakistani cities, Niranjan, are completely vulnerable at this point in time. It would certainly be a worried Pakistan. Look at the developments that have taken place earlier today. The civil administration and the military are on 2 different pages altogether. And there is a growing factionalism, Niranjan.
Absolutely. And Shawan, there's another bit of breaking news that's coming in right now. Let's quickly... Okay, Major Tur, you want to come in on this one?
I want to come in on this, Niranjan. See, this is going to be the biggest blunder by the Indian government if they agree for a ceasefire or a truce. I'll tell you why. It has been since 2 years that they have been training extensively with the Turkish military. They have been procuring these Bayraktar TB2 drones and Akinci drones to target India. A Kinsi drone has a range of almost 7,500 kilometers one way. Deep strike. So they've already been preparing it, and now, you know, they've got approval of $1 billion from IMF. And China has told them to lay low and to keep the momentum down. And the DGMO is called today, calling it for, you know, mellowing down of the tensions which have been happening. But, you know, the name that they've given to the military operation, it means, you know, destruction of concrete structure. It means wall. And you've been...
What does that even mean?
I mean, they are saying...
What wall are they talking about?
They're saying that, you know, the Pakistan military is a solid wall structure. And it's standing there, you know, solid against us. I mean, it's so funny. It's a war against terrorism. We've not even mentioned the name Pakistan. We've not mentioned the government. We've not mentioned any governments or organizations or a country. We've said this is a war against terror. War against terrorism has been declared. I don't know why this country's Army, Navy, Air Force is all guns blazing and ready up against the largest democracy of the world.
Let's tell them the reason why perhaps today Pakistan is completely on a back foot. Niranjan, that's because of the 3 precision strike. What really happened as the first phase of the Operation Sindoor? 9 targets, 9 terror facilities, all razed to ground, which essentially means that the non-state actors that Pakistan was basically relying upon, they are no longer there. Their entire leadership of the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been completely decimated. You have Lashkar-e-Toiba's leadership vanished. Now, what are you really left with? And the fact here is this, that as far as your military is concerned, it has taken a massive hit. There is also pressure that is building on Pakistan right now. External debt is only rising. This makes it even more difficult. I'm not very sure, Niranjan, if all our visuals are ready right now. If we could just quickly take through viewers those images of what really happened as the first phase of Operation Sindoor. And that, remember, has come across as a rude shock to the Pakistanis. That is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, this message that India is now sending across to Pakistan, enough is enough. Step back. Or else this will be seen as an act of war. What we have seen over the last few days are the following. One, there have been a swarm of drones coming in, targeting our western border, targeting our military installations. What has happened net is this. They have faced massive losses. India hasn't. In fact, each of our military installations are absolutely intact. A lot of narratives are being built right now by the Pakistanis, but they've completely failed. And that is the reason why, perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, cornered Pakistan will find it extremely difficult at this point in time, if at all, they further escalate the matter. Niranjan.
Abhishek, Shravan, I beg your pardon. One more breaking news update that we have. I think you've also been in touch with the Baloch, sources. Breaking news update coming in. Let's go to the next video that's now coming into our newsroom of another attack by the Baloch Liberation Army. The Baloch rebels, the BLA rebels, have ambushed Pakistani army and have taken control of Ahmedwal area of Noshki and nearby railway and police station. Shravan, why don't you speak over these visuals and we'll play the visual out. We have a full video. Let's show the video of the Baloch attack. That's an exclusive video, If there's audio on it, maybe we can play the audio as well. Yes, there is an audio on it. Let's play the audio, please. With the watermark. Shawan with the details. Shawan.
Well, 39 attacks that have taken place against the Pakistani army in Balochistan. Clearly, Pakistan army has been completely stretched out as far as the eastern and the western border are concerned. Both sides, remember, the Pakistani army has suffered major losses. But the significant details now coming in from the Balochi Liberation Army. The Baloch Liberation Army clearly pointing out that 39 attacks that have taken place. Now, some very interesting details. One in Turbat. The other happens to be in Kech district. The third coming in from the very place where the CPEC infrastructure is coming up. In fact, it turns out that the highways have been blocked. Police stations have been taken into the custody of the Balochistan Liberation Army. Judicial institutions, they too have now been taken into custody of the Balochistan Liberation Army. And what you see right now on your screens is the damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistani army. Remember, the Pakistani army, because of the current situation with India, they've been trying to redeploy themselves. In fact, the convoys that have been targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army are those very convoys, part of the frontier corps of the Pakistani army was being redeployed. That's when these attacks have essentially taken place. Interestingly, once again, an ultimatum has now been given by the Balochistan Liberation Army that move out. We have taken down your flag. That's the ultimatum that has been given by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, that could also be our breaking news now coming in with regards to the final ultimatum that has been given, Niranjan, by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, this has only intensified. The Balochistan Liberation Army certainly senses an opportunity at this point in time as the Pakistani army remains completely distracted, not just in Balochistan, but also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. That's the other place where the TTP has taken out an offensive against the Pakistani army. In fact, 20 Pakistani soldiers have also been killed by the TTP. And of course, as far as the Durand line is concerned, there too, remember, things have been extremely difficult for the Afghans. Major Samar Paltur, let me also quickly bring you in right now. This entire incident that has taken place in Balochistan is a reflection of difficult times for the Pakistani army in the days to come.
I mean, see, they have, since 2013, they have been picking up young Baloch boys, girls. They've been harassing the local population when they've been going to the police station for reporting any, illegal matters. They've been harassed. They've not been given government jobs, and they've literally been discriminated there in the whole area. And the maximum priority that has been going and being given is to the Chinese, to the local Chinese labor who are involved in this CPEC project. The Chinese officials are treated there like, VVIPs. And
I'm given to understand because the CPEC infrastructural projects have all now been put on hold. Most of it is what I'm
They've burnt and destroyed their tipper trucks and
so the Pakistanis were given the ultimatum that you either secure the Chinese workers or things are going to be difficult for them. Now, they've not been able to do so. The attacks against the Chinese workers have also increased. The Balochistan Liberation Army, it seems, have certainly been,
they never gave employment to the people of Balochistan.
Now, I also want to quickly just take this question to you because many would be wondering right now, how is it that the Balochistan Liberation Army has suddenly got that firepower? Where does it really come from? Who is exactly supporting them now?
You see, Afghanistan is measuring the situation, and Afghanistan is always sided with the Indians, no matter what. And now that even Taliban's government is there in charge, they've come to realize that whatever infrastructure that they are using in Afghanistan at the moment is actually being made by Indians out of goodwill and nothing else. We want nothing in return. It was for goodwill and the development and the upliftment of Afghanistan as a nation. Taliban has realized it and is much aware of it. We are in very good relations with the Afghanistan government.
That's also an interesting point.
Yeah, the Taliban is also, going against the Durand line. Because, you know, as per the demarcation, the Pakistan government
I'll come to the Durand line
doing incursions into Afghanistan.
Durand line also, what has essentially happened is that the Pakistani, I beg your pardon, it's the Afghan refugees who've been asked to leave the country. And that is the reason why there is an exodus that we are witnessing at the Durand line, which has certainly not gone down well with Taliban. In fact, there's more development that's taking place. But first, take a look at this video. How the Pakistani army they've been pinned down by the Balochistan Liberation Army. And not just that, also perhaps we could just pull out the other video that came in just about a few days ago, where, again, a precision strike against the army there. You have the Baloch Liberation Army targeting the very convoy also. First, listen. Yeah. Let me tell you the developments that have taken place so far. 39 attacks that have taken place. I'm going to take you through city-wise. Turbat. In Turbat, a grenade attack was reported targeting the Pakistani forces. Moving on. Kech district. There, explosions and sustained gunfire has taken place in Buleda area. In Quetta, 2 separate grenade attacks were carried out on the Pakistani army posts. In Panchgur, where you have had the CPEC highway being blocked, and a police station in Panchgur also being captured by the Balochistan Liberation Army. Major Samarpal Turi, I think you wanted to make a point with regards to how the convoy was attacked, the Pakistani convoy was attacked, and then once you do that, I'm also going to play out another video of how the army, as they're continuing with the Frontier Corps, Major Samarpal Turi, I'm being told, it's the Frontier Corps that was being redeployed. That's when the attack has taken place.
Shravan,
what was the point that you were making?
I wanted to make a point that you see the video that the freedom fighters, or the BLA, are actually just targeting the military vehicle, and you can clearly see that a civil truck just sped by opposite to that vehicle, the Pakistan military vehicle, and nobody has harmed or destroyed that civilian truck, because see, that shows one of the sanity and the balance of judgment when it comes to the actual enemy who's there in Balochistan against the Balochistan people. And that is the Pakistan military establishment. The kind of atrocities that they have done against the people of Balochistan is unfathomable. Since 2013, they have almost wiped out one full generation of young children.
Okay.
And any protest that takes place, any protest who gets injured,
correct,
goes reports to a hospital and they are picked up from the hospitals.
Just for context, I think, so I just want to play out that other visual that we have. Now, it's a clear example of, or a clear indication of how the Pakistani army has been cornered and how it finds itself in a very, very tough spot. Take a look at the other attack that took place just a few days ago. They were basically conducting a drill, and that's when this attack took place. As you can see, as they are moving around, General Sanjay Soy, if you are also joining us on this broadcast, I just want to bring you in. General Sanjay Soy, with the Balochis now increasing their attacks on the Pakistani army, what's the immediate ramification of it?
In fact, Shravan, I would like to say that in last 1 year, about we can say the attacks by the Baloch have become more ferocious, more professional, pinpoint, and they have been inflicting number of casualties. We have seen the case of train hijacking. We have seen the case of attack on the Pakistan military bases, and now this ambush. It is again, you see, so professionally done. So there's a change in Baloch. Earlier, only tribal leaders were there. That now everybody feels that Balochistan needs freedom. Youth have joined in. Educated people have joined in. The women are fighting for the human rights issues. Reason is only one, that atrocities by Pakistan army, and there is no communication. They have been treating Balochis as a second-grade citizen, and now implication of this is, Shravan, is now there is a restlessness in Pakistan army, because they feel while we are not able to control Balochistan, we are not able to control Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and we have started open another front with India. They are questioning our ceremony. There's a restlessness in the people, in their intelligentsia, in their some senior officers in the armed forces, that why open another front with India when you can't handle the situation inside. And it is very, very clear from this video that the way Pakistan army is helpless in a very professionally executed ambush by the Balochis Liberation Army. And reason is very, very simple, that they have been doing atrocities. They have no regard for human rights. They have been picking up people, as Mr. Turat brought out, more than 5,000 people, youth have been picked
General
up.
Sanjay Soy, I think so. There is interestingly the point that you're making. I'll just draw a parallel with this, because as you're pointing out, the difficulty that they're essentially facing across, and they find themselves completely cornered as far as the eastern and the western border too. Having said that, there is also more development taking place. A short while back, information actually came in with regards to the TTP, and now in the northwestern province too, there is another development that's taken place. Let's just quickly get the breaking news up coming in right now with regards to the action that has been taken against the Pakistani army. The breaking news is that 9 security personnel, they have been killed in northwest Pakistan. 5 that have been injured while there was an attack that took place at the checkpost in northwest Pakistan. The attack took place at Danda checkpost in Shakai Tehsil of South Waziristan, district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Now, there's no official word really coming in with regards to who was behind it. But would it be safe to assume, General Sanjay Soy, that the TTP, which has also intensified their action against the Pakistanis, would be perhaps behind this attack that has taken place in northwest Pakistan?
Absolutely. There's no doubt, Shravan, because TTP has been carrying out number of attacks in other areas also, and this kind of attack is the hallmark of TTP. They have been carrying out attack against Pakistan army and police, and Pakistan army and police have not been able to control TTP or PLA. And in fact, some of their leaders have brought it out openly, that there are a number of areas where Pakistan is not in control, and there have been clashes between police in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area and Pakistan army. There have been reports of local MPs calling out that you are a corrupt army. Ultimately, the result is that they have never bothered about human rights issues. They have never bothered to establish communication with Balochistan or people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area people are also disturbed because of arresting Imran Khan for, in spite of he having won the majority. So it is absolutely political. At present, Pakistan is facing political instability. The armed forces are divided in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, Balochistan, and now they have opened another front with India. In spite of India exercising all kinds of restraint, giving them a chance to try and control terror, but somehow it is something like they can't understand. Their mindset is totally jihadi or terrorist mindset. The main culprit, I feel, is Asim Munir is the main culprit, probably for his extension, for his power. He started another front which is beyond their control. They have seen the results. We have been able to thwart all attacks by Pakistan, and we have been able to carry out very effective attacks against their military bases, or when we attacked only the terror camps. So we have been very, very responsible. We have given them all chances, but somehow Pakistan has gone out of their mind. They don't understand the reason. They don't understand the logic. The people of Pakistan must question their leadership. They must question their army officers, because whenever at present I am sitting in USA and I've been meeting a lot of Pakistanis, they say, Janab, हमारा बेड़ा गर्क हमारे नेताओं ने and फौजी अफसरों ने किया है. We have been taken down the drain by our leaders and army officers, armed forces officers, because they have been making money. At present also, with the kind of economic situation in Pakistan, they are not bothered where the Pakistan will go. More loans will come on because of the situation, but they are taking out their money. They have sent their families abroad, and they have already sent the money in foreign banks. So he is not bothered. Whatever happens to the people of Pakistan, they're not bothered about the poverty, about the growth, about the industry, about the stability. They are just not concerned. Even if the Pakistan is divided in 2 parts, 3 parts, 4 parts, they are not bothered, because the first flight Asim Munir will take and he will be somewhere else. Nawaz Sharif may take the next flight, and all these guys will just vanish when the crisis comes, or when the Indian army, when we go all out. If the Pakistan does not understand, which we have declared, if more provocations are there, we will be forced to go all out.
Sir, there's a big breaking news update that's just come in right now, so I'd like to go across straight to that, of the proof. In fact, there is a video. I'd like to first play that video. This is video number 9, and as we cover the conflict, this is day 3, video number 9. Listen to the audio layer in the video. In fact, let's listen to the audio and then we'll talk about this.
बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है.
6 air bases were targeted today. Shawan, 6 air bases were targeted, and there are more videos of the devastation that is now beginning to unravel. There are different videos that show the destruction. Video number 13 now. This was video number 9, day 3. Let's go to now video number 13.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो ही सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में. पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है. अभी धमाका होयो. हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी. अरे किथे आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है. अब परा होया ना
भाई ने रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो ही सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में. पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है. अभी धमाका होयो. हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी. अरे किथे आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है. अब परा होया ना
भाई ने रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो ही सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में. पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है अभी 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 धमाका है हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे कितने आर को होया क्या परा होया है अब परा होया ना
तो भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Act of terror is an act of war. India decides that any future misadventure will be declared straight up an act of war. A second news conference for the first time since Operation Sindoor began. MEA MOD joint briefing at 6 p.m.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 6 key bases. Government confirms, Defence Ministry confirms, Army confirms 100% precision strikes.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
As Pakistan loses this battle against India, they're completely banking on their propaganda and fake news machinery. Even that is being called out by India. NSA Ajit Doval briefs Prime Minister Modi on the latest developments on Operation Sindoor. aspect of Operation Sindoor, the most beautiful aspect of Operation Sindoor has been how the people of Pakistan are exposing Pakistan. People of Pakistan are keen to take videos of the destruction of Pakistani air bases, and they love to show it on social media. That's an exclusive video of the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in southern Punjab, and Shawan will speak over this. Shawan has accessed this video through his sources. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, southern Punjab, bombed by India. Airbase and airstrip destroyed this morning. Clear destruction seen in these. In fact, there are many still images as well that show that the entire terrace of one section of that airport has collapsed. So, infrastructure at this airbase has been targeted. It holds strategic value for rapid development, rapid deployment and operations across southern and eastern Pakistan. A key forward operating base facing Rajasthan has now been rendered inoperational. Shawan with the full details.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, what's interesting this time from Operation Sindoor is the way India has carried it out. Because this time we do not have to give anyone any evidence, because take a look at what's happening right now. This is a video, and we should name the source also, because it's important at a time when there is a lot of fake narrative that is being peddled by the Pakistanis. It is important to name those who are recording this. This, I'm given to understand, has been recorded by a Pakistani journalist. Soon after, basically, reports came in that the Pakistani airbase was targeted. As I understand, Major Samarpal Tur, it's a little surprising because this visual that you see, it seems to be perhaps a little outside. I'm not too sure if it is, if we have the inside visuals of the airbase. Do we have that? We'll try and also tell you, because I believe there are multiple visuals that we have. This is just one of the videos because it appears to be perhaps something outside.
Shawan, this basically looks like one of their office complexes.
Okay.
And it looks like one of the frontal approaches of their office complex. Yes.
I'm not too sure whether we have. Can I just get an answer right now?
It could be their officers' mess.
A desk,
probably.
Yeah, because if I'm not wrong, there are multiple videos, and there is a video of the destruction inside the airbase itself, and that is a clear example of how our strikes have been like this time.
Shawan, this is just not one place where it is struck. There are multiple. I mean, see, when we say airbase has been attacked, it involves taking out the local radar system. It also involves taking out the local air defense system. It also involves knocking down the communication system. So it is a combination of different assets. Only when these combination of these assets are taken out would we consider that an airbase has been attacked. So yes, all these impacts are there because of tactical relevance and importance.
Well, that's an interesting point that you're making right now, Major Samarpal Tur, because when we're talking about what has been destroyed and the tactical approach that has been taken here, we are basically looking at, do we have more videos? Do we have the video of the destruction that was caused inside? We'll try and put those out. Yeah, we'll go to. So there are, Major Samarpal Tur, we have a confirmation coming up from our news desk that this is just one of the videos. So there is a possibility that in a short while from now, as we discuss this, as we tell our viewers, show the contrasting pictures, and also our legal editor Rhythm is joining us in the studios right now. Now, Rhythm and Major Samarpal Tur, it's very interesting, and I've been saying this because unlike in the past, when in Balakot, people went on asking, what's the evidence, what's the evidence? Here, I want to emphasize this again and again. This is a video that has been shot by a Pakistani journalist,